My wife is a gentle and virtuous beauty. She thinks of new ways to kill me every day. Either a headshot or dismemberment. It turns out it was just a dream. But the contents of the dream felt so real. At the moment Hugh lifted his head, the ceiling was covered with densely packed dark red blood words. Don't let them know you can see. Hugh looked shocked. Did he lapse into a daze? He incredulously rubbed his eyes. However, the next second, the bloodstains covering the ceiling inexplicably disappeared. Hugh subconsciously looked around. He froze in place, realizing that this was not his bedroom at all. After he finished last night, he clearly threw away 2 pieces of paper, but they were nowhere to be found. A mysterious sense of unease rose in his heart. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. But inside the house, it was dark as dead water. Where exactly is this? A sudden tearing pain struck his brain. A wave of jumbled and blurry memories rushed into his mind. It was only then that Hugh realized he had traveled through time. The original owner of the body is also named Hugh, with almost the same age and appearance. But what about the bloody words? There are no relevant memories in the original owner. Just then, a charming voice suddenly came. "Honey, it's time for breakfast." I saw a beautiful woman in a white nightgown standing at the door, gazing affectionately at Hugh. His fair, long legs were exposed in the air. Hugh was stunned for a moment. I got married so early in this world. And my wife is a fair and beautiful beauty. Suddenly, I feel time traveling would be great. Otherwise, I could never find such a pretty and virtuous wife in my lifetime. Just as Hugh was about to agree, he couldn't recall her name for a moment. Wife. Bride. Little sweetie. Madam. And then his brain frantically searched for memories about his wife. Suddenly, a horrifying thing happened. No dating experience. No special interests or hobbies. No preferred position. Nothing at all. Even. He glanced sideways at his gentle wife. It was only then that he noticed her pale skin devoid of any trace of color. Her cold smile remained unchanged. Even her eyes didn't blink. Hugh did not dare to look directly at her. He stammered and asked, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, his wife's smile suddenly changed. She quietly breathed out and asked, "Can you see me?" Her eyes erupted with immense greed. Her delicate skin kept rupturing. In the blink of an eye, her cherry lips already stretched to her ears. The flat teeth turned serrated. In an instant, fear swept over him like a tidal wave. It surged through his entire body. Hugh's mind went blank. The next second, a giant figure enveloped Hugh. A gaping mouth as big as a washbasin suddenly came at him. Hugh was so scared that tears streamed down his face. He dared not move. His head was directly eaten by his wife. Can you guys see me too? I have a plump and graceful wife. She wakes me up every day to satisfy her. Not only does she want my energy, she also wants my life. Just now, I was awakened by a burst of phone calls. I opened my sleepy eyes. The pupils suddenly contracted. A dense and bloody text came into view. Don't let them know that you can see. What's going on? Did I oversleep or something? I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. However, the next second, the bloodstains covering the ceiling disappeared into thin air. I unconsciously looked around. But the whole person suddenly stiffened. Strange bed and desk. This is not my bedroom at all. Suddenly, a soft and gentle voice sounded. It's time to get up and have breakfast. Only to see a charming and enchanting beauty appearing at the door. She is gazing at me affectionately in silence. I was immediately stunned. I have been single for 20.5 years. I have never even touched a girl's hand. When will I have a wife? I haven't realized it yet. She sat directly on my bed and said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I want you." I looked at the voluptuous and charming beauty in front of me, my brain stunned and speechless. Is this proactive beauty for real? No matter what, the beauty is within reach. Indifferent or a man, what will it be? At this moment, I am already ecstatic inside. Anyway, I won't lose out in the end. I said calmly, "Then I'll go take a bath first." As soon as the words were spoken, my wife's pupils suddenly dilated, revealing a sinister smile. "You can see me!" She erupted with long-suppressed ecstasy in her eyes. The delicate skin kept cracking. In the blink of an eye, the cherry lips had widened to the ears. The even teeth turned into serrated edges. In an instant, fear rushed over like a tide, instantly flooding through my entire body. At this moment, my mind went blank. A giant figure enveloped me. A huge mouth suddenly attacked. I was so scared that I couldn't move. My head was instantly swallowed by the giantess. Is this how I die? Suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, feeling frightened and uneasy at the moment. What happened? Wasn't I bitten to death? Is everything that happened just a dream? I suddenly looked up. There were densely packed blood-red characters. They disappeared again. Damn it. This is not a dream. Don't let them know you can see. Does the sentence mean that you shouldn't let your wife know that you can see her? Just pretend she doesn't exist. At this point, a delicate little hand reached out. The wife appeared again at the bedroom door. You're awake. It's time to have breakfast. Although she was a stunning beauty at the moment. But I felt like sitting on pins and needles, afraid of being discovered that I could see. I forced myself to pretend not to see out of fear. I bowed my head and frantically considered how to deal with it. However, she took the initiative to come closer. She gazed at me affectionately. The plump and towering chest was right in front of my eyes. I really wanted to look inside but didn't dare to. Suddenly, her head twisted 360 degrees. She stared straight at me and started laughing. At this moment, I looked at her with a frightened expression on my face. Our eyes met. She stuck out her long tongue and let out a delighted laugh. She crazily licked my cheeks. Can you see me? A sense of panic instantly struck. Then she bit my head off again. I woke up in fear once again. I sprang up from the bed suddenly. That damn ghost. Trying every way to kill me. Fear makes my hands tremble nonstop. I'm on the verge of breaking down. What on earth is going on? Is it death loop or infinite cycle? Just now, I didn't look down, but she took the initiative to come over and tempt me. This shows that she must make sure I can see before taking action. I picked up the phone. I was watching short videos intently. At this moment, my wife appeared again. Honey, why are you looking at other women in front of me? Do you not like me anymore? I pretended to stay calm. Then her soft chest was pressed tightly against me, rubbing up and down continuously. She whispered softly in my ear, Why are you putting your phone so close? Are you trying to avoid seeing me? I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Can't abnormal behavior be allowed? Calm down, calm down. She has not transformed yet. She probably hasn't noticed. But when I flipped to the next video, my pupils suddenly froze. The girl inside turned out to be my wife. She charmingly asked me, Husband, do I look pretty? I exclaimed, threw the phone straight out, kept backing away. At this moment, I was extremely terrified. It's over, it's over. I've been found out. The next second, my wife's voice suddenly came from behind. Can you see me? Instantly, she turned into a ferocious downpour, attacking fiercely. Am I going to be killed again? I am unwilling to be captured without a fight. With a roar, I threw a punch towards the ugly face ruthlessly. But the fierce wife easily dodged the attack. Then the bloody mouth attacked again. Suddenly bit my hand fiercely, directly biting it off. Ah! The wife crazily licked my hand, eating with a crunch, as if it were very delicious. Is this time being eaten? Let me die in such pain. Next time. What's next? Write in the comments your favorite way to die. Waking up to find a plump and graceful wife. But she is very playful. Once I discover that I can see her, she will devour me in one gulp. I can only lower my head and pretend not to see. But she intentionally seduces me with her beauty. She even licks my cheeks with her long tongue. I can't bear it anymore. I raised my hand and threw a punch. However, the result is indeed. This is my 5th reincarnation. I faced my ghostly wife as if she were nothing. I secretly fapped in front of her. After I finished, I went to the bathroom to clean up. To my surprise, my wife suddenly popped out from the toilet. My little brother was so scared that he shrunk back in. The 5th time. Died from poor acting. The 6th time. I yelled for help desperately, but no one heard me. The 7th time. I was angry and wanted to fight back. I was still eaten. The 8th time. I was desperate. Since I couldn't escape, then just accept it calmly and revel with my wife every night. Died 17.5 times in a row. I seem to be completely crazy and chaotic, and the cycle of death continues. In each death, I receive the memories of the original owner of the body, and I roughly understand what kind of world this is. The only difference from the past life is that in this world, there are significantly more bizarre and absurd supernatural stories. This is the 18th reincarnation. At this point, my heart is already desperate and numb. My wife appeared in the bedroom again. I discovered in my continuous cycle of reincarnations. She always tries to wake me up each time. However, she has never had any physical contact with me, so she can only act when she is sure I can see her. Otherwise, she is just a phantom. Later, I made breakfast for myself. Even if she was by my side fiddling with her hair coquettishly, I turned a blind eye. As long as I leave here, to investigate the clues about my wife outside, find the secrets of this world, then I can get rid of this female ghost. After eating breakfast, I am ready to go out. Even if she transformed into a doorknob, it wouldn't make any difference. The heavy door slammed shut. I finally walked out, filled with only one thought: revenge. I must seek revenge. I will find a way to eradicate the ghost before returning. Walking down the stairs leisurely, soon arrived at the entrance of the unit. I pushed the door open slowly. Behind the door was a ray of dawn. But the moment I stepped out of the door, I froze in place. My body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. My numb eyes were once again filled with fear and unease. Countless terrifying monsters stood in formation. They were densely packed together. What on earth is happening in this world? Is this hell? I have a plump and charming wife. She found out because I peeked at another girl. Wife's expression instantly changed. Anger blazed in her eyes. The delicate skin kept cracking. In the blink of an eye, the cherry lips transformed into monster-like jagged edges. Fear flooded through the body in an instant. I was just checking out a girl. Is it really that bad? A huge mouthful of blood rushed towards me in an instant. Suddenly, it took a big bite of my head and swallowed it. After I died 18 times. Finally escaped from the room. Escaped from the female ghost wife. I thought the world outside the door would be filled with warm sunshine. But this sunlight is making me shiver with cold. The tall buildings are full of monstrous and terrifying creatures. They are densely packed together. There are humanoid figures all around, completely shrouded in darkness, their features indiscernible. I stare blankly in horror at this terrifying scene. Is this hell? Just escaped from the clutches of my ghost wife, only to fall into a terrifying hell of despair. My tense mind instantly collapsed. The frenzied soul seems to be distorted and torn apart. I couldn't contain myself and burst into uncontrollable laughter. This world is too crazy. The wild laughter made me unable to stop coughing. I even started to dry heave. Just then, a voice suddenly came. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I suppressed the madness in my heart and tried to calm myself down. I found that it was just a 4 or 5-year-old little girl with 2 braided pigtails. She was eating a lollipop. "Uncle, are you sick?" I'm trying to make myself look more normal. Kindly pat her little head. "I'm fine. Also, you should call me brother." The next second, the lovely little girl instantly transformed into a creature with fangs, eyes showing the same craziness as her wife, and her body crazily expanding at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, I could only look up at her. The monster's eyes flickered with green light, showing a fierce expression. The lollipop in its hand also turned into a big bone club. I burst into laughter instantly, even more bizarre than before. "It's so interesting. But compared to before, I like your current appearance more. Because, in this way, there will be no guilt when killing in the future." It raised a heavy fist and struck violently towards me. With a thud, I was smashed into a lump of flesh. This is my 19th reincarnation. The madness on my face has been replaced by a dead calm. At this moment, my wife appeared again. "It's time to get up and have breakfast." I ignored her and went to the community park again. Alone, I quietly observed the various bizarreness of the world and found that these bizarreness can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One kind looks hideous, like monsters that only know how to roar and attack. But they are as insignificant as air, unable to affect anything around them at all. The other kind is humanoid in bizarreness. They will always accompany you, trying to blend into your life. If they receive a response, they will attack you. Just like my dear wife. Even if ordinary people don't notice, they are still entangled with you. I am thinking about what these bizarreness really want to do. A creepy thought suddenly struck. Are these bizarreness attempting to integrate into human life? It's a world where ghosts and monsters roam. The only way to survive is to pretend you see nothing. My wife is one of those female ghosts. Every time she catches me seeing her, she will open her gaping mouth. She swallowed my head in one gulp. After being killed by her 18 times, my heart was as calm as dead water. I also turned a blind eye to all the temptations from my wife. Finally, I walked out of this house. I must find a way to kill the ghosts and monsters. Kill my dear wife. I started observing these hideous ghosts and monsters. One type is a monstrous creature without reason. It cannot have any impact on real things. One type is humanoid ghosts and monsters that always follow humans. Once they receive a response, they will reveal their true form and kill humans. In order to obtain more information about ghosts and monsters, I scanned a shared bike. At this moment, the phone rang with a message. It's already afternoon, and they still haven't come to work. Are you still interested in getting bonus commissions or not? At this moment, I just remembered that the commission from half a year ago has not been paid yet. I resigned directly. The most important thing now is to investigate the information about ghosts and monsters. Then I rode my bike. I rushed towards the company all the way. Shortly after, I arrived at the company's doorstep. I was suddenly stunned. The sales department in my memory. It has turned into a bizarre hospital. And it is a psychiatric hospital. At this time, the phone rang. My colleague Dennis informed me that Roger is getting angry. I told him I would be at the company shortly, and then hung up the phone. In my memory, this clearly is White Willow Academy, but it has turned into a mental hospital. Is this hospital also bizarre? I walked in through the entrance. But the next second, I felt like I ran into something. And it was soft. Can't get into the psychiatric hospital. I reached out and touched it. A soft and smooth feeling came from the hand. This texture. Could it be? Suddenly a slap came fiercely. Stinky hooligan. I will complain about you. I realized that I touched a girl's private area. After being slapped, I just found out. It is indeed White Willow Academy here. Did I have an illusion? I unbelievably checked again. In front of my eyes, it turned back into a mental hospital. Could it be that I am still at White Willow Academy, and this mental hospital is just an illusion? It's probably like those ghosts, only accessible under specific conditions. Otherwise, everything is just an illusion. I reach out to touch it. The whole person goes straight through the wall. And the scene inside makes me terrified again. Deep inside the long corridor, bloodstains of bizarreness are visible everywhere. Like the bloodthirsty mouth of a demon. It's chilling. These monsters were originally ordinary humans. It's only because this mental hospital was conducting bizarre experiments, transforming captured mental patients into bizarreness. To uncover the truth, I came to this mysterious mental hospital. Inside, there are eerie and terrifying bloodstains scattered everywhere, as if a demon's wide-open bloody mouth. I walked through all corners of the hospital. In this overlapping space, I didn't find any traces of living beings until I arrived in front of a ward. The bloody iron gate was tightly closed, emitting a strong smell of blood. The number 104 was written on the ward. I couldn't help but be curious about what was inside. I reached out my hand to touch the gate and cautiously walked closer. I walked straight through the ward door and discovered a girl curled up in bed, trembling. Then, she trembled as she sat up unsteadily. She suddenly turned her head. It was a face without facial features. It stared straight at me. And my heart was calm. I just glanced at it with the corner of my eye. Then I continued to walk forward, leaving the bewildered female ghost behind. Later, I arrived at the next room. A huge four-eyed monster with beads suddenly appeared in front of me. I continued walking forward, ignoring everything in front of me. The monster looked stunned. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Even ghosts should have some reaction. I kept shuttling back and forth between various wards. Inside, there were all kinds of bizarreness, at least dozens of them. There were also several empty wards. The doors were wide open. Has the bizarreness inside escaped? Facing these once again, I can remain unfazed. And all this is thanks to my wife's 18 consecutive kills. My dearest wife. Finally, I arrived at a doctor's examination room. Some medical records and information were scattered on the floor. It boldly says on it, Experimental subject number 128 transformed into bizarreness. I was stunned at the thought. Could it be that all the bizarreness was transformed from humans? Those in the ward are all humans. I wanted to look through the medical records, but it was all an illusion. Damn. There is simply no way to make contact. Suddenly, fine black hair appeared before my eyes. I suddenly realized. There is a bizarre situation here. Calm down, my heart. I slowly got up. A female ghost doctor suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Her hair naturally falls on top of my head. She bends down and whispers softly in my ear. Do you want to explore the mysteries of life with me? I ignore her directly. I pondered with my head down. Since there are clues in the office, the dean's office should have more information. Why not go there directly and take a look? The office area of the mental hospital happens to overlap with the sales office. I didn't see the director's office on the first floor, so I went straight upstairs. When I just walked up to the second floor, two people suddenly appeared and walked towards me. Dennis, the department manager, and Roger. When Roger saw me, he immediately started to curse loudly. And I simply ignored him. The most important thing at that moment was to find the dean's office. Isn't there a second floor? Immediately after, I proceeded to the third floor. I ignore him. Roger quickly called Dennis to stop me. Arriving at the third floor, a room in the distance immediately caught my attention. The door was prominently labeled with Dean's Office. All doubts could be answered inside. Everyone who enters this mental hospital turns into bizarreness, but I remain unscathed. Because I am already numb to these bizarreness. As long as I turn a blind eye, I can safely survive. This is all thanks to my ghost wife. After being killed by her 18 times, my fear in the face of bizarreness has long been as calm as dead water. To investigate information about bizarreness, I came to this mysterious mental hospital. It happens to be located in the sales office of my company. Its existence intersects with the space-time of the real world. I learned that there is important information about bizarreness in the director's office. I am searching everywhere for its location. Finally saw it at the end of a corridor. The room door is marked Director's Office. But in the real world, this is the office of the chairman. I impatiently opened the door. The scene inside left me stunned. I saw my colleague face sitting provocatively on the desk. Manager Prince is doing the wheelbarrow with her. Someone suddenly burst in. Prince's little brother quickly shrank back. He pulled up his pants and angrily started swearing. Who let you in? I don't care about this. My mind is all on the desk. I reached out and grabbed Faye's hand, just as everyone thought I was going to do something to her. I pushed her away. I finally found information about bizarreness on the desk. I focus on reading the letter. I found out that this mental hospital does have a big secret indeed. Do you want to know the truth about this world? Do you want to know what bizarreness really is? I have left everything in room 520 of Building C. Everything you want to know is there. Go. Go and find out. The signature, Austin Joe, should be the director of the psychiatric hospital. Who is this letter written to? Did he foresee that I was coming? Following that, I walked outside. Building C, room 520, right? All the answers to my doubts are there. But the next moment, the light bulb buzzed and went out in an instant. What's going on? Suddenly there was a power outage. But when I turned on my flashlight, I realized it wasn't just a simple power outage. The flashlight could only illuminate a small area, and my phone had no signal. I looked around in all directions. The psychiatric hospital where time and space overlap has disappeared. At this moment, Prince beside me said, "No signal on the phone. The light is being suppressed. If I'm not mistaken, we may have entered the mysterious realm." It turns out his cousin is a spirit master who knows some secrets about ghosts and monsters. Upon hearing this, I suddenly became extremely excited. Is there another strangeness appearing? Got the information about bizarreness from the dean's office. I am preparing to go to room 520 in Building C to check it out. The sales office suddenly had a power outage. The inexplicable power outage made people uneasy. It gave off a bizarre and eerie feeling. At this moment, the employees started complaining. The video that was just edited hasn't been saved yet. Why did the power suddenly go out? Roger stopped them and quickly went to check if there was a circuit breaker tripped. At this time, the security guard uncle walked up, preparing to go check the main circuit breaker for any issues. The office was pitch black, making the employees feel uneasy. Someone then noticed that the flashlight had a very limited range. Initially, they thought it was a problem with their phones. Following this, everyone's phones were the same. They only then realized that something was amiss. To learn more about the mysterious realm, I asked Prince what the mysterious realm is. Others were taken aback when they heard my question. Some even mocked me, wondering if I was joking. At that moment, Prince yelled out angrily, "Shut up, everyone! Keep quiet! What I am about to say is crucial. It concerns everyone's life and death." Seeing Prince's serious expression, everyone dared not make a sound. Simply put, ghosts exist in this world. A mysterious realm refers to the domain of ghosts. It can be understood as an alternate dimension where it belongs to ghosts. A little carelessness would lead to violating the ghost's laws of killing. The way Prince is portrayed is vivid and lifelike. Everyone is terrified and uneasy. Is it true that there are ghosts in this world? At this moment, Roger is shivering on the side. What should we do? Prince pretended to be calm and said, "Right now, we need to find a way to escape from the damn mysterious realm. Otherwise, everyone will be killed." At this moment, everyone was unusually quiet. The only sound that could be heard was their own heartbeat. This familiar feeling could not be wrong. Bizarreness is coming from outside. Woke up to find a plump and graceful wife by my side. But she is very playful. Once she realizes I can see her, she will either eat me whole or break me down into pieces. After experiencing 18 rebirths, I achieved a numbness akin to dead ashes in my heart. No matter what she does in front of me, I completely turn a blind eye to it. To kill her, I came to a mental hospital to find a way. There are dozens of bizarreness here that are just like my wife, but as long as you ignore them, it is extremely safe. I found a letter in the director's office that shocked me. Do you want to know the truth of this world? Do you want to know what bizarreness really is? I left everything in room 520 of Building C. Everything you want to know is there. Go. Go and search. Just as I was preparing to go to Building C, the light bulb suddenly went out with a buzz. I turned on the flashlight to look around. The light was bright, but it could only illuminate half a meter ahead. Even more eerie was the mysterious mental hospital that had disappeared. In its place stood the company's sales department. Everyone walked towards the second-floor offices. Someone tried to make a phone call, but couldn't get through. At this point, everyone gathered together to discuss this mysterious power outage. Prince asked everyone to be quiet. What he is about to say is a matter of life and death for everyone. The light is dim. There is no phone signal. All of this indicates that we have entered the mysterious realm. And the mysterious realm refers to the realm of ghosts. It can be understood as an alternate dimensional space. Inside, it belongs to the ghosts. A little carelessness would easily violate the ghost's law of killing. Prince is vividly portrayed. Everyone is terrified and uneasy. The security guard who went to check the circuit just now has not returned yet. Is it true that there are ghosts in this world? Just as his voice fell, another female colleague was silently taken away. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear and unease. Prince shouted loudly for everyone to be quiet. The only way to break through the current situation is for someone to become a spirit master. And to become a spirit master, one must rely on the power of ghosts. One is to experience the terrifying baptism between life and death. It stimulates fluctuations in the soul. The second is to contact ghosts. Let the power of ghosts invade the soul. But be careful. The power of ghosts is like a bloody rag. While stimulating abilities, it will also contaminate the soul. After experiencing the purification of the 18 consecutive kills of my wife, my soul has long been stimulated. But I have never had any contact with bizarreness. Those are all illusions from another dimension. And now the bizarreness from illusions has invaded reality. As long as you come into contact with these bizarreness more, you will have the ability to eliminate them. Thinking of this, I am exceptionally excited. Finally, there is a way to kill bizarreness. My dearest wife, you wait for me at home. I will become a spirit master to kill you. Another colleague has disappeared now. The intervals at which they disappear are between 2 to 3 minutes. Instead of waiting here to die, it's better to take the initiative to find the ghosts. I must kill all the bizarreness. The man clearly has a plump and charming wife. He likes touching nurses' white stockings instead. Not just touching them himself is satisfying enough. He even has to call his buddies to touch together. All because his wife at home abuses him every day. She didn't bite off his hand. She even swallowed his head. He was killed 18 times in a row during continuous reincarnations. Finally, one day he escaped from his wife's clutches. He swore to find a way to eliminate the ghost and seek revenge. He wants to kill his beloved wife. For this, Hugh came to a mental hospital. Inside, there were dozens of ghosts who looked just like his wife. And the way to avoid being killed by them was very simple. As long as you ignore them, they won't harm you. More importantly, there is a way to eliminate ghosts here. The person favored by destiny. Do you want to know the truth of this world? Do you want to know what bizarreness really is? I left everything in room 520 of Building C. Everything you want to know is there. Just as Hugh was about to seek the answers. But suddenly there was a power outage. Even more strange is that the previously mysterious mental hospital suddenly disappeared. In its place was a company's sales office. At this moment, everyone gathered together. Colleagues found that the bright lights could only illuminate half a meter away, and there is no signal on the cell phone. Various abnormal phenomena. We may have entered the mysterious realm. At this moment, you noticed that a female colleague suddenly disappeared. Everyone was even more terrified and uneasy. To escape from here, you must become a spirit master. The key to becoming a spirit master is to come into contact with bizarreness. Let the power of ghosts invade the mind. Ignite the spirituality deep within. Those present are only thinking about how to stay alive, let alone coming into contact with ghosts. Only Hugh remained calm and composed. But in the next second, another colleague disappeared without a trace. Prince was frightened to the core, fearful that he might be the next one to vanish. And the keen Hugh noticed that the intervals between the disappearances were always 2 to 3 minutes. It should be that men disappear every 3 minutes and women every 2 minutes. As time passes, someone will disappear. And there are still about 8 people left here. The whole army will perish in about 20 minutes. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative to attack and look for clues. Hugh left the office with his good friends. What came into view was a dark corridor that seemed bottomless. Hugh was surprised to discover that the sales office had mysteriously turned into a mental hospital. If the mental hospital materialized, then the dozens of ghosts locked inside would also materialize. This means that ghosts could appear at any time. The sales office bizarrely turned into a mental hospital. If the mental hospital materializes, then the dozens of ghosts inside will also materialize. This means that ghosts could appear at any time. Hugh is not frightened but happy. This brings him one step closer to the truth. The two continue forward and suddenly discover a pool of blood at their feet. The scene before their eyes is terrifying. All they see are the torn clothes of the 3 missing people scattered all over the place, with pieces of flesh and bone fragments still clinging to them. This means that the people who were taken were all eaten by the ghosts. Additionally, the man had relatively more meat, so the time spent being eaten by the ghosts was longer. Suddenly, at that moment, footsteps echoed from the depths of the quiet corridor. Dennis trembled as he looked ahead. It turned out that Prince and his group had also come out. When they saw the purgatory in front of them, their pupils suddenly constricted. Prince was also scared, feeling a chill down his spine. They didn't expect that the missing people had all been eaten. At this moment, Hugh glanced at his phone. He said lightly, "Time's up." Prince was confused. "What time's up?" Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from behind. The crowd turned around in horror, only to see a female ghost doctor hanging upside down from the ceiling. Her head turned with a cracking sound. She suddenly opened her bloody mouth and charged toward the crowd. Fear spread like a tidal wave. The crowd fled frantically. Faye was accidentally knocked to the ground. She grabbed Prince's coat corner for help. But the female ghost in front of him had already scared him silly. He shook off Faye's hand. He desperately ran away. Just like that, Faye was abandoned. She continuously screamed for help, but no one dared to approach. A flash of silvery light from a blade was seen. Faye perished from this world. And the female ghost doctor did not stop. She frantically dismembered Faye with a scalpel. The entire scene was gory and terrifying. Watching the scene in front of him, Dennis was completely stunned. At this moment, Hugh was calmly analyzing. He was speculating about the female ghost doctor's pattern of killing. It should be killing people nearby and only one person each time. Otherwise, he and Dennis definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The dismembered female ghost physician began to devour voraciously. After understanding the pattern of killing, Hugh walked towards the female ghost physician. He clenched his fists and punched it hard. But Hugh seemed to be punching a steel plate. Instead, his own hand got injured. The female ghost doctor ignored Hugh and continued eating elegantly. It seems that only by becoming a spirit master can one kill it. The key lies in letting the eerie power infiltrate one's spirituality. And physical contact will definitely speed up the infection. Hugh looked at the long legs in front of him. He slowly reached out his right hand and touched them. The terrified Dennis saw this scene and was utterly shocked to the core. Hugh, I thought watching Japanese and Korean action movies every day was already perverted enough. I didn't expect you to be even more twisted, daring to take advantage of a ghost. However, what I didn't expect was that Hugh actually called Dennis over to join in touching. Although Dennis was reluctant, he hadn't touched a girl in the 2.5 years he'd been single. Fine, I'll touch. In the instant of touching, a cool sensation swept over. Dennis took a sharp breath of cool air, but did not move his hand away. The icy touch had a soft elasticity. The more he touched it, the more he felt. He kept rubbing it forcefully. Dennis also recalled the short clip from last night in his mind. A minute later, Hugh picked up his phone and glanced at the time. Almost there. We need to leave enough time for our escape. As long as we leave before the female ghost doctor finishes eating. He is confident that he can widen the distance. Just as the two of them reached the end of the corridor, a few strands of hair suddenly descended in front of Hugh. It was the female ghost doctor who had caught up. Hugh was startled. Could he have misjudged the killing pattern? Faye's body should be able to last another minute. But when he turned his head to look, what met his eyes were two large pieces of silicone. Hugh was stunned. Silicone? Fake? Before he could react, a flash of silver light streaked past. Hugh's head was thrown high into the air. At this moment, he had only one thought. May there be no silicone in heaven. When he woke up again, he was startled to find himself touching a thigh instead of being back with his wife. Could it be that death rewinds are event-based? Just like the levels in a game, the saved event automatically advances to the second level. In order to avoid being harmed by the silicone again, Hugh immediately pulled Dennis away. However, he still felt reluctant to leave the ghost lady doctor. Hugh reminded, "If we don't leave now, the ghost lady will eat you." Then the two of them ran downstairs frantically. They soon caught up with Prince and his group. Dennis was puzzled. Why are you running so slowly? But the yellow-haired man said they had descended at least 20 levels. But Hugh and I only descended 2 levels before encountering you. At this moment, Prince said tremblingly, "Ghost hitting the wall. It must be ghost hitting the wall. Otherwise, we wouldn't be going down the stairs all the time." In order to verify if the ghost was creating a visual obstruction, Hugh suggested taking out extra items and throwing them on the ground as markers. Immediately after, everyone rushed downstairs. But right at the corner of the lower floor, there appeared the items that had just been discarded. Everyone was terrified. It's over, it's over. Now we can't even escape. If the female ghost doctor catches up, it's all over. Hugh did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead of running aimlessly, it's better to find an escape route. He recalled the layout of the psychiatric hospital. The exit to the stairwell was on the right side. Hugh felt his way up along the wall. He groped step by step from top to bottom. Suddenly, it seemed like he had touched something. A door suddenly appeared on the wall. Indeed, there was an escape route here. But at the moment the iron door was opened, a strange atmosphere swept in. It felt as if a demon was about to devour everyone. The man has a voluptuous and graceful wife. However, he likes to touch the nurse's black stockings outside. It is not exciting enough for him to touch them alone. He even calls his good buddies to join in the touching. Because it is only through close contact with ghosts. Can you rely on the power of ghosts to light up spirituality? Thus becoming the legendary spirit master with the ability to eliminate ghosts. And as long as time for escape is reserved, they wouldn't be chased by the female ghost doctor. At this moment, everyone encountered a ghost wall. No matter how many times they go down the stairs, they always end up back at the starting point. Just as everyone was praying fervently, Hugh was searching for clues alone. Instead of doing meaningless things here, it's better to look for a way out. Even if it's a situation like ghost hitting the wall, there should be a hidden path. Hugh continued to feel along the wall. Sure enough, he found a door at the corner. Behind the door was a dimly lit corridor. It seemed as if there were terrifying ghosts inside. Seeing that there was an exit, Prince was the first to rush in. Everyone else also fled inside like mad, afraid of being too slow. But Hugh was neither fast nor slow. Good brother Dennis immediately shouted, "Hugh, run quickly! The female ghost doctor behind is catching up." Hugh chuckled. There is no need to run too fast when facing the female ghost doctor. As long as he isn't the last one, it's fine. Because the female ghost doctor will kill the nearest person. Moreover, every time after killing someone, she will focus on eating. This also makes it convenient to touch her thigh and quickly light up spirituality. At this moment, the guy in the back was so scared that his diaper was soaked. Hurry up and run. Don't block my way. While everyone else continued running, Prince suddenly stopped everyone. What appeared before their eyes were two forked roads. At this moment, a smart guy said to his colleague, "Why don't you try the left side?" His colleague immediately refuted. "Why don't you, the smart guy, try it yourself?" At this moment, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned towards Hugh. Just now, Ghost hit the wall, and he found a way out. They instinctively thought he knew which way led to safety. Hugh sneered. He couldn't wait to push me away while running. When faced with difficulties, they thought of me again. Isn't this clearly treating me as a tool? However, Hugh didn't care about these people. The current female ghost doctor is an invincible existence. To buy time, you must fill it with human lives. And these people are just tools to be used as sacrifices. Hugh, without thinking, walked straight to the right, and everyone else blindly and crazily ran to the right as well. Because at that moment, a strange sound came from behind them. Hugh was not frightened but delighted. It was the female ghost doctor who had caught up, and the fattest manager was running at the back. Because of his body size, no matter how he ran, he couldn't outrun the female doctor. She quickly crawled over, making the sound of joints turning. Her eyes glowed as she stared at the manager. It was as if she was admiring her prey. Long black hair kept growing. At this moment, the manager was already scared out of his wits, and was desperately calling for help like a madman. He grabbed the collar of the yellow-haired man in front of him. He pulled back hard. Using the momentum, he ran forward. The yellow-haired man fell to the ground, angrily shouting, "Roger, you bastard!" A flash of silver light was seen. With unwillingness and anger, yellow-haired man died instantly. The bald manager, however, did not feel a trace of guilt. He even laughed and said, "I will take good care of your wife." And this scene happened to be witnessed by Hugh. People who have lost their humanity, how are they any different from a ghost? Hugh did not run anymore. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the female ghost doctor. Now is the best time to touch the thigh. Immediately, he lifted the female ghost doctor's thigh and started touching it. And this scene happened to be witnessed by his good brother Dennis. "Hugh, you're actually hogging it all for yourself. Next time there's something good like touching thighs, call me along." Hugh looked at Dennis and thought, as expected during the day, at this time, he can still take the initiative to touch. Maybe he can really light up spirituality. 2.5 minutes later, they started running again. At the end of the corridor, they caught up with the manager and others. At this point, they arrived at a restaurant. But no matter how hard everyone searched, they couldn't find the exit. Hugh calmly pondered. Did we choose the wrong direction? It seems that next time we should choose the left path. He was not at all flustered. After all, this was just a trial and error. But just at this moment, everyone angrily blamed Hugh, saying it was all his fault for choosing the wrong path. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path, we wouldn't be trapped here. Hugh's lips curled into a strange smile. It's all my fault. Humans are truly fascinating creatures. The man broke through the deathly ghost barrier to rescue his colleague. But the colleague, ungrateful, sent him to his death instead. Just because there was a female doctor ghost chasing them, and everyone fled into a dead end. There was only a utility room here. There was no other way out. At this moment, everyone was blaming Hugh. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path, would we be stuck here? If you didn't know which way was the right path, couldn't you have discussed it with everyone? Only good brother Dennis stood up. Hugh didn't force you to come along either. It was you who asked for directions in the first place. Now that you've made the wrong choice, you start blaming Hugh. Why didn't you make the choice yourself just now? The bald manager pointed and said, "We trusted him, that's why we let him choose. Who knew he would betray everyone's trust and lead us into a dead end?" The honest and simple Dennis was at a loss for words after being berated. Prince came over and pushed the two apart. "Stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to survive. According to my observations, this ghost has a 3-minute safe period after each attack. So the only way now is to choose someone to divert it." At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Hugh, and Hugh's lips involuntarily curled up. "So, after all this talk, you want to use my life to buy time for everyone to escape?" Prince pretended to be furious and walked towards Hugh. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this desperate situation." Prince suddenly pushed Hugh away. He decided Hugh's life and death like a judge. "So it must be you who distracts the ghost." Good brother Dennis roared. "Let go of Hugh!" He charged towards Prince. The remaining people looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do about the current situation. Dennis grabbed Prince by the neck. "Stop it! If anyone is going to distract the ghost, it should be you." Prince, frightened, quickly shouted, "Roger, hurry up and come help!" The bald manager responded and ran over. He rushed behind Dennis and forcefully pulled him away. He pinned him to the ground and firmly locked him. "Prince, I've got him!" At this moment, the door to the storage room suddenly closed. Only Hugh was left alone, abandoned outside the door. He watched the scene coldly. He was unafraid in the face of death. Because he possessed the ability to roll back after death, attracting the ghost was meaningless to him. He just didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. In order to survive, he actually sent his close colleague to death. I always thought I wouldn't be interested in people anymore, but I didn't expect that sometimes people can be more interesting than ghosts. Thank you for making me a bit more interested in this world. At this moment, the female ghost doctor rushed over at high speed. A flash of silver light passed by. Hugh, with an evil smile, said, "Next time, I will repay you well." The man is a prophet with infinite rebirths. At this moment, he is being chased by a female ghost doctor. This is because he can foresee the correct escape route. However, his colleague repaid his kindness with ingratitude. They completely forgot that Hugh had just broken the ghost wall and saved their lives. They turned around and locked him outside to attract the female ghost. Faced with the female ghost doctor, he was not afraid at all. He even felt like laughing. Because he had the ability to infinitely rewind upon death. He had long become numb to life and death. But at this moment, he became interested in the baseness of human nature. Faced with the selfishness and ingratitude of his colleagues. The next time, he would surely repay them well. Because Hugh never holds grudges. He takes his revenge on the spot. The reborn Hugh once again cracked the ghost wall. He led everyone to the crossroads. Prince saw that Hugh was able to accurately find the way out. He thought that he was the rumored spirit master, so there was hope of escaping. Hugh turned to look at Prince. He remembered how Prince had looked smug after having caused his death earlier. In a flash, he kicked and shattered Prince's egg. The sound of the egg shattering was clearly audible. At this moment, Prince wanted to cry, but no sound came out. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably. He was in so much pain that he kneeled in front of Hugh. Roger, acting as a lackey, angrily questioned Hugh. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick someone?" Hugh merely said calmly, "Ghost speed far surpasses that of humans, so someone is bound to die in a minute." Now that Prince has lost the ability to move, he is the one who's going to die. So, I am saving you all. Everyone looked puzzled, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Only his good brother Dennis nodded in support. In the next second, Hugh lifted his left foot and kicked again. The sound of an egg breaking echoed once again. Roger instantly let out a scream. His position, as he fell to the ground, was identical to Prince's. After a piercing scream, he fainted. Dennis beside him was so frightened that he covered his crotch. Hugh, that's a really vicious move. The colleague angrily questioned. Hugh, what on earth are you doing? Attacking Prince was to save us. But what about attacking Roger? Hugh calmly responded as always. Leave one as a backup. That way, everyone will have enough time to escape. Dennis looked at Hugh with admiration. Sure enough, Hugh had rigorous logic. At this moment, everyone was talking. They all felt that Hugh's actions were too harsh. It was simply shocking. Hugh just pointed to the corridor on the right and said, The right side is a dead end. If you want to escape, go to the left. At this point, everyone no longer trusted him. Then why don't you go to the left yourself? Hugh said faintly. I'm waiting to touch the thigh. Everyone looked bewildered. Touch the thigh? How could there be a thigh to touch at a life and death moment? Only Dennis walked over excitedly. Hugh, touch the thigh and take me along. I love touching thighs the most. Just at this moment, the female ghost doctor chased after them. Everyone was terrified and turned around to run, fearing being caught by the female ghost. But they were also worried that Hugh might be deceiving them. They just ran into the left corridor and hid. Meanwhile, Hugh was not far from Prince, waiting for the female ghost doctor to come over. He planned to touch the female ghost's thigh at the first opportunity. At this moment, Prince was still pleading. You save me! But he suddenly felt that his crotch was wet. He raised his hand and saw it was all blood. It turned out that his testicles had already been crushed into pieces. Blood flowed continuously as if he were having a period. At this moment, Prince angrily lunged at Hugh. If I can't escape, neither can you, he said. Having lost his vital essence, Prince moved slowly. Hugh lifted a foot and stepped on his hand. He leaned down and said to Prince, Don't worry. I won't leave. I want to see you die right in front of me. Immediately, the female ghost doctor twisted the prince's neck. Fresh blood spurted out. Hugh was splattered all over his face. He licked the blood off his face. So that's how it is. This is the taste of revenge. It feels pretty good. Hugh was extremely excited. His body trembled uncontrollably. His heart started pounding violently. He started laughing like a madman. He never imagined his heart could beat so fast. At this moment, Hugh thought of his beautiful wife at home. Wife, wait for me. I will definitely escape from here and return to your side. The man has a voluptuous and graceful wife. He could only sneakily touch the nurse's black stockings outside. Because only by having physical contact with the ghost can you absorb the ghost's power from it to light up spirituality, thereby becoming the legendary spirit master, thus having a chance to escape the mysterious realm. At this moment, Hugh is holding the female ghost's thigh, hugging from both sides. The colleagues nearby were stunned by this scene. They never expected that when Hugh said he was going to touch a thigh, he meant touching the female ghost's thigh. Hugh turned his head to look at his good buddy Dennis. Dennis, do you want to join in and touch it too? Dennis looked at Hugh, who had a face covered in blood. He stammered for a long time without being able to say a word. The colleague behind him was so scared that they quickly ran away. Hugh was taken aback. It was only then that he realized what was happening. What he was accustomed to, death, was only a source of fear in the eyes of others. But after he had died 21 times, his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge and madness. His human nature was gradually fading away. But Dennis was different. He was just an ordinary worker. If he was afraid of the female ghost and didn't want to touch it, Hugh wouldn't force him either. But Dennis spoke up and said, "My family background is ordinary. I've been single for 2.5 years and haven't had a girlfriend. Now it's rare to have the opportunity to touch a thigh. I'm willing to touch thighs with you." Hugh is very pleased. Perhaps Dennis can really escape with him. Dennis slowly walked over. Unexpectedly, he accidentally kicked Prince's head. Dennis quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Prince, I accidentally kicked you." Then he lifted his leg and stepped over Prince's head. Dennis shyly reached out his hand and touched it, even kneading and rubbing the female ghost's thigh. The more he touched, the more excited he became. Hugh was speechless. Can't he just touch the thigh properly? At that moment, Hugh felt a rush of cool air wash over him. He hurriedly asked Dennis if he felt a chill. "No, Hugh, I didn't feel anything at all." Hugh felt a sudden stirring. He carefully sensed the feeling in his hand. That wasn't an illusion. There was indeed a flow of cool air. From the female ghost doctor's thigh, it transmitted into the palm. Then it surged through the entire body via the palm. Could this be the infiltration of a strange power? Cool air enters the body. Could this be a sign of awakening spirituality? Watch Hugh seriously experiencing the feeling of touching his thigh. Dennis believes the time is ripe to become a spirit master. He immediately roams up and down the female ghost's thigh looking for a feeling. No matter how he touched, no cool air entered his body. Dennis asked in confusion, "Hugh, what does it feel like to light up spirituality? Why can't I feel it?" Although you have been in contact with ghosts for a long time, you have not experienced the real shock of life and death. Your mindset has not been stimulated, so you cannot feel it. Dennis wanted to say something but stopped. Hugh has clearly been with me all along. When did he experience life and death? At this moment, Hugh said, "We'll keep searching for another 2.5 minutes. Leave enough time for an escape." He then closed his eyes, carefully sensing the eerie power. More and more cool air flowed into his arms. But once inside his body, the cool air disappeared, as if it had sunk into the sea. Hugh couldn't help but wonder where the eerie aura had gone. He then focused his mind and immersed his consciousness. Did it flow into his mind? Or into his heart? At that moment, Hugh sensed a grayish heart pounding vigorously. All the cool air converged here, like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea. Hugh clearly felt a strange force. It was about to burst forth. That gray exterior would also break apart. The next second, all the ghostly aura crazily converged towards spirituality. And as more and more ghostly aura flowed in, deep within the spirituality, a bead as crimson as blood condensed. At this very moment, Hugh felt a radical transformation occur within himself. In an instant, it was as if his whole being was washed by black light. His senses became exceptionally acute. Olfactory senses. Taste also became much more sensitive. Even his brain's thinking and neural responses were enhanced. Hugh opened his eyes. The whole person suddenly felt enlightened. It was as if a gray, hazy veil had been lifted. Every subtle change was clearly visible. Although his physical condition did not change, his control over his body greatly improved. However, Hugh's spirituality is only about 1% activated. As long as there is enough bizarre power fusion, a stronger spirituality power can be unleashed. The abilities of a spirit master are a manifestation of spirituality power. Every spirit master will possess different abilities. It mainly relates to their inner self. Whatever you desire the most will be manifested. Hugh couldn't help but wonder, what will my ability be? Or rather, what is it that I truly desire in my heart? Hugh's heart tightened with pain. A feeling of unbearable pain instantly swept over his entire body. Hugh suddenly realized, my ability is. So my heart is full of pain? I can make the person being attacked feel pain. Not just physical pain, but also spiritual pain. Inflict all the pain I've experienced onto my enemies. Thinking of this, Hugh couldn't help but sneer. Then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. This ability is truly wonderful. Let the ghost experience my pain firsthand. Is there anything in this world more satisfying than this? This is exactly what my heart desires the most. Isn't that right, my dearest wife? You must wait at home for me to repay you. The man is an infinitely reincarnating prophet. At this moment, he is being chased by a female ghost, simply because he can foresee the correct escape route. But in the mysterious realm, he can't outrun the female ghost at all. To escape, one must become the legendary spirit master. At this moment, Hugh is holding the ghost woman's thighs, embracing her from both sides. As long as he keeps absorbing ghostly aura from the ghost, he can illuminate his spirituality. He will be able to step into the realm of a spirit master. And the special ability of Hugh becoming a spirit master is actually his attack. It can make the attack feel pain. To others, this is a trash ability. But for Hugh, it is like a divine skill. This way, he can make all the ghosts in the world feel his pain. He fantasized that after escaping, he could seek revenge on his wife. A long-lost smile appeared on his lips. Just as Hugh was immersed in his joy, his good brother Dennis suddenly interrupted him. Hugh, there's only 2.5 minutes left. Let's run quickly. Hugh suppressed his inner ecstasy and regained his composure. Turning to Dennis, he said, "You step back a bit. I'll test how powerful spirituality is." Dennis was overjoyed. He gave a thumbs up and quickly stepped back. "So, Hugh, you really became a spirit master. That's fantastic." Hugh came to the female ghost's side. He concentrated all the spiritual energy in his hand. He watched the female ghost doctor who was eating. "Let you be the first ghost to feel my pain." This punch contains the pain I endured from dying 21 times. Who else can withstand this level? Moreover, as the number of deaths increases in the future, all the pain will accumulate. This means that it is an ability that can be infinitely enhanced. Hugh hit the female ghost doctor. The female ghost who was eating had no reaction. Took a solid punch from Hugh. The female ghost doctor immediately fell to the ground. Holding her head with both hands, she let out a painful wail. The scalpel also slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. He originally thought he could kill the female ghost with one punch. However, Hugh found that the punch did not have the effect he expected. The female ghost was in pain, but it was far less than his own pain. Moreover, when he just hit the female ghost, the spiritual energy suddenly dissipated, making it impossible to cause any damage to its head. He couldn't break the female ghost's defense, which caused the conduction of spirituality ability to be obstructed. The female ghost doctor, still in the process of recovery, continued to eat intently. After Hugh threw this punch, he clearly felt that his spirituality was already exhausted. Illuminating only 1% of the spirituality ability was completely insufficient. If you want to get rid of the female ghost, relying solely on the power of your fists is ultimately limited. It seems that you must resort to weapons. But can ordinary weapons conduct spirituality? At this moment, Dennis interrupted Hugh's thoughts. "Let me touch your thigh a little longer when you're done. I haven't lit up spirituality yet." Hugh did not pay attention to him. Speaking of weapons that can break through defenses, he suddenly recalled the scalpel dropped on the ground by the female ghost doctor just now. Hugh picked it up without hesitation. The touch was very cold, like a piece of polar black iron ice, filled with violent negative emotions. Hugh was secretly delighted. This scalpel is perfect for me. It's as if it was custom made for me. This is a psychiatric hospital that turns humans into ghosts. All the patients inside have been transformed into various ghostly creatures. And the mastermind behind all this is the gentle and beautiful female doctor. But during the years of transformation experiments, she was also infected by the evil power and became a ghost, thus losing her humanity and turning into a killing monster. At this moment, the female doctor is consuming a human. Hugh, who has become the spirit master, suddenly charges towards her. He, however, is unable to cause any harm to her. Hugh looks at the scalpel dropped by the female doctor. Just now, she used this knife to slice through people as easily as cutting tofu. It can surely break through her defenses as well. Hugh picked up the scalpel. At the moment of touching the knife, a surge of volatile negative energy swept over. It contained countless acts of killing, hatred, resentment, and other negative emotions, continually surging into Hugh's spirituality, as if to infect him and turn him into a monster. But Hugh's spirituality, after experiencing dozens of deaths, was already filled with endless pain and darkness. Therefore, this negative energy did not overwhelm him. Instead, it gave him a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, countless fragmented memories flooded Hugh's mind. One humanoid grotesque monster was tied to the operating table. A wildly savage scalpel continuously cut into them. At that moment, Hugh understood. The female ghost doctor relied on this scalpel to transform normal humans into ghosts. In other words, the real ghost is actually the scalpel. But the female ghost doctor was only turned into a ghost under the influence of the scalpel. Hugh was secretly pleased. With this scalpel, he could truly kill the female doctor. He immediately swung the scalpel harshly towards the female doctor's neck. A flash of silver light passed. A crisp metallic collision sound was heard. The female doctor's neck was like steel, completely unscathed. Hugh looked stunned. The scalpel could clearly cut through countless ghosts. Yet it couldn't break through the female ghost doctor's defense to cause harm. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Hugh's mind. Could it be because of spirituality? The scalpel needs to be driven by spirituality. And now my spirituality is exhausted, which is why it cannot exert its true power. Hugh was helpless. It was impossible to kill the ghost in a short time. He could only leave for now. He pulled up his good brother Dennis and turned around to run. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape. 2.5 minutes later, after finishing eating, Roger's female doctor looked flustered, murmuring continuously, "Where is my knife?" And Hugh and his group arrived at a deserted hall. Activating spirituality made his vision exceptionally keen, even granting him the ability to see through objects. At this moment, he noticed a colleague hiding behind the stone pillar. Although they had fled early, they did not know the way forward. They could only stay in place and wait for Hugh. Seeing that Hugh had caught up, they went forward to seek refuge. They hoped Hugh could lead them out. It turned out that there were 4 doors around the hall. They all looked very eerie and mysterious. Hugh's approach was simple and crude. Try each door one by one. He would eventually find a way out. Dennis and the others were momentarily stunned in this race against time within the mysterious realm. But Hugh paid no attention and walked straight towards the door on the west side. Dennis took Hugh as his backbone. Without any hesitation, he followed. The remaining 2 had no choice. Not knowing the way to safety, they could only helplessly follow Hugh. At that moment, a strange sound echoed behind them. Something seemed to be scurrying across the ceiling. It was the female ghost doctor who swiftly caught up. The crowd was instantly terrified. Prince and Roger's stamina should be able to last another 2.5 minutes. How did she catch up so quickly? However, Hugh keenly discovered that it was highly likely because they had stolen the female ghost doctor's scalpel, disrupting her feeding speed and killing pattern. He quickly arrived at the western gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the gate open. Every second counted now. It was a race against time. He had to speed up and escape. Inside the gate was a staircase leading to the upper floors. Everyone was frantically running upwards, but Hugh was the fastest. Having activated spirituality, his nerve reactions were sharp. His control over his body greatly increased. He burst out with astonishing power and sprinted forward. At that moment, the female doctor burst through the door and rushed in. Its speed far surpasses that of humans, easily catching up with the group. Its jagged mouth roars hoarsely, "Return my knife! Return it to me!" At this moment, it is hanging upside down from the ceiling, not directly preying on the person running at the back, but rather observing the surroundings as if searching for prey. Then the female doctor swiftly leaps forward, completely ignoring the people running behind and rushing directly toward Hugh. The group immediately halts their escape upwards, paralyzed by the fearsome presence of the female doctor. Only his good brother Dennis shouted at Hugh, "The female ghost is coming up! Run quickly!" But Hugh's speed was no match for the female doctor. In an instant, he was caught up by her. The female ghost twisted her body and quickly rushed forward. The unresponsive Hugh was directly tackled to the ground. "It's over. There's no escape." The female doctor opened her serrated bloody mouth wide and suddenly bit down on Hugh's neck. She even gave him a warm hug. Hugh died. Sheeman failed to escape. In the next second, Hugh was reborn and went through the previous experience again. After becoming a spirit master, he gained the ability to make his enemies feel pain. Additionally, he had a knife that could cut through countless eerie things. The two were simply a perfect match. The scalpel could break defenses, and then the pain ability could be used to kill. It was too perfect. This way he could kill all the ghosts in the future. Then he can go home to find his wife and take revenge. "Wife, you must wait for me to come back and repay you properly." The man was secretly touching the nurse's black stockings just a second ago. In the next second, the nurse had him pinned against the wall. "You've been touching for so long. It must be very comfortable. You have to take responsibility for me." Just because the man was caught secretly touching a thigh and refused to admit it. He even turned around and beat up the female nurse. Being heartless, he turned around and ran away. It turns out that the nurse was a ghost in the mental hospital. Hugh relied on touching thighs to finally light up spirituality and awaken as a spirit master, but ran into a dead end while trying to escape. In the end, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the female ghost nurse. After being reborn, he headed for the door to the north this time. Behind the door was an elevator. Fortunately, it still worked. However, the elevator's startup speed was too slow. Seeing that the female ghost nurse was about to catch up, Hugh frantically pressed the close button, hoping the elevator would close faster. But just as the elevator was about to close, a large white hand reached out from outside and blocked the elevator door. Immediately, Hugh was enveloped by the large hand. This time, he didn't escape again. It seems the northern door is also a dead end. In the next second, Hugh died. The third time, it was the southern door. Inside was a chaotic operating room. Various medical supplies were scattered everywhere. Not only was there no other escape route, but he was also chased by the female ghost doctor. Hugh was cornered against the wall by her, not daring to move. The female doctor stared at Hugh with a look that said, "I've got you." The next second, Hugh died again. Reincarnating once more, only the door to the east remained. If there's no way out behind this door this time, I will have to give up the scalpel. Fortunately, the east path was indeed the way out. Hugh was thinking of a strategy. Although the female doctor's speed far surpasses mine, I can use Death Rewind to predict her attack trajectory. In a sense, if used properly, Death Rewind is equivalent to foreseeing the future after being reborn. Hugh quickly walked through the corridor looking for the exit. He still had an impression of this place. When he previously wandered around the psychiatric hospital, he remembered that there was a security passage to the left ahead. But in the next second, a tuft of black hair attacked Hugh from behind, encircling his head completely. Hugh died again. After experiencing death 23 times, Hugh was infinitely close to the safe passage. Next time he would certainly make it. Reborn once more, coming into the hall, Hugh held nothing back. He directly led everyone to the door to the east. They also followed Hugh as their backbone. Not long after everyone entered the east door, they heard the screams of the female doctor behind them. The ceiling was also shaking violently. Amid their terrified screams, the female doctor appeared on the ceiling. Everyone frantically pushed and ran, fearing they would be the last. However, the female doctor directly ignored them. It went straight towards Hugh, who was holding the scalpel. At this moment, Hugh was running frantically without looking back. He was already well aware of the female doctor's attack. His good brother Dennis was instantly shocked. However, he hadn't finished speaking. The scene before him left him stunned. He saw that it was as if Hugh had eyes on his back. He just slightly turned his head and precisely dodged the attack from the female physician's hand, as if he had foreseen it in advance. The female physician looked shocked. How did he know the direction of my attack from behind? Hugh looked at the female physician and sneered. How could your attacks escape the prophecy of someone like me? The man is an immortal prophet who can infinitely reincarnate. At this moment, he is being hunted by a female ghost physician because he can foresee the correct escape routes and even accurately predict the attack trajectories of the female physician. He only needs to tilt his head slightly to easily avoid a fatal blow. The female ghost doctor suddenly froze. How is this possible? Even if it were a spirit master, it would be impossible to evade my attack so easily. Dennis, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Hugh is really incredible, being able to evade an attack from behind so precisely. Hugh let out a cold laugh. He ignored them and continued running deeper into the corridor. Every second was a matter of life and death now. He had to seize the time to escape. The female doctor, regaining her senses, immediately launched herself forward. Endless hatred surged like a ferocious evil ghost, but Hugh crouched down again to dodge. These attacks were all within his expectations. Then came the third strike. The fourth strike. The female ghost doctor's large hand transformed into afterimages, striking continuously. But Hugh was always able to make the most precise response at the most critical moment. During this time, he experienced several death resets. With his reaction speed enhanced after unlocking spirituality, he confidently dodged each attack, narrowly but successfully avoiding danger. This scene made his good friend Dennis admire him immensely and cheer wildly for Hugh. Go Hugh, keep going, keep going! Hugh's repeated dodging made the female doctor extremely angry. She felt as if she was being played with. Its eyes immediately began to glow red. It pounced directly from the ceiling. The entire ground started to shake. The female doctor resembled a huge humanoid female spider. It opened its bloody maw and lunged towards Hugh. Just as it was about to catch up, Hugh suddenly stumbled. It was as if he had tripped over something. His body lost balance and lurched forward. Hugh fell without any chance to avoid it. Earlier, he had anticipated and dodged all attacks. But what to do about this attack? The female ghost doctor in front of him was about to rush forward. But Hugh did not stop running. He turned and rolled towards the hallway on the left. He was about to reach the safety passage. He needed to try a few more times. The female ghost doctor suddenly punched a big hole. If Hugh hadn't dodged in time, he would have turned into a puddle of mud. The female doctor who missed again felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. She stared at Hugh with increasing ferocity. The three bystanders watching the drama were all dumbfounded, feeling a sense of dizziness. Hugh easily dodged the female ghost's attack. Dennis was envious. Is this what a spirit master is? It's simply amazing. I also want to be like Hugh. However, what they did not know is that Hugh managed to achieve these incredible skills only after dying a total of 23 times. The female ghost doctor turned around and continued to chase Hugh. Hugh finally saw the sign emitting a green glow. This was his first time reaching this place. He knew he would have to die a few more times to figure out how to evade. Although he didn't know if it was safe behind the emergency exit, it was currently the only way out. But at that moment, Hugh noticed something was wrong. After entering the green channel, the female ghost suddenly stopped. Even though Hugh was right in front of her, she didn't dare to take another step forward. The whole ghost was trembling. It was unwilling to stop there, yet it didn't dare to move forward. It was both angry and scared. 2.5 seconds later, the terrified female doctor kept retreating. She let out a piercing scream and turned to run. Hugh was completely bewildered. What is she afraid of? Is she afraid of me? Or is she afraid of what might be behind the door? The man was heartlessly ruthless, yet he was pinned against the wall by the female nurse. It was just because he was caught stealthily touching her thigh. Not wanting to take responsibility, he turned tail and ran, explaining as he went. Touching the thigh is just to ignite spirituality and become a spirit master. However, the female doctor didn't listen to his excuses at all. Holding a scalpel, she chased after him. Thus began an endless pursuit and escape between the two. But Hugh repeatedly avoided capture through death respawns. The female doctor pursued relentlessly, but couldn't capture Hugh. She knelt humbly in front of Hugh. "Please don't leave. Will you stay with me?" Hugh was indifferent to this, because all he could think about was his wife alone at home. The heartbroken female ghost doctor turned and ran away. She ran headlong into Dennis, who was watching the scene. A ball of flesh hit his face directly, distorting his features. The female doctor bypassed the three and fled directly. Despite her hatred, she did not attack anyone. At this moment, Dennis was dumbfounded. He complained to Hugh. "Hugh, someone just body-checked me. I want to report her." The two spectators were still in a daze. Just moments ago, they were fleeing for their lives. They didn't expect to suddenly become safe, and couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. "Good buddy," Dennis asked with concern. "Are you all right? How did that ghost suddenly run away?" Hugh shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He then began to analyze seriously, according to the normal plot inference. After exiting through the emergency exit, there is a way to survive. However, Dennis was puzzled. "But what?" "Hugh, there's no ghost chasing us right now." Hugh pointed to the main door's emergency exit sign and said seriously. The female doctor saw the sign and fled, indicating that this might not be a real emergency exit. Moreover, it is highly likely that behind the door lurks a ghost that even she fears. The area behind the door is engulfed in darkness, exuding an eerie aura, like a giant abyssal mouth ready to devour humans. While Hugh was pondering, the two spectators ran over and saw the emergency exit. "Hugh, why aren't you leaving? Is there something wrong with this exit?" Seeing that Hugh did not move, although they wanted to escape quickly, they were not foolish enough to go ahead and scout the way. "Let's take a break before moving on," said Hugh, and then he pulled Dennis to sit down. He closed his eyes to rest. The most important thing right now is to recover spirituality. Even the female doctor was scared away. So, it is necessary to stay in the best condition before exploring the path again. Everyone had no choice but to rest on the spot. From the moment the ghost appeared until now, they had been running away. Their physical strength had long been severely exhausted. They indeed needed to regain their strength. 2.5 minutes later, Hugh suddenly opened his eyes. He sprang up from the ground in an instant. As a spirit master, his recovery speed was more than 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. The sudden movement startled the three of them. "We had just sat down not long ago. Hugh, have you already recovered?" Hugh simply said, "Let's go!" Then he walked towards the emergency exit. Out. Hugh finally escaped from the Erie Psychiatric Hospital. Just now, after resting for 2.5 hours, Hugh finally recovered his spirituality. He led Dennis and others towards the dark passage. He walked very slowly, constantly paying attention to the surroundings. What exactly is behind this emergency exit? It actually made the terrifying female ghost doctor flee in panic. Hugh reached towards the walls on both sides to guard against any hidden danger that might suddenly arise. As everyone continued to go deeper, it became so quiet that only the sound of footsteps remained. Behind them, Dennis and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. There was an unshakable fear in their eyes, and they didn't even dare to take a deep breath. But so far, nothing has happened. The more this continued, the more uneasy Hugh felt. The female doctor couldn't have let us go for no reason. There must be some danger hidden here. Could the real danger be behind the door? Finally, they arrived in front of the door. Looking from the outside, it was pitch black behind the door, and nothing could be seen. Hugh frantically shifted his perception. However, as soon as his perception penetrated to the other side of the door, it disappeared as if sinking into the sea. Hugh's hand, poised to open the door, stopped midair. At this moment, he hesitated. The world behind the door was incredibly bizarre. He had no idea what dangers might be waiting. But he still decided to open the door. Rather than staying here and being killed by the female doctor, it was better to explore the world beyond the door. He pushed open the door. It was empty inside. A pitch-black silence pervaded. Even the light was devoured. Dennis peeked in.
Hugh, is there really a way out in here? There won't be any danger, right?
Hugh responded calmly.
Even if there's danger, we must proceed.
He hesitated not at all and directly stepped through the door. Inside, it was like the giant maw of an abyss, slowly swallowing his silhouette. Darkness. Pitch-black darkness. Here, one couldn't see anything at all. Dennis and the others around me also disappeared. I don't know if they followed. Even more eerie is that the previously clear footsteps can no longer be heard. It is a dead silence. Hugh tried to call out to Dennis and the others. He clearly felt his vocal cords vibrating. But he couldn't hear any sound. He turned to look back. The door behind him had also disappeared. Hugh could only feel that he was still alive. He had no sensation from any of his five senses. It was as if his entire being had been swallowed by darkness. In the endless darkness, Hugh could only keep moving forward. At this moment, he didn't even know which direction was forward. But he could only keep walking. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. The sense of time was gradually swallowed by the darkness. But ahead remained a deathly silence. It was as if this road had no end. This endless loneliness and darkness would have already driven an ordinary person to collapse in madness. But it didn't affect Hugh at all, because his heart was even darker than this road. Just when Hugh thought he would be trapped in the darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. A layer of blurred shadow came into view. Then the light gradually expanded. The darkness seemed to recede like a tide. Familiar scenes around him continued to appear. Hugh was stunned. Because he made it out. Yes, Hugh had escaped from the mental hospital. At this moment, he found himself standing in the middle of the road. On both sides, there were various beautifully landscaped green belts. It was the tree-lined avenue leading to White Willow Academy. My wife kills me 1,000 times. I treat my wife like a first love. The first thing Hugh wanted to do after escaping the mysterious realm was to return to his wife. Just now, after walking in the endless darkness for 2.5 hours, Hugh finally escaped from the eerie psychiatric hospital. Looking back, Dennis and the other two who had just vanished also emerged from the mysterious realm. At this moment, they were all panting heavily. Good brother Dennis was overjoyed.
Great, Hugh, we finally escaped the mysterious realm.
The other two people were filled with disbelief and ecstatic joy at having survived.
Did we really just escape like this?
Quickly, without any hesitation, the two of them ran towards a crowded place. Dennis suggested,
Hugh, let's leave quickly too. What if the female doctor comes running out from inside?
Hugh frowned. He felt that something was off. He carefully examined his surroundings. Where exactly was this place? At that moment, he was shocked to discover that there were no eerie traces around him. The mysterious psychiatric hospital had vanished. When he arrived here in the morning, he could clearly see the psychiatric hospital and the sales office overlapping each other. Now, only White Willow Academy remained. The most eerie thing is, why did the departure go so smoothly? No danger occurred. Even the female ghost doctor was scared away from the safe passage. They couldn't believe that they actually made it through safely. Could it be that the female ghost doctor is restricted by some reason and cannot leave the mental hospital? So, when she saw the safe passage, she was scared away. Dennis came over and interrupted Hugh's thoughts.
Hugh, let's go back quickly. Today's events have really exhausted me.
We have to go to work tomorrow. How about taking a day off and resting tomorrow? Hugh looked at Dennis in shock, who had just experienced a life-and-death escape. This guy is still thinking about work. At that moment, Hugh discovered something extremely terrifying. They were gone. All the ghosts were gone. At this moment, Hugh was completely panicked. He quickly looked around. What on earth was happening? There used to be countless ferocious and terrifying ghosts spreading all over the streets. But now the streets were actually empty. Not a single one could be seen. All the ghosts had disappeared. Hugh ran out anxiously. Dennis was completely puzzled.
Hugh, what's wrong with you?
Hugh did not respond. He was frantically running around and muttering to himself.
No, you can't disappear.
He seemed utterly mad. I can accept escaping safely. I can accept the mysterious disappearance of the mental hospital. But the only thing I cannot accept is that all the ghosts have disappeared. If they have all disappeared, how can I seek revenge? Especially my dearest wife, you absolutely cannot disappear. Hugh rushed into the street to stop a car with his body. Dennis urgently shouted,
Hugh, what are you doing? Get back quickly. It's dangerous there.
However, Hugh was minding his own business, trying to hail a cab in the heavy traffic. He was eager to get home to see if his wife was still there. The whole world can disappear, but not you. You can only die in my hands. How can I live without you? You must wait for me at home. This is a sinister and bizarre world, and humans are the outliers. Hugh, who just escaped from the deathly silent mysterious realm. He discovered that the ghosts all over the streets had actually disappeared. He anxiously searched everywhere, but found nothing. He then went to the street and hailed a taxi. After Hugh got into the car, he hurriedly urged the driver to go straight to the rental house. After getting in the car, he looked panicked. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. He kept muttering,
You can't leave.
Facing the ghost Hugh, he could remain calm. Even the ferocious and terrifying evil ghost never made him afraid. But at this moment, he showed a look of terror. He was afraid his wife would suddenly disappear. 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the community where Hugh lived. Seeing that he was about to reach home, Hugh didn't hesitate for a moment. He burst out of the car and ran towards his rental unit. The driver shouted,
You haven't paid yet.
But the driver didn't pursue the matter. Seeing Hugh, the driver guessed that his wife had probably run off with someone else.
He's a pitiable man indeed.
The driver sighed and then drove away. Hugh ran all the way. The neighborhood is just like the outside world. He couldn't see any ghosts. At this moment, his mental state became increasingly abnormal. The terror inside him kept intensifying. He ran upstairs like a madman. Deep within his spirituality, he kept roaring. The whole world can disappear, except for you. Hugh pushed the door open and dashed into the house. Inside, it was empty with no trace of his wife. Hugh shouted in a state of collapse.
Wife, where are you? Come out quickly. I can see you.
He searched frantically. The living room was empty. Hugh's mental state was completely breaking down. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He collapsed to the ground in despair. You killed me 18 times. Without you, how will I live for the rest of my life? Who will make me breakfast? Without you, the whole world is gray. 2.5 hours later, Hugh's eyes were lifeless. He seemed like a walking corpse. He had died dozens of times. He had been driven mad by his wife as well. He had broken down. But in the end, he always survived. Madness and hatred pulled his sanity back from the edge of hell. The obsession with killing his wife sustained him. He wanted to take revenge on all the ghosts in the world, making them feel his pain. That was the meaning of Hugh's existence. Now the ghosts suddenly disappeared. What will he do with all his hatred? What is the meaning of living now? Hugh lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling for the entire night. He seemed to have lost his soul, listless and with a vacant stare. The next morning, his good brother Dennis called. On the other end of the line, the tone was anxious.
Hugh, quickly check the news. Reports say White Willow Academy is on fire.
Hearing about what happened yesterday, Hugh regained his composure. He suddenly sat up in bed and picked up his phone to search for news information. The news content directly stunned him. White Willow Academy. The list of deaths is as follows: Prince, Roger, Hugh, Dennis. He discovered that he was shockingly on the death list. Hugh returned to his former state. He couldn't help but start trembling. Suddenly burst into a fit of mad laughter. I, who possessed the ability to respawn from death, actually died. How interesting. In other words, the ghosts have not disappeared. They are just hiding and playing hide-and-seek with me. Even this world without ghosts is itself an illusion created by the ghosts. Suddenly Hugh's gaze became gentle. I knew you hadn't disappeared. My dearest wife, how could I bear to let you leave?
The man has a wife as gentle as water.
She wants to kill him 18 times a day. Just on this day, he discovered his wife had suddenly disappeared. Without the nurturing of his wife, Hugh lost the meaning of life. He lived as if he were a walking corpse. The next day, a colleague sent a message. He discovered that he, who had the ability to rewind death, actually appeared on the death list. Hugh, who lost his wife, found new hope in life. It turned out that the ghost had not disappeared. They were just playing hide and seek with themselves. Just at that moment, a message popped up in the work group chat.
Manager Roger at Hugh, why haven't you come to work yet?
Immediately following, a barrage of messages ensued, urging Hugh to hurry up and come to work. Looking at this scene on the phone, Hugh couldn't help but laugh out loud. It felt so amusing. He saw with his own eyes that Roger was killed by the female ghost doctor. Clearly, even after dying, he still urges people to go to work. It seems that Roger has become a capitalist ghost after his death. Hugh is eager to go to the company for the first time. Let's see what interesting things the other party can bring. At this moment, red liquid appeared on the phone. As Roger kept urging, a row of bloody words actually appeared on the screen. Do you think that by staying silent, I won't know where you are? Immediately, the blood letters started to gather together, forming a pool of blood. It slowly began to boil and bubble out like boiling water. The next second, the blood gushed out from the phone, coagulating into a gigantic eyeball. It resembled a fierce eyeball, ghost, with bloodshot veins staring directly at Hugh. Roger's eerie voice actually came from the eyeball.
Get over here to work immediately.
Hugh grabbed the eyeball.
I can go to work. But don't take up my phone's memory.
With that, Hugh pulled it off the phone. The eyeballs dissolved into the air like foam. Is this all an illusion? Then go to the company and see what interesting things might happen. Immediately, Hugh set off again on his bicycle. Arriving at White Willow Academy, Hugh was surprised to find the entire sales office had been burned black by a fire. But Hugh didn't care. He directly crossed the police line and went inside. Inside, it was also severely burned. The smell of burning could still be smelled. All the deceased colleagues had started working. At that moment, Faye discovered Hugh. She went up to greet him.
You came quite early today.
Hugh took the opportunity to walk up. He reached out to test Faye's large ball.
Is this real?
The feeling upon touching it was warm, full, and elastic. Her proud parts were caressed. Faye blushed shyly. Hugh sneered. Then he pushed her away. As expected, it was an illusion. Because he vividly remembered Faye being so full. It was all because of 2 pieces of silicone. He was killed once because of it. Hugh walked straight to the 2nd floor. He saw his good brother Dennis rushing out.
Hugh, were you also dragged here to work? No, I came to the company because I like working. Where is Roger?
Dennis was taken aback, then immediately reacted. He pointed inside and said,
He is in the office.
Hugh looked around, his expression gradually becoming serious. Unexpectedly, the colleagues he remembered as dead were still working. Capital Ghost even exploits the labor of the dead. This is a world where capital ghosts run rampant. Everyone's labor is exploited by capital. In life, you are a worker. In death, you are a working ghost. You can't escape a lifetime of being a worker. Every day, they will urge you to hurry up and come to work. Otherwise, they will threaten you by turning into a ghost. You arrived at the company after the fire. At this time, all the deceased colleagues were working at their posts, exactly as they were when alive. Just as Hugh was about to look for Roger. In the manager's office, before seeing him, his voice was heard.
"Why are you just coming to work now?"
Immediately, he appeared out of nowhere and pointed at Hugh's nose, cursing him.
"Why didn't you reply when I mentioned you in the group? Do you know the consequences are very serious?"
Hugh calmly said.
"When will my commission be paid?"
Roger, furious, slammed the table. "With you slacking off at work like this, you still have the nerve to talk to me about commissions? It's already good that I haven't fired you." Hugh continued to look at him indifferently. "Even in death, you are still so repugnant." As soon as the words were spoken, Roger became furious. Pointing at Hugh, he started to curse again. "Who are you cursing? Who's dead, you say? Can you even speak properly? I'm alive and well. It's you who's dead." His mouth was like a fountain, spewing out curses that resounded throughout the entire office. It drew colleagues away from their work to watch the commotion. In the next second, Hugh suddenly rushed forward. A flash of silver light streaked by. The entire world suddenly fell silent. Hugh held a silver scalpel. It was directly stabbed into Roger's fat neck. Roger looked terrified, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't make any sound. A sharp scalpel made a swift cut, and blood gushed from Roger's neck like a fountain. Roger's fat body fell down accordingly, unable to move any more. Hugh's indifferent eyes stared straight at Roger. Then he gave an evil smile.
"Isn't this just death?"
Just at that moment, a strange feeling came over. The colleagues in the office suddenly froze, as if controlled by something. They stood stiffly upright. Even my good buddy Dennis was the same. His face was as pale and indifferent as a ghost. Hugh tried to wake Dennis up.
"Dennis, wake up!"
In the next second, Dennis's entire face started to twist bizarrely. His eyeballs bulged out suddenly. Everyone's bodies also underwent horrific mutations. They kept swelling and growing larger, transforming from human shapes into various terrifying and grotesque monsters. Watching the scene in front of him, Hugh thought to himself, could this be a transformation? Without hesitation, he pulled out a scalpel to gather strength. He certainly wouldn't foolishly wait for the ghost to complete its transformation. He needed to interrupt the spellcasting on the other side ahead of time. With that, he charged forward. Being a spirit master, his explosive power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Hugh went all out. Under the influence of spirituality, he unleashed astonishing speed and attack power, continually flickering among the crowd. The ghost that was still transforming had its neck slit. Its heart was hollowed out. In an instant, Hugh moved around the entire office area. All of his colleagues were killed by him. Hugh gazed at everything indifferently. Have you had enough fun? If you've had enough, come out. The corpses of the people suddenly began to melt. As if sinking into water, they disappeared. Even the company's sales office gradually shattered like glass. Behind the fragments was the security corridor of the psychiatric hospital. Dennis and the other two could be seen lying in the corridor, their bodies slumped. Their faces were twisted with fear. They continuously let out cries of pain from their mouths. Sure enough, everything before was an illusion. Hugh and the others had not yet escaped from the mental hospital. These are 2 ordinary lumps of silicone. However, they saved the man's life. Because Hugh had just touched his colleague's private parts. It felt soft, smooth, warm, and full to the touch. At this moment, Hugh realized something was wrong. Faye's chest was clearly silicone. It couldn't possibly be this soft. It seems that everything in front of him was an illusion. Immediately afterward, Hugh killed all his colleagues with a single knife. The sales office also shattered and collapsed as a result. The next second, Hugh found Dennis and the other two lying on the ground in a disordered manner. It turned out he was still in the safe passage of the psychiatric hospital. Hugh slowly turned to look deep into the passage. A strange and cold aura continuously seeped out from within, as if a fierce evil ghost was about to emerge. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hugh calmly said,
"A dream? It seems this is your ability."
Suddenly, a few eyeball ghosts emerged from inside. The next second, a gigantic ghost eye suddenly appeared from the darkness, its entire body wrapped in scarlet smoke, constantly churning. Below it were countless eerie heads. They were extremely ferocious and evil. Ghost Eye stared intently at Hugh and emitted a deep, hoarse, eerie voice.
"Human, how did you see through my dream?"
Hugh sneered.
"You know humans well. The dream was also very realistic."
"Unfortunately, you don't understand silicone. The texture is too soft when squeezed." Ghost Eye was confused and didn't understand. What silicone? What texture? Why don't you feel fear in your dreams? Hugh gave a slight,
"Huh? It seems you rely on fear to kill. The more fear, the faster one dies."
No wonder I appear on the death list. Working even after death is indeed very frightening. But the worst thing you did was create a world without ghosts. All the ghosts disappeared. You made me lose my wife. Is this something a ghost like you should be doing? But thanks to you deliberately creating eerie events, it rekindled my hope and helped me see through the illusion." Ghost Eye did not speak. He stared intently at the human before him, as if trying to deeply remember his appearance. A human without fear. I will remember you. Subsequently, the Ghost Eye gradually faded away. Slowly, it disappeared. Hugh also lowered his guard. The eeriness finally dissipated. It is this dream-controlling ghost that scared away the female ghost doctor. If I'm not mistaken, it's the female doctor who got infected by the scalpel. Probably the weakest ghost in this mental hospital. There is a qualitative difference between being infected and being transformed. Hugh came to his good friend Dennis's side. At this moment, Dennis was choking his own neck tightly. The veins bulged, making him look very ferocious. Hugh reached out to check for breathing and confirmed that Dennis had already stopped breathing. He remembered the previous times when Dennis had sincerely treated him. Every time there was a difficulty, he would lend a helping hand. Hugh decided to die and use a death rollback to save Dennis's life. Immediately, he took out a scalpel and slashed it across his own neck. The next second, everyone returned to the front of the emergency exit. Surprisingly, Ghost's ability is to control dreams. So the best solution is to stay awake. Afterward, they still arrived at the tree-lined avenue. They were in a dream again. Hugh made a throat-slashing gesture once again. It seems inevitable to enter the ghost's dream. To pass the test, Dennis will have to overcome his fears by himself. He then introduced to everyone that there is a ghost in the safe passage. It will create various bizarre events, but everything is fake. Hugh patted Dennis on the shoulder and said,
"Dennis, you must remember. As long as you overcome fear, you can survive.
If you encounter Faye in the illusion, you can take the opportunity to pinch her impressive parts. Faye is made of silicone. The feel of the real and the fake is different. That is the key to breaking the illusion." Dennis was momentarily stunned and said shyly,
But I've never touched the real one."
"It's all thanks to these two ordinary pieces of silicone." Hugh broke the fear illusion created by the ghost eye. But looking at his good brother Dennis strangling him in front of him, Hugh decided to revert to an earlier save point to rescue him. He even reminded Dennis that the ghosts inside were all illusions. As long as he overcame his fear, he could safely get out. Hugh tried several times. Although he could quickly get rid of the eerie dream, no matter how many times he reminded Dennis and the others, they were ultimately unable to overcome the fear in their dreams and ended up strangling themselves to death. After multiple deaths and resets, Hugh keenly realized that the dream was completely fabricated out of thin air by the ghost. Moreover, each person's dream is different. In other words, they can only rely on themselves to decipher their dreams. At this moment, Dennis tightly strangled his own neck. His face was filled with terror. He even began to twitch continuously. He was on the verge of suffocating. Hugh quickly pried open his hands, allowing him to breathe freely. Hugh pushed Dennis.
Wake up!
Dennis's face was still ashen, continually letting out painful groans, showing no signs of waking up. Hugh directly slapped Dennis, causing his head to hit the floor. Immediately, dozens of slaps followed. But no matter how much they hit Dennis, he didn't wake up. Hugh used his trump card. He kicked Dennis in the vital area. Dennis clutched his groin in pain. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. His face was full of pain, but he still didn't wake up. Hugh scratched his head.
Can't wake him up even like this? Looks like I'll have to use that trick.
Immediately, Hugh pulled out his scalpel. It glinted coldly as he walked towards Dennis. He raised his hand and swung the knife toward Dennis's leg. He directly stabbed it into his thigh, even resorting to using Hugh's pain ability, trying to overcome fear with the power of pain. Dennis's expression became more pained, continuously wailing internally, "Hugh, please spare me." But he just couldn't wake up. 2.5 seconds later, Dennis's head tilted to one side, completely losing all signs of life. This scene shocked Hugh. Even the power of agony was of no use. He desperately wanted to revive Dennis. "Dennis, what exactly can be done to save you?" Hugh decided to try one last method. If he still couldn't wake him, he would have to give up. He then slashed his own neck, causing rebirth once more. Hugh continuously pondered ways to save Dennis. "Hugh, last night I dreamed of a ghost pressing on me. And it was a beautiful woman in a white dress. The ghost pressing on me felt soft and incredibly comfortable. However, just when I was about to kiss her, the dream suddenly ended. When I get out, I must find a woman to thoroughly enjoy myself." Hugh was speechless. Even near death, still thinking about women. At that moment, Hugh suddenly thought of a good idea. Although Dennis was introverted and timid, his most distinctive feature was his extraordinary lewdness. Facing the female ghost doctor, he fearlessly touched her. Unable to escape the fear of the illusion, then use another, stronger instinctive emotion to overcome it. Immediately, Hugh told Dennis to turn on his phone and set the volume to maximum. Dennis was stunned for a moment.
"Hugh, what do you want to do? Play that movie of yours, Teacher's Private Lessons After School.
Dennis was instantly startled and embarrassed.
Aw? Isn't this inappropriate?"
A teacher appeared in his mind, standing in the classroom. A voluptuous, juicy teacher was wearing a tight uniform. Her proud twin peaks were revealed in front, tightly wrapped by a black bra.
"Dennis, you made a mistake on this question. Stay behind, and the teacher will slowly tutor you.
When you find yourself in an illusion, you might as well take out the short video on your phone and turn the volume to the maximum. You will be able to break the illusion and escape." In order for his good brother to escape, Hugh thought of a special method in the mysterious realm. Dennis blushed with embarrassment and nervousness. He stuttered,
"Hugh, are you joking?"
"If you want to watch, you have to wait until we escape. Playing it out loud in public is no different from defecating on the street," Hugh said seriously.
"I'm not joking. This is to save your life. Release it immediately."
Dennis, seeing Hugh's serious expression, had no other choice but to take out his cherished movie collection from many years. When the BGM started playing, the eerie atmosphere dissipated quite a bit. Everyone couldn't help but feel curious to see what was inside. They saw a female teacher holding a ruler.
"Quick, lie down. You made a mistake on the problem. You're going to get a spanking,"
Hugh said carefully.
"Dennis, you have to watch intently. Immerse yourself fully in the character from the movie. Get excited about it.
When you enter the illusion later, no matter what happens, don't pay attention to it. Just close your eyes and fantasize about the upcoming plot. Dennis was overjoyed.
Don't worry, Hugh. When it comes to fantasizing about plots, I'm a pro.
Hugh said to the other two.
You both should also use what interests you the most to divert your attention and overcome fear.
But they don't have such obvious characteristics like Dennis. They also don't know what to do. They can only watch action movies with Dennis. From this, it can be seen that everyone might like different things. However, nobody has any objections to short films. As the plot of the short film continues to develop, the corridor fills with an ambiguous atmosphere. The sound of the beauty's heavy breathing and the slapping sound reach their ears. Everyone's heartbeat accelerates. Dennis gets more and more engrossed with the continuous visual and auditory stimulation. The fire of desire rages directly. The whole person is immersed in the roles of the short clips. I don't know how to do this problem. I still want you to teach me again. Let's change our position. 2.5 minutes later. Seeing Dennis was burning with desire, Hugh felt the time was right. It's about time. Dennis, let's go. Please remember, after entering, no matter what bizarre events you encounter, constantly remind yourself that they are all fake. Even if the dream feels extremely real, as long as you find a flaw and don't fear, you won't die. Seeing that the preparations are almost done, whether it succeeds or not is up to them. Subsequently, Hugh once again led everyone towards the depths of the passage. Entering the passage, Hugh quickly deciphered the dream and came out. He looked at the others. The other two colleagues, just like before, seemed to have encountered something terrifying in the dream. They died with expressions of fear on their faces. Hugh looked solemn. He hoped Dennis could make it through this time. To save him, Hugh had died and restarted over 10 times. He tried every possible way. All that could be done were these. The rest depends entirely on Dennis. Dennis appeared terrified, but there was also a lewd expression on his face. A firm, erect tent formed beneath him. He continuously tore his shirt to shreds. He even extended his lewd tongue, maniacally licking something. As expected of Dennis, even if it's a female ghost, he dares to go directly for it. At this moment, Hugh noticed a slight anomaly. He sensed it through spirituality. Unexpectedly, there were spirituality fluctuations in Dennis's body, who was crazily thrusting. Hugh was horrified. Could it be that Dennis was about to ignite spirituality? And it was happening while he was screwing a ghost. This is a captivating and action-packed film. Men can rely on her to break through the eerie illusions. Even during the process of thrusting, he breaks through to become a spirit master. Immersed in the dream, Dennis thoroughly enjoyed it. He had a lecherous and satisfied expression on his face. After being single for 20 years, he finally had a pleasurable experience in his dream. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. His waist suddenly exerted force, and he sprang up from the ground. He shouted,
"Don't run! I'll let you enjoy it one more time."
He immediately realized something was wrong. The classroom had just disappeared. They had also turned into Hugh Dennis. Turning to Hugh, he asked,
"Hugh, is this the emergency exit? Did I successfully escape?"
But Hugh did not respond to him. He was truly speechless about Dennis's escape journey. He then turned and walked towards the passage exit. Since Dennis had already escaped the dream, it was time to leave. Seeing that Hugh did not respond to him, Dennis suddenly assumed a defensive posture.
"Are you Hugh? Come here and let me pinch you."
Hugh raised his hand to push Dennis away.
"You've finally grown some brains, Dennis. Although not much."
To prove it wasn't an illusion, Hugh revealed some of Dennis's little secrets.
The allure of the white tiger. Business trip with the minister. The boss who got drunk. Avatar.
Dennis hurriedly rushed to stop Hugh.
"Hugh, stop talking. You actually peeked at my phone."
Hugh sidestepped to avoid him. Dennis stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked up. He saw both of his colleagues bleeding from their 7 orifices, as if they had experienced something extremely horrifying. Dennis was so frightened that he quickly retreated and collapsed to the ground.
Did Hugh and the others die in the dream?
Hugh responded calmly.
Yes.
Subsequently, they arrived at the exit door.
Dennis, let's go,
Hugh said as he slowly pushed open the door. The eerie asylum was finally coming to an end. The light from outside shone through, warmly illuminating both of them. As the light continued to dispel, the darkness receded like a tide, gradually revealing the scene of the real world. Hugh and the others appeared on the tree-lined avenue next to the company. Escaping from the mysterious realm, Dennis was filled with excitement after surviving the ordeal.
Great, Hugh, we finally made it out. Yeah, we really made it out.
Hugh looked up at the sky. He was quite certain they had escaped from the mysterious realm mental hospital, because he saw the streets filled with hideous and terrifying ghosts. Then he asked Dennis,
Did you activate the spirituality?
Dennis was stunned.
Spirituality?
Indeed, there was a strange feeling just now in the illusion. I seemed to have turned into Superman. Not only did my senses become sharper, but my strength also increased. Hugh wasn't surprised. After all, we touched thighs together before. It's easy to awaken spirituality. He even felt happy for Dennis. What ability did you awaken? Dennis perceived for a long time without any discovery. I can't perceive anything. Could it be that I have no abilities? Hugh was silent, because he himself didn't understand spirit masters either. Hugh, what is your ability? My ability is to foresee the future. I have a clear understanding of what will happen in the future. Dennis was stunned. What? Foresee the future? No wonder you knew which path was the safest in the mysterious realm. Hugh nodded. He wanted to obtain cultivation resources through the Spirit Master organization. Because his desire to become stronger was very intense, he had to raise his own value to obtain resources and quickly become powerful. Then seek revenge against the ghosts. Eliminate all the ghosts, especially my dearest wife. I will certainly repay you well. This is a voluptuous and charming female teacher. Although she doesn't know how to teach, she understands how to nurture people. Dennis finally escaped the illusion through the teacher. Immediately, he followed Hugh out of the psychiatric hospital. Looking at the sky full of ghosts, Hugh was sure that this time they had really escaped. He even claimed to have awakened the ability of foresight.
I have already seen the future.
Because Hugh wanted to gain the resources of the Spirit Master organization. Only by demonstrating the value of one's abilities can one obtain more resources. Hugh looked at the White Willow Academy in front of him. Clearly, he could sense a mental hospital embedded within the sales office, but he couldn't see a trace of it. Could it be because the mental hospital has merged into the real world, hence being obscured by the real scenery? Fortunately, this time it was just a ghost that created illusions and didn't have any offensive capabilities. If it were other ghosts guarding the door. Even though Hugh has the ability to rewind death, he would probably be trapped to death in the mental hospital. In the face of the absolutely powerful ghost, even being reborn 1,000 or 10,000 times would be futile. Hugh looked at Dennis, who had lit up spirituality and become a spirit master. He was completely unresponsive to the sky full of ghosts. Dennis, can you see the ghosts in the sky? Dennis was stunned. What ghosts? There is only a big moon in the sky. Hugh, did you see it wrong? I probably had an illusion. Mistook the crow for a ghost. Hugh couldn't help but wonder. Could lighting up spirituality still not allow him to see the ghost on the street? Is it because Dennis is too weak as a newly appointed spirit master? Or is it because even a spirit master can't see the ghost? Hugh hopes that there are others who can see the ghost. If there are others like him, he won't feel so lonely. At this moment, Dennis is also pondering his own thoughts. He hasn't awakened any abilities, while Hugh possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. He felt both envious and jealous inwardly. He was afraid his brother would suffer, yet he was also afraid his brother would drive a Land Rover. This sentence perfectly reflects Dennis's psychology. Hugh, let's leave quickly. This place feels quite eerie. Hugh tilted his head and asked,
By the way, Dennis, how did you break the dream?
Dennis was suddenly startled. He stammered and said,
Just follow the method you mentioned, Hugh. Immerse myself completely into the movie.
Then why were you touching and kissing the air? Dennis immediately turned completely red. His face was full of shyness. Did I even make movements? Not only were there movements, but also soft moaning sounds. Dennis quickly interrupted.
Hugh, don't say any more. I beg you, don't say it anymore. This is too embarrassing.
I was just wondering if you haven't awakened your abilities. Was there any mistake in the illusion? So I asked you what you experienced. Then Hugh, you promised not to tell a third person. I can tell you the content of the dream. Immediately, Dennis said with a shy face.
Actually, it's nothing special.
After entering the illusion, I kept my eyes closed. All I could think about was the teacher's lecture. I kept hearing the sound of a girl panting softly near my ear. She kept tempting and provoking me. Later, the teacher suddenly became eerie, emanating a cold aura. Her voice also became terrifying as she continuously murmured,
"Stay with me."
Immediately, her hand reached out to me. It was as cold as that of a female ghost doctor, constantly exploring my body and igniting my desire. The man forcefully pinned the teacher against the wall. Unexpectedly, the ghost flipped him over and pinned him down, as if about to devour him in one bite. The ravenous man could not suppress his inner desire. Even though the other party was a ghost, he still wanted to proceed, to fulfill his 20-year-long wish of ending his singlehood. It turned out that Dennis was in a dream demon's illusion. At this moment, he imagined himself in a school classroom, being hugged by a creepy female teacher. Dennis felt as if his entire body was being touched by countless hands, constantly teasing him. Then I suddenly remembered that Hugh mentioned diverting attention. So I started to do it myself, Dennis said, blushing. But it was only a temporary measure to divert attention. Who knew the ghost's hand would also reach for my second brother? It continuously rubbed back and forth on my second brother's neck. At one point, it was about to spray out. Hugh was speechless. He knew Dennis was very lecherous. He didn't expect the imagery in the dream to be so wild. Then how did you respond? Then I kept fantasizing about the ambiguous atmosphere. The originally eerie vibe also changed. It became gentle and sweet, more capable of arousing desire. Suddenly, a pair of warm, soft hands touched me. It reached out to Dennis's second brother and caressed him. The voice also turned into Faye, Dennis's classmate. Not paying attention in class. You're going to be punished. Dennis was shocked and panicked. He didn't expect the teacher to suddenly turn into Faye. A pair of impressive breasts suddenly appeared before his eyes. The inexperienced Dennis couldn't handle such temptation. His nose bled uncontrollably. As Faye stood up, those enticing large breasts swayed up and down. Dennis's heartbeat accelerated, and his whole body became tense. Faye twisted her curvy hips in a short skirt. In front of Dennis, she painted an alluring and thrilling picture, continuously tempting him. Dennis, overwhelmed with desire, lunged directly at her. What man could withstand such a test? He grabbed Faye with both hands and pinned her against the wall. It was like a scene of a beast about to devour its prey. At this moment, Dennis suddenly remembered. Hugh said he could pinch her breasts to see if they were real. Immediately, he reached out his hand and touched them. He had been single for 20 years, and had never even touched a girl's hand. Unexpectedly, today he was able to touch a girl's chest. Dennis felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He had never experienced something so wonderful. As soon as he touched it, it felt soft and smooth. He felt as if he were in a sea of silky smooth jelly, soft, moist, and elastic. Dennis couldn't help but bring his mouth closer, wanting to kiss it, and see how it felt. Unexpectedly, Faye's teeth suddenly turned serrated. Dennis felt something was off when he kissed her. To Dennis's surprise, Faye suddenly became hideous and terrifying. Her originally small cherry mouth split to both sides, all the way to the roots of her ears. Dennis was so scared that he trembled and quickly retreated. They grabbed Dennis's hands. She turned around and pinned him against the wall. She extended her long tongue and continuously licked Dennis, as if she wanted to devour him. Dennis was already scared stiff. He thought to himself that he was definitely doomed. But on second thought, he realized he had been single for 20 years and had done nothing. If he were to just die like this, wouldn't it be too much of a waste? This is Faye we're talking about. Even if she's a ghost, I would still go for it. I'll fulfill my wish before dying. The ghost transformed. Faye looked at Dennis in horror. Who exactly is the ghost? Let go. Please let go. No. On that dark and windy night, a scene of unresolved human and ghostly emotions played out. Hugh covered his eyes, unable to look directly. No wonder the ghost eye didn't appear this time. It's probably afraid of Dennis, this ghostly genius. Dennis chuckled. Since we're all going to die anyway, why care if it's a person or a ghost? The most important thing in life is to have no regrets. Don't you agree, Hugh? The man was cabinet against the wall by the female ghost. Having been single for 20 years, his mind was already clouded by desire. He turned around and pinned the female ghost against the wall. Frightened, the female ghost burst into tears, begging for mercy.
No, please!
But he didn't care. He pulled off his clothes and started. After hearing about Dennis's escape from the dreamscape, Hugh couldn't bear to look directly. He turned around and walked away.
I'm going home to sleep first. Call me if there's anything.
Dennis was still terrified in the mysterious realm. All his colleagues were dead. He even encountered various ghosts. And you're still thinking about going home to sleep? Hugh looked calm.
What? Do you still want to wait here for the security administrator to come?
Dennis didn't know how to respond for a moment. He awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Matters related to ghosts should be handled by a Taoist priest or a monk. We can't find them. Hugh spread his hands. No need to find anyone. Someone will come automatically. Since this world has ghosts and spirit masters, there must also be organizations specifically dealing with the mysterious realm. Otherwise, the world would have long been overrun by ghosts. Hugh then gave Dennis some instructions, telling him how to handle the situation if anyone came looking for them. The two of them aligned their stories and advanced to avoid any special situations from happening. Afterward, the two of them returned to their respective homes. After arriving home, Hugh saw his voluptuous and graceful wife.
Honey, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to cook some noodles for you?
Seeing his wife as alluring and graceful as usual, Hugh was filled with joy. It felt really good to see his wife. He had already advanced his spirituality to become the legendary spirit master. He also obtained an incredibly sharp scalpel that had hunted countless ghosts. Now he finally had the strength for revenge. He answered with a smile.
Honey, I'm back.
His wife's expression changed instantly. Her eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Her gentle smile turned into a horrific grimace. Her voice also turned hoarse and low.
You can see me,
she said just as she finished speaking. A flash of silver turned into a lingering shadow and viciously slashed across his wife's fair neck. It was precisely the scalpel wielded by Hugh. During the journey home, his spirituality had already been restored. He had long been thinking of quickly taking revenge. Blood gushed from his wife's fragrant neck. His wife looked at Hugh in astonishment. I didn't expect that after being out for half a day, my husband would come back with such abilities. I saw the scalpel continuously stabbing into the wife's neck. At the same time, Hugh turned the pain capacity to the maximum. All his love for his wife turned into the scalpel, stabbing fiercely into her heart. The next second, Hugh lost consciousness. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and stood there in shock. What had just happened? How did I suddenly appear at the door of my house? Could it be that I died again? He, who possesses the ability to reset upon death, actually doesn't even know how his wife took action this time. Is this the true strength of his wife? Didn't expect that after igniting spirituality, the gap feels even larger. It seems there are differences among ghosts as well. Perhaps the gap is even larger than that between people. Hugh turned the lock. It seems revenge cannot be taken in the short term. Upon returning home again, he ignored his wife, who was striking coquettish poses beside him. Like a corporate drone working overtime until late at night, he used fatigue as an excuse to avoid fulfilling his marital duties. Hugh felt relieved that he did not go further into exploring the psychiatric hospital. The female doctor was just the weakest ghost in the mysterious realm, and she couldn't even handle herself. Not to mention there are other terrifying ghosts eyeing them covetously. Hugh had just awakened as a first-tier spirit master, and his strength was still very weak against ghosts. He decided to gather more information before making any plans. At this moment, somewhere in the city. This is a secret department unknown to the public. Global Anomalous Events Joint Investigation Bureau. In the meeting center of the Investigation Bureau, a group of people were sitting around a conference table, discussing something. At this moment, a distinguished middle-aged man was sitting at the head of the table. The director of the Investigation Bureau, Jose, was introducing a bizarre incident. I assume everyone has heard the news. Just 5 hours ago, a local real estate company, White Willow Academy, encountered a mysterious realm. The area of the mysterious realm is currently confined to the sales office. There are no signs of it spreading at the moment. These two people are the survivors who managed to escape. The man pinned the female ghost against the wall. Even though the other party's face was ferocious, he didn't let go. He used all his strength to release his desire. Because doing so can not only break the illusion, but also awaken the ability that men dream of. The escape of Hugh and another person from the mysterious realm attracted the attention of the Investigation Bureau. At this moment, Director Jose is presiding over a discussion meeting. He sent Sarah to investigate Hugh and his group. Confirm whether the two have advanced to Spirit Master and the level of spirituality contamination. Check if they can be recruited into the Investigation Bureau. Also, assess the danger level of the mysterious realm at White Willow Academy. The next morning, Hugh was awakened by a call from Dennis. At this moment, his wife was lying on top of him. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hugh, I know what my ability is now.
Hugh calmly asked.
What ability did you awaken? It'll give you a scare when I tell you. The reason you couldn't sense it yesterday is because it can only be activated after 11 o'clock. Moreover, it can last until 1 in the morning.
Hugh put on his clothes and asked back.
So what exactly is the ability?
Hugh, don't be jealous when I tell you. My ability is the dream of all men in the world. You have no idea. I experimented for half the night last night. It was simply... Hugh impatiently hung up the phone. He didn't want to listen to Dennis ramble on for a long time without mentioning any capabilities. Immediately, the phone rang again. It was Dennis calling.
If you keep talking so much nonsense, I'll block you,
Dennis said indignantly. My ability is that after 11 o'clock, I become more handsome. My physical fitness improves significantly, and I am covered in muscles. Hugh responded calmly.
Is that all? Then I'll block you,
Dennis hurriedly shouted.
No. I haven't finished yet. The best part is still to come.
Improvement in physical fitness is just an incidental appearance. What he truly enhances is the sexual ability that all men desire. You have no idea how strong it is. Yesterday's test was absolutely astounding. It could hold a 200-pound weight. Hugh decisively hung up the phone. What kind of ability is this? Isn't he just an action movie actor? Actually, I should have thought of it earlier. Spirit Master's ability is an expression of spirituality. A person who relies on manipulating ghosts to ignite spirituality. What kind of legitimate ability could they awaken? As for why they can only use their ability at 11 o'clock. It's probably also because Dennis practices late every night. At the same time, a supercar sped into Hugh's neighborhood. A pair of jade-like feet in red stockings stepped out of the car. It was the Sarah duo from the Investigation Bureau. Did you hear their conversation? Assistant Brian nodded. From their conversation, he learned, they were all ordinary people before. At White Willow Academy, they ignited their spirituality and broke through to become spirit masters. Sarah pushed open the community gate. What about their abilities? They didn't mention Hugh's abilities. However, from what Dennis implied, they shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully, they will be strong enough. The Investigation Bureau is currently in urgent need of personnel. If Hugh's abilities are not too bad, and he can pass the spirituality test, he could be considered for joining the Investigation Bureau. What about Dennis? Speaking of Dennis, Brian stammered, not knowing where to begin. It is said that he becomes handsome at 11 o'clock in the evening. His physical fitness improves. Most importantly, his sexual ability is enhanced. Sarah looked disgusted. His abilities are quite suited for being a kept man. Trash with such filthy abilities must be strictly regulated to prevent him from using his abilities to do dirty deeds. Then the two arrived at Hugh's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Hugh got up and walked to the door. In his perception, there were two people standing outside. He carefully looked through the people. He saw the hot-bodied Sarah standing at the door. Hugh opened the door without any hesitation. Just as Brian was taking out his credentials to introduce himself, Hugh snatched them away. You are even slower than I imagined. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Sarah and the other person were startled. What do you mean? You knew we were coming? The man clearly only asked one question. Can you see my wife behind me? As a top-tier spirit master, Sarah was frightened and stunned in place. Because, in her eyes, there was nothing behind the man. Just as she was cursing where a single loser would get a wife from. The next second, a terrifying pressure swept over. Suddenly, time and space twisted. A grotesque monster appeared out of thin air. It turned out that Sarah and the others had just arrived at Hugh's house to investigate the bizarre incident at White Willow Academy. The two seated individuals kept observing Hugh, who seemed unable to see his wife. Hugh couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is he pretending not to see? It seems necessary to gather some information and then look for an opportunity to test it. Brian is making introductions. This is Investigator Sarah. I am her assistant Brian. We are here to inquire about information regarding the mysterious realm of White Willow Academy. At the same time, Sarah was also pondering that Hugh and they have met many people who escaped from the mysterious realm. But they had never seen anyone as calm as Hugh. He wasn't even surprised by their arrival. Sarah asked scrutinizingly,
Did you know about the Investigation Bureau before?
Hugh shook his head.
I don't know. But since ghosts exist in this world without causing disturbances, it's not hard to guess that there is some kind of force maintaining order behind the scenes.
Sarah's gaze turned appreciative.
To be able to survive such eerie events and still think calmly.
Sarah turned into an appreciative gaze. Able to survive in bizarre events. And can also think calmly. You are quite extraordinary. The Investigation Bureau is a special department dedicated to dealing with ghosts. It is the official organization of spirit masters. We have two things to do today. One is to investigate the relevant information of the White Willow Academy mysterious realm. The other is to determine if you are qualified to join the Investigation Bureau. Although there are various types of spirit masters in society, only we have absolute information. We also have the resources needed for spirit master advancement. First, talk about the first thing. All the information you know about the White Willow Academy mysterious realm. Hugh did not answer, but slowly got up. Before answering your questions, I have a few questions that need to be answered by you. Sarah's expression darkened. She exuded a terrifying aura all over her body. She seemed like a wild beast about to burst. Now it is me asking you questions. Please give me an honest answer. Brian hurriedly intervened. Stay calm, stay calm. At this moment, Hugh sensed it. Sarah should be a spirit master, while the assistant is just an ordinary person. It seems like the pairing of a spirit master and an ordinary person. Is this the setup of the Investigation Bureau? Spirit Master spirituality being contaminated by ghosts. Their personalities will become extremely irritable and extreme. Pairing them with a mentally stable person can also play a supervisory and restraining role. Sarah was startled at the words. She seemed to have touched a sore spot. The fire inside her grew stronger. Hush. Are you looking for trouble? Brian quickly held her back. Don't provoke her anymore. Just ask your questions quickly. Hugh calmly stretched out a finger. The first question. What exactly is a ghost? This question is also mostly about what most people want to know from the living. What is a ghost? Where do they come from? What is their purpose? The preliminary definition given by the Investigation Bureau is a distorted entity of spirituality that comes with its own source of contamination. The manifestations of ghosts vary. Some are spiritual entities. Some of them have flesh and blood, while others are merely a conceptual construct. The only thing they have in common is their intense desire for human spirituality. They strengthen themselves by devouring humans. And ghosts appear suddenly without any pattern. Each ghost is like a source of radioactive contamination, constantly radiating ghost energy to the surroundings. Ghost energy will infect spirituality, continuously triggering negative emotions in people, making them irritable and twisted. The power of the Spirit Master is spirituality, a product triggered by the contamination and stimulation from ghosts. Hugh then asked the second question, how are the powers of the Spirit Master divided? At this point, Sarah was already impatient. And Brian was slightly surprised. It seems that Hugh has some knowledge about the Spirit Master. He then took out pen and paper to explain. The power levels of Spirit Masters are divided based on how much of their spirituality they have awakened. My wife saw so many divisions, and couldn't help but lick her lips. We refer to it as First Stage Spirit Master. Their abilities will undergo a qualitative change. 41% to 60% is the third stage, and so on, followed by the fourth stage and the fifth stage. But those materials are all classified. The higher the rank, the harder it is to enlighten spirituality. The number of people is also fewer. Hugh couldn't help but be curious. What will happen after it reaches 100% enlightenment? Brian shook his head. As far as I know, there is no one who has reached 100% enlightenment. Because lighting up more spirituality requires a more powerful ghost. And it requires constantly experiencing breaking through life and death. The Spirit Master and the ghost are in opposition yet complement each other. Only the stronger the ghost can create a stronger Spirit Master. And the current ghost strength is not sufficient to spawn two strong Spirit Masters. Hugh gestured that he was about to ask the third question. And Sarah, who was embarrassed and angry, finally couldn't sit still. I don't have time to listen to your boring questions. Brian, send him the website address of the Global Ghost Forum. Let him look up this basic information himself. Sarah instructed.
This dark web is not regulated by the Investigation Bureau. It is advisable not to trust emails from strangers.
Please tell us all the information about White Willow Academy Mysterious Realm now. You will bear the consequences if you dare to deceive us. I have one last question. Can you see my wife behind me? As soon as these words were spoken, the wife looked at Hugh with love, while Sarah stood stunned in place. She scolded Hugh.
Are you crazy?
Just because in her view, there was nothing behind Hugh. Even the usually polite Brian couldn't help it. What are you talking about? You, a single dog, do you have a wife yourself? At this moment, the wife cheered joyfully. Honey, you can see me, right? Hugh whispered softly. Are you really unable to see, or are you pretending not to see on purpose? At this moment, the two of them only felt that Hugh was very abnormal. Because ordinary people have just broken through to a new Spirit Master level, their state is usually unstable. However, he is unusually calm now. They seriously suspect that Hugh has mental problems. Moreover, it is very serious, with hallucinations appearing. Sarah couldn't hold back and finally exploded. Hugh, are you playing us? Hugh looked at her in enraged expression. He felt she didn't seem to be pretending. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. Immediately, he turned around to look behind him. "Darling, I saw you." Just at that moment, Sarah, who was originally angry, she suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure, only to see the space to the right of Hugh suddenly distorted. The violent energy continues to gather and compress. A pair of jade feet appear out of nowhere in the originally empty space. A beauty in a white silk nightdress suddenly appears. "Honey, can you see me?" Then the wife let out a gnashing laugh. What a delicious spirit master! Sarah and the two of them were shocked and turned pale. They stood up all at once. "Damn, what is this thing?" Only to see his wife's cherry-like mouth split to the roots of her ears. Her teeth turned into a serrated shape. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a ferocious and terrifying figure, emitting a suppressed and manic joy. "I haven't had Spirit Master in a long time. I really miss it." At this point, Brian was already scared out of his wits. Sarah was also filled with fear and anxiety. Only Hugh became excited and manic. "Didn't see that coming, right? My wife is actually a ghost. I didn't think you guys didn't know either." Sarah quickly spread out her palm and conjured a purple exotic flame. Two high-temperature flames distorted the space around them. She headed straight towards Hugh and slammed into the old lady behind him. But the terrifying exotic flame was like hitting an iceberg. It didn't cause any harm to the old lady. Sarah's face was full of disbelief. "What?" It remained unscathed. She realized this was a terrifying presence that she couldn't handle on her own. She pulled Brian and turned to run. But how could the wife resist the delicious food in front of her? She just raised her small hand and gently waved it. The two fleeing individuals felt their necks, as if they had been grazed by something. In an instant, their bodies separated. Their heads fell heavily to the ground. Hugh quickly rushed up upon seeing the situation. He hastily unbuttoned Sarah's top, revealing a pair of proud mountains and valleys. Then he looked into the depths of her thighs. There was a pink little fox. At this time, his wife's voice came from behind. "Husband, what do you want to do? While it's hot?" The man was only focused on the forum. So, the wife immediately turned into his mouse, along with the man's quick clicking and rubbing. The wife suddenly blushed. "Please, be gentler. Be gentler, woo." It turns out that Sarah, who had just become a senior spirit master, was defeated in one move by his wife. Hugh quickly rushed up to carefully observe the depths of her thighs. He pulled open her top and fumbled around. It's not because he wanted to take advantage. It was because he wanted to gather more useful information. At this moment, the wife suddenly had a massive bleeding. Hugh lost consciousness again. After the rebirth, the rollback point did not go back to the mental hospital. Instead, it went back to when he was at home, using a surgical knife to probe his wife. It seems that this is a new node. Hugh was secretly pleased. Now that he knew about the existence of the Investigation Bureau, he must make good use of it. They will come to investigate at your doorstep tomorrow at 8:45 in the morning. It's time for the precognitive ability to appear in front of the world. Hugh, who came home, ignores his wife. He opened the computer and searched for information about ghosts. Enter the Global Forum website address that Brian gave him. Opening the website reveals a terrifying skull. What's even stranger is that the layout is similar to some small websites, with sections for Europe and America, Asia, and Japan and Korea. Hugh became interested immediately. He clicked on the domestic section he liked. There are many more categories below. Ghost Spirit Master Bounty. He quickly clicked to search and browse the information. At that moment, his wife suddenly turned into Hugh's mouse. Let him continue to touch her. Wife seemed to reach some kind of climax. Hugh ignored and continued to browse various posts, although the information may not be complete. But at least this is much faster than exploring randomly on your own. Suddenly, a title originated from a ghost appeared in front of him. He clicked on it immediately. A million payment box popped up. He, who only had a few $100 from head to toe, simply looked down on it. He then looked at other posts. Cheap ones cost 1 or 2,000. Sensitive information easily costs tens of millions. Is this the world of Spirit Master? 2.5 hours later, Hugh finally found the information officially released by the Investigation Bureau. With official verification and valuable content, Hugh was completely immersed in it. He spent the whole night reading the post. Got a preliminary understanding of the basic information about ghosts and spirit masters. The level of ghosts is categorized according to the degree of threat, ranked from highest to lowest as SABCD. Some ghosts may not be individually strong, but they pose a significant threat. For example, there was a ghost overseas codenamed Plague. Its strength is so weak that even a first-stage spirit master can kill it. But it can spread a plague on a large scale, causing millions of deaths. Therefore, it is rated as an A-level ghost. S-level ghosts possess the ability to destroy a country within a short period of time. They belong to the nation-destroying level. The higher the level of danger posed by a ghost, the fewer of them there are. The origin of ghosts is unclear and cannot be verified. Some say they appear out of thin air and follow no pattern. Only Hugh knows. Ghosts have always been around humans. Under normal circumstances, they cannot be seen. Once triggered by a certain condition, they will materialize and enter reality. After reading posts all night, he didn't find anyone mentioning being able to see ghosts everywhere. Free posts don't really have much information. I still need to get stronger to make money. Only then can I obtain more useful information from the forum. His biggest gain is seeing a lot of information about ghost artifacts. The shapes of ghost artifacts vary, but they all carry the power of ghosts. They have various incredible functions. Without a doubt, the surgical knife is indeed a ghost artifact. Having cut through countless ghosts, it has long been contaminated. The forum also explains the method of controlling ghost artifacts. If you want to unleash their full power, then you need to use spirituality to infiltrate the core of the ghost artifact. Establish a connection with it. However, using the ghost artifact also comes with significant risks. Its contaminating nature can directly affect the depths of spirituality. This will greatly exacerbate the risk of losing emotional control. Hugh looked at the time. There were still over 3 hours before the Investigation Bureau's visit. During this time, he needs to tame the scalpel. He then started to drive spirituality, continuously delving deeper into the scalpel. His consciousness seemed to enter into a darkness. Inside, there exists countless raging and howling consciousness, like ferocious beasts, fiercely assaulting Hugh's consciousness. Numerous violent killings and despair, along with negative emotions, surged into his body, trying to distort his spirituality into a monster. However, Hugh's spirituality had long been distorted by the dozens of killings. It had become even darker than the negative emotions of a surgeon's scalpel. Hugh chuckled coldly. Is this level of despair the only thing left? He then drove all his spirituality into the scalpel, breaking through the deep negative energy. He successfully left his own mark inside the scalpel, instantly establishing a connection between the two sides. At the same time, Hugh suddenly discovered that his spirituality had been strengthened. It is already lit up by 2%. The scalpel can not only be used as a weapon to attack, and it has 2 other abilities. One is the basic cutting ability. The more spirituality injected, the stronger the cutting power. The other is to mobilize the contained ghost power to strengthen itself. However, this power is too violent. My current physical condition cannot withstand it. The first priority is to strengthen the body. Later, Hugh came to the kitchen to have breakfast. While he was eating, Dennis called. Hugh said calmly,
I know what my ability is. Don't envy it. It's just the ability to know,
he added. Dennis was stunned.
Ah, how did you know?
Could Hugh predict the future?
I wanted to pretend with you,
he continued. Hugh hung up without explaining, and there was nothing urgent, so he hung up.
I have 2 more guests coming later, he said before hanging up and continuing to have breakfast. At the same time, the headphones of the person listening from a distance suddenly dropped. Brian broke into a cold sweat and couldn't recover for a long time. Sarah immediately frowned. "What are you doing?" Brian said urgently. "I heard about Hugh and Dennis' abilities." Sarah was slightly curious. "What ability made you so agitated? Tell me about it." "Dennis' ability is sexual ability." Her face instantly darkened. "It's quite shocking," Brian said solemnly. "The key is Hugh's ability. He can predict the future." Sarah was surprised. "Predict the future?" Brian continued. "And he just said on the phone that 2 guests will be coming over shortly." Sarah was suddenly shocked. 2 guests? Could it be that he meant us? Is there really an ability to predict the future in this world? Even if there is, it should not appear on a first-stage spirit master. Hugh has a very narrow social circle. Nobody usually visits him. So it's highly likely that when he says, "Yes," he means us. As a newly advanced spirit master, he should only be able to predict events that will happen in the near future. Sarah opened the door and got out of the car. Instead of speculating here, it's better to go and meet her. I want to see for myself whether this ability to foresee the future is true or false. Soon, the 2 arrived at Hugh's doorstep. They saw that his front door was slightly ajar. Sarah went straight up and pushed the door open. The scene before her suddenly surprised her. At this moment, Hugh was calmly making tea, and wisps of white smoke were rising faintly from the teacup. Obviously, the tea had just been brewed. Hugh calmly said, "Please have a seat." Upon hearing this, the look of shock on the 2 people deepened. However, they still walked over slowly. "How did you know we were coming?" Hugh took a sip of tea lightly. "Because my eyes can see the future," the man simply asked. "Can you see my wife behind me?" He was scolded and told, "You don't even have a girlfriend. Do you have any grounds to talk about having a wife?" But in the next moment, his wife instantly transformed into a terrifying and ghastly ghost. She swallowed the man's head in one gulp. After being reborn, Hugh swore to kill all ghosts. He even boasted that his eyes could see the future. After hearing him say that with his own mouth, Sarah was greatly shocked. But she still did not dispel the doubts in her heart. "How do you prove that you can see the future?" Hugh remained calm. "You are all people from the Investigation Bureau. This time coming over, there are 2 purposes. One is to investigate the matter of the White Willow Academy's mysterious realm. Second is to investigate me and Dennis. See if we are eligible to enter the Investigation Bureau." Brian looked serious. "This does not prove that you can predict the future. If you had known about the Investigation Bureau in advance, our purpose for coming would be easy to guess." Hugh sneered. He looked at Brian with ill intentions. "What's wrong, Hugh? My reasoning is reasonable. You have been secretly in love with Sarah all along and have already written a love letter." Brian was surprised to hear this. His face turned red instantly. Sarah was puzzled. "A love letter?" Hugh continued. "The love letter is placed in the left side pocket of your jacket." Brian quickly covered the pocket. He didn't expect the other party to know even this. Sarah looked at Brian. "Is there really a love letter?" Brian looked like a child who had done something wrong. He stammered and unconsciously trembled. "The content of the love letter is, 'When you read this letter, I may have already died.'" Sarah leaned in closer. "Pull it out and take a look." Brian, who was close to the goddess, panicked. "Hugh is talking nonsense. I didn't. Really not." But she took a letter out of his pocket. Sarah examined it carefully. The shock in her heart grew stronger because the content was exactly what Hugh had said. But she didn't pay too much attention to the content of the love letter. Even if you know the love letter, it doesn't mean you can predict the future, because it's not written by the future, but by the past. In the face of questioning, Hugh continued. "Your ability is Purple Exotic Flame with measurements of 85-63-80. Sarah frowned slightly.
My abilities are not a secret. If you guess my measurements correctly, it only shows that you are a pervert. Brian silently recited in his heart. He quickly wrote down this string of numbers. The other party still didn't believe it. Hugh asked,
Do you have a secret that no one knows about? Do you want me to say it out loud?
Brian instantly became interested. His ears perked up. Sarah confidently said,
Go ahead. I have no secrets that I can't share.
You have an extreme pink fetish. Your underwear is all pink with patterns on them. Even a pink little fox tattooed on a certain part of your body. Just as the words fell, there was a sudden roar. Sarah looked at Hugh with jealousy and anger. This is not foresight at all. It's clearly an ability to see through things. You and that Dennis are in cahoots. Both so despicable and shameless. Faced with the anger of the advanced spirit master, Hugh remained calm. Knowing the future does not mean knowing everything about the future at will. I just foresaw last night that you were coming. It only cost spirituality to see the future where Brian was reading a letter late at night, along with the image of you tidying up the closet. Sarah retreated from the flames. There was some shyness hidden in her anger. She felt like Hugh saw more than just that. After all, the little fox is tattooed deep on her thigh. What you said doesn't count as real fortune-telling. What are tonight's lottery numbers? Hugh randomly took the pen and paper. He wrote down a series of numbers. He plans to write down some random numbers first. Then he will return to the saved state after the lottery results are out. In the meantime, he will collect more information. Hugh is so confident. Since you can predict the future, why not buy a lottery ticket and get rich by yourself? Have you heard of the butterfly effect? So don't try to use the power of the investigation bureau to change numbers. You better say what is true. If I find out the lottery didn't win, you know the consequences. Hugh even more confidently said,
If it doesn't win, I can stake my life.
Sarah felt that Hugh was too casual. She felt like she was being played. She immediately got up in anger. Brian quickly tried to calm her down. Let's talk about our experiences at the mysterious realm in White Willow Academy with Hugh. Hugh took a sip of tea and began to recall the matter of the ghost. The mysterious realm appeared suddenly. It was there before we knew it. Everyone is unable to escape from inside the mental hospital. Hugh then briefly described what happened in the mysterious realm. However, he did not reveal too much. After all, the newly promoted first stage spirit master has limited abilities. Of course, he also concealed the matter of the surgical knife to avoid unnecessary trouble. Because spiritual power is limited. So I only used precognitive ability once when I came to a fork in the road. I saw two different scenes. One side showed me and Dennis safely passing through the passage and successfully escaping after encountering the dream-controlling ghost. The other side led to many hospital rooms, with a terrifying aura as if revealing an abyss. Dennis and I would be hunted and dismembered by a female ghost physician. So I speculate that there are dozens of ghosts in the mental hospital. Brian was stunned. Are you sure there are dozens of ghosts? Sarah just smiled. Hugh, do you know what you're talking about? Dozens of ghosts have never appeared globally. In a mysterious realm. Because the mysterious realm is based on the existence of ghosts, there may be phenomena of misplacement or fusion. However, it is difficult for ghosts to coexist peacefully. What you see are just a group of ghost slaves controlled by ghosts. Although their numbers are large, their power is not strong. I see you are scared out of your wits by the mysterious realm. Moreover, you don't really understand what ghosts are. That's why you mistakenly took ghost slaves as ghosts. Hugh does not want to explain to her. It's difficult for you to understand my words at your level. Just report to your leader. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Sarah is furious again. Brian quickly tried to placate her. Thanks to Hugh for being honest. However, the ability to foresee the future is too incredible. So please accompany us back to the investigation bureau. As soon as the words fell, Hugh stood up directly. He went straight to the door. Let's go then. 2.5 hours later. Hugh was taken to a remote and quiet place. Many ghosts were also wandering around the investigation bureau. Hugh was certain that only he could see the ghosts all over the street. The three people arrived at a simple and crude doorway. "Please follow me." He looked towards the passageway leading deeper inside. It exuded endless mystique. Hugh was secretly delighted. Bureau of Investigating Bizarre Events. I hope you won't disappoint me. This is a lie detector worth 250 million. Even a professional fraudster cannot escape its test. Because it is a test that connects to people's spirituality. As long as there is a trace of inconsistency between words and heart, it will be discovered. But it turns the newly promoted Hugh into a righteous person. A person so righteous has never appeared in the history of spirit masters. Hugh from the Investigation Bureau followed the two people down the corridor. I didn't expect that the main body of the Investigation Bureau is underground. And the crude gate is just a camouflage. Hugh was taken to the lounge to wait. Sarah and the other person went to report to the director. After they all left, Hugh releases his spirituality, sensing his surroundings. With the enhancement of the scalpel, his range of perception has also expanded. He is able to clearly perceive the internal situation of the Investigation Bureau. He can even see the movements of Brian and the others in the distance. Unexpectedly, the next second, Sarah suddenly turned back with a serious expression, feeling as if she was being spied on. But she didn't find anything. What's wrong? Sarah let down her guard. It's nothing. Hugh quickly withdrew spirituality. I didn't expect her to be quite sensitive. In the office of the director, Brian and the other person are reporting. The director asked incredulously, "Are you sure his ability is to predict the future?" This ability is of great importance. Whether it's true or not, it is temporarily classified as confidential. No information must be leaked. Brian then passed a note with lottery numbers written on it. Jose said solemnly, "Guessing the numbers is nothing special. Maybe he has already tampered with it in advance. Find two trustworthy people to supervise the entire process of tonight's prize draw. I want to see how capable Hugh is." At this moment, Jose looks at Sarah. "You are also considered a senior spirit master. Do you think he is lying? If what he said is false, then he must be a highly skilled liar with strong psychological qualities. It's too easy to be exposed if he predicts the future. He has no reason to deceive us. But personally, I think he is lying." "Why do you think so?" Jose choked and drank water through his nostrils. "We'll find out whether it's true or false tonight. By the way, he also mentioned that there are dozens of ghosts at the mental hospital." Mentioning this, Sarah couldn't help but raise a mocking smile. "In my opinion, White Willow Academy only has two ghosts. One is the ghost of a female physician. I suggest codenaming it Ghost Physician. The pattern is to kill people nearby and only one person at a time. From the description, the classification is at D level. The other one is a ghost that controls dreams. It is suggested to codename it Dream. The rule is to force people nearby into dreams and trigger various fears leading to murder. Considering its uniqueness, it is suggested to classify it as C level. And White Willow Academy is a fixed mysterious realm with hardly anyone around. In conclusion, its recommended hazard level is C." Jose asked solemnly, "How terrifying is the nightmare's dream?" Sarah continued, "Even someone like Dennis, who is timid and lecherous, can dispel fear with a short film. It proves that dreams are not that intimidating after all. If its ability is prevented in advance, the level of harm is not even as severe as that of Ghost Doctor." Jose nodded. He still believed in Sarah's judgment. "Ask Hugh to come over and have a chat." Sarah was surprised. This doesn't seem right. What if he poses a risk of being out of control? For safety reasons, it's better to let the captain see him. Jose shook his head. Both the captain and the vice captain are not at the bureau. They just went to investigate the whereabouts of the person codenamed Ghost. Sarah was surprised. They actually went on a mission together? Somewhere in LT City at the moment. The two are competing in a chase. It is the captain of the investigation bureau, Joseph, and the vice captain, Bruce, who are competing to see who can solve the ghost first. Joseph just rushed into the car and set off. Bruce immediately jumped onto the car roof handsomely and followed closely. In the lounge, Sarah took out a professional spirituality lie detector. She conducted a spirituality contamination test on Hugh. Different from ordinary lie detectors, this one will detect lies based on the fluctuations of the subject's spirituality. As long as there are inconsistencies between what the person says and what they feel, it will react. So you should answer truthfully. Hugh nodded and placed his hand on the lie detector. Go ahead, ask your question. First question. If a ghost is currently on a killing spree, what would you choose? Option 1 is to fight the ghost. Option 2 is to escape alone. Option 3 is to save as many people as possible and run together. Hugh didn't hesitate at all. I choose to fight the ghost. Sarah looked at the lie detector. There was no lie. She was slightly surprised. She had never imagined that Hugh would be someone who could sacrifice his life for others. But what she didn't know was that Hugh has the ability to rewind death. Even if he can't defeat the ghost, he will keep fighting. By dying multiple times, he can always find its weakness and kill it. The second question. If an intelligent ghost invites you to join, and it promises to give you powerful strength, as well as unimaginable authority and status, would you join? Hugh firmly replied that he would not. Sarah was surprised. Really not? What if your family joined the ghost and invited you to join them? Hugh calmly replied, I have no family. What about friends? From what I know, you have a good relationship with Dennis. He is your only friend. Hugh firmly said, I don't mind not having friends. Sarah then asked a few more questions. But the lie detector remained calm and showed no response. Final question. What is the first thing you want to do after becoming a spirit master? Hugh remains determined. My goal is to kill all ghosts. Sarah was suddenly stunned. Is it a lie? She has tested many newly promoted spirit masters. Because the spirituality of spirit masters has been contaminated by ghosts. The dark side of human nature is amplified infinitely. If you can't beat them, join them. I like ghosts the most. What? Ghosts are on a killing spree. Then I will join in the killing. Let's see who can kill faster and more. Most of them are abnormally selfish and selfish. Except for not like you, in order to kill all ghosts. The team of spirit masters unexpectedly appeared. An angel who empathizes with the suffering of the world. What a remarkable person. Sarah couldn't help but feel ashamed. Compared to her, I feel like a mere ant in the corner. However, Hugh's thoughts are not only to kill all the ghosts, but also to cruelly torture his beloved wife. She must feel 1,000 times more pain than what I've experienced. I cannot let my wife die easily. Then the two of them arrived at the office of the chief. Sarah handed the test report to Jose. He passed the test. Jose introduced himself. I am Jose, the director of LT's City Investigation Bureau. Please have a seat. Hugh had already taken a seat unexpectedly. He nodded. Hello. Jose looked at the report. His eyes widened suddenly. He looked at the test results in disbelief. He quickly took out his reading glasses from his pocket. He looked back and forth repeatedly. This report is too perfect. Even a normal person could not be this perfect. Jose suppressed the shock in his heart. Speaking only of this report, Hugh is really perfect, even without the ability to predict the future. I want to invite you to join the investigation bureau directly. Hugh let go. No rush. Let's talk after the draw. Because what he wants is the value of foresight. Negotiate the appropriate price and resources with the investigation bureau. Does your precognitive ability have any limitations such as the time span or frequency? Hugh pretended to be profound and said, I shuttle between the future and the past, witnessing countless deaths and rebirths. The future for me is just a puppet that can be observed and rewritten at will. The two people were startled. As the two people were chatting casually, the office door suddenly swung open. Jose frowned. I've said it many times. Don't be so impatient. The director is in trouble. The vice captain, he's dead. Jose suddenly stood up. His face was full of shock. Bruce is the strongest combat force in LT City. How could he? He looked at everyone with confusion. It's a pity that the strongest combat force has died. But this could be useful for me. The man is the top spirit master in LT City. He was ambushed by two ghosts while carrying out the mission. In the end, he was killed in an ambush. Upon hearing the news of Bruce's death, Police Chief Jose suddenly stood up, completely losing his composure. Beforehand, both Bruce and Joseph were investigating the whereabouts of the ghost. And the deputy squad leader found the ghost's head in the abandoned building, but did not tell the captain, because he was confident that he could take down the ghost by himself. And indeed, he succeeded. Unexpectedly, there was another ghost hiding there. Bruce was preparing for a fatal blow. He was unexpectedly ambushed by the ghost hiding in the dark. Bruce, severely injured, was no match for the two ghosts. In the end, Here. Jose instantly exploded in anger. What are your intelligence team doing? How can you not even know that there was a ghost hidden there? The staff panicked. They had carefully inspected during the citywide investigation conducted by the intelligence department earlier. It's true that the ghost was not found. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Jose suppressed the anger in his heart. Where is Captain Joseph? The staff member's face turned pale. Joseph is already on his way. Jose frowned. As the director of the investigation bureau, he must not let his anger affect his judgment at this critical moment. Otherwise, the entire LT City will suffer. Then he ordered, You take Hugh to rest first. Sarah will come to the meeting room with me later. Hugh slowly got up. The current investigation bureau can't help themselves either. He couldn't demonstrate the ability to foresee the future. He might as well go out with the staff. Shortly after heading out, Hugh heard the command Jose roared out. Prepare the vehicle quickly. Have all the investigators go out to find me. Notify the Private Spirit Master Organization. Ask them to send people to help. The Investigation Bureau is willing to provide 3,000 spirit coins and 10 spirit incense. Hearing about spirit coins and spirit incense, Hugh's heart moved. He had heard of these two things on the forum, but he had never seen them in person. They were developed by the Investigation Bureau headquarters. Spirit coin is the main currency circulating among spirit masters. However, it can also be used to create weapons and armor. More precisely, spirit coin is a type of spiritual material, especially made spiritual steel. Spirit incense can suppress spiritual pollution, alleviate the loss of control of spirituality in spirit masters. It is a very precious resource for cultivation. In the lounge, the staff is in a state of panic and unease. There are also many staff members outside rushing around busily. Bruce's death has thrown the entire investigation bureau into chaos. While Hugh calmly drinks his tea, he is actually calculating how to use this information to his advantage. Then he went to the glass door and pulled the curtains closed. At this time, Wayne finally reacted.
Hugh, what's wrong with you?
Hugh delivered a fierce chop to his neck. Wayne instantly lost consciousness and fainted. Then Hugh quickly took off his work clothes. After changing into it himself, he left the lounge. He planned to disguise himself as a staff member to gather more useful information. Hugh activated his spirituality to enhance his senses. He listened carefully to the sounds around him. Bruce is so powerful. I didn't expect him to die like this. It's all Joseph's fault for not going together. Otherwise, how could they have been ambushed? I heard that Bruce and Joseph had a conflict. Bruce lost in the captaincy competition and couldn't accept it. But Bruce is known as the unbeatable one in the second stage. But Joseph's lucky ability made Bruce not dare to use his full strength on the day of the competition because he had a stomach ache. In the end, Joseph successfully became the team captain due to his stroke of luck. Hugh heard this and stopped there. It's all gossip with no practical information. Just then, a staff member shouted,
"Quick, go to the meeting room. Joseph is back. Jose is calling for an emergency meeting."
Hugh blended into the crowd and followed everyone into the meeting room. It should be possible to gather a lot of useful information at the emergency meeting. In the meeting room, the long conference table was filled with people on both sides. There were also a dozen staff members standing on the outside. Sitting at the head of the table was the serious and focused Jose. Smoke was swirling around him. Hugh couldn't help but be surprised. He was amazed that someone dared to smoke during such an urgent meeting. Following the smoke, Hugh looked towards the corner behind Jose, where a lonely middle-aged man squatted, smoking feverishly. He kept whispering "Bruce" under his breath. Hugh guessed. Dared to smoke at this occasion. It seems that he is the captain, Joseph. Watching Joseph's melancholic look, their relationship with Bruce isn't as bad as the rumors, right? At this moment, Chief Jose's voice sounded. This ghost has the codename Shadow Ghost. In this battle between Bruce and the Skull Ghost, they did not notice the presence of Shadow Ghost and were ambushed. Even though his speed was fast, he couldn't shake off the shadow chasing closely behind him. He was accidentally attacked by Shadow Ghost, which resulted in serious injuries. He eventually died at the hands of Headless Ghost. Captain Joseph has already taken care of the Headless Ghost. However, after the sudden attack by Shadow Ghost, its whereabouts are unknown. So the top priority is to search intensively for the Shadow Ghost and seek revenge for Bruce. Jose suppresses his inner sadness. However, there is some good news in this bizarre, unfortunate incident. Our Captain Joseph has successfully advanced to the 3rd stage Spirit Master. He has entered the ranks of top Spirit Masters. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar among the people present. There are only a few 3rd stage Spirit Masters in the whole country. At this moment, Joseph in the corner seems as if he hasn't heard anything. He opened the cigarette case and wanted to continue smoking a few more. As a result, he found it empty. He finished a pack of cigarettes in less than 2.5 minutes. He looked at everyone with a lackluster expression and a slightly hoarse voice.
"Do any of you have cigarettes?"
Jose couldn't bear it in his heart, but still rebuked.
"Joseph, you are now a 3rd stage Spirit Master.
You will still be needed to protect LT City in the future. Pull yourself together." Joseph seemed to not have heard the reprimand. He still looked half dead. He turned and walked towards the door. "Then I'll go out and buy a pack myself." Jose gritted his teeth. He didn't want to lose Bruce at the same time, but seeing Joseph giving up on himself made him so angry that he shouted,
"Stop right there! Don't you want to avenge Bruce?"
When Bruce was mentioned, Joseph was momentarily stunned. Revenge? Will revenge bring Bruce back to life? Jose is helpless. He also regrets Bruce's death in battle. But now that things have come to this, he took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and threw it over. "I have cigarettes here." Joseph reached out to catch it. "You have cigarettes. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He immediately squatted down. He didn't forget to comment,
"Wow, Joseph, what kind of family are you from? You smoke such expensive cigarettes every day."
Just then, the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened. After enduring for half a day, Jose suddenly exploded in anger. He yelled towards the doorway.
"How many times have I said it? Pay attention to discipline. Discipline."
Wayne, who was crying bitterly, panicked and said,
"Jose, something terrible happened. The person you just asked me to take to the break room knocked me unconscious and ran away. He even stole my work uniform."
Jose was instantly filled with shock and anger.
"What? You're saying he ran away? Everyone, be on high alert. Find him and bring him to me."
Hugh in the crowd covered his face to avoid being seen. He sighed, realizing that his skills were not professional enough. He had not expected him to wake up so quickly. Just then, a furious female voice sounded.
You're actually here.
Sarah suddenly stood up and glared angrily at Hugh. The staff present immediately reacted, pulling out their guns one after another. At that moment, all eyes were focused on Hugh. It seemed that any movement from him would immediately result in being shot. The man was only wearing work clothes. The next second, he was surrounded by Investigation Bureau personnel with guns. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he walked slowly up to the third stage spirit master. He asked calmly,
"Do you want Bruce to be resurrected?"
Just as the words fell, a terrifying pressure swept through the meeting room. Joseph's face turned dark as he said,
"Kid, no matter who you are, don't make jokes about the deceased lightly. Otherwise, people will die."
The sudden pressure made his body unable to move. Hugh was secretly shocked. Is this the strength of a third-stage spirit master? But he still remained composed. Just answer me whether you want to or not. The staff present were stunned for a moment. Without any orders, they didn't dare to come forward. Only Jose angrily accused Hugh. At one moment, he claimed to predict the future. At another moment, he claimed to resurrect the dead. Quickly, seize him for me. Just as the staff were about to take action, Joseph raised his hand to stop them. He stared wearily at Hugh. Can you really save Bruce? Joseph felt like he was going crazy. The ironclad rule that the dead cannot be brought back to life has remained unchanged throughout history. Not to mention that Bruce's body has been eaten. What possibility of resurrection is there? Hugh continued to ask.
Where were you when Bruce died? Were you far away from him?
Joseph buried his head to hide his grief. At that time, due to incomplete clues, I was in the nearby suburb. If I could have arrived in town earlier, then he wouldn't have died. Hugh continued.
Great. Give me your phone number. And tell me one of your secrets.
Joseph was stunned. Phone number? Aren't we talking about resurrecting Bruce? However, Hugh just said lightly,
I can't bring the dead back to life.
As soon as the words fell, Joseph, feeling toyed with, was about to explode in anger. Unexpectedly, Hugh continued, saying another sentence. But I can go back in time. Reverse the situation of Bruce being killed. Hearing these words, everyone present was shocked. They all questioned what Hugh said. This is more exaggerated than resurrecting the dead. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing. Joseph questioned.
You're not a spirit master at all. You're a god master, right?
At this moment, a storm raged in Sarah's heart. Only she had unwavering faith in Hugh's words. She recalled what Hugh had said in the office before. It turned out he was not showing off. Rather, he was expressing his abilities in a different way, going back to the past to change the future. Hugh explained,
I will go back to before the accident happened and call you to save him. So, I need a secret that will make you believe me.
Joseph looked at him with a skeptical expression. Hugh continued to persuade. Joseph has nothing to lose by giving it a try. Joseph was immediately persuaded. Slowly, he set out his own phone number. As for the secret, it's before the election of the team captain. It's not that Bruce ate something wrong. It's that I secretly gave him a laxative. But my ability is luck. So no one has ever doubted me. The whole venue fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Joseph in disbelief. It's as if they were meeting him for the first time. They never expected Joseph to do such a thing. Only director Jose angrily reprimanded him. I never expected you, kid, to play such dirty tricks. Joseph looked desolate again. Let's forget it. It's useless to speak when people are already dead. Hughes suddenly spoke.
This secret is enough. Just wait for the phone call.
After saying this, Joseph's throat tightened. He believed in Hughes' words wholeheartedly, as if they could revive Bruce at any moment. Then the scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone dared not make a sound. They silently watched Hugh. Time passed by second by second. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. But nothing happened for a long time. Hugh suddenly spoke up.
Why are you all staring at me? Let's continue the meeting.
Joseph couldn't help but ask.
Aren't you supposed to go back to the past? We are waiting for you to act.
Hugh's lips curled up slightly. When did I say I wanted to go back now? Joseph, who felt like he was being played, was about to explode. But he was stopped by Jose nearby.
All right, Joseph, take this crazy babbling lunatic to the confinement room,
Jose commanded. Joseph saw Jose giving him a sign. He immediately understood. He said to Hugh,
Come with me for a while.
Shortly after, the two of them arrived at the confinement room. Joseph explained the reason for coming here. Just now, Jose had some concerns, which is why he asked me to bring you here. Don't think too much. After all, the hope of resurrecting Bruce all rests on him. We can't offend him for the time being, whether it's true or false. Hugh expresses his understanding. Why don't you talk about the ghost of mankind and the shadow ghost, as well as the information about Bruce, the deputy team leader? Joseph lit a cigarette. Then he said slowly, Bruce's ability is speed. He has an unimaginable speed advantage, far exceeding others at the same level. Just this time, he was restricted by intelligence and suffered severe injuries from a surprise attack. Joseph detailed the events of this incident. It took about 2.5 hours. The door of the cell was suddenly pushed open. Sarah, holding a lottery ticket, angrily exclaimed,
Hugh, not a single one of the numbers you wrote down has won.
She then threw the numbers at Hugh.
Check them yourself.
Upon hearing this, Joseph couldn't help but put out his cigarette. He glared angrily at Hugh.
I warned you. Joking about the dead will get you killed.
But Hugh ignored him and carefully noted down the numbers on his hand. Is this tonight's lottery result? Sarah coldly chuckled. Didn't you say earlier that if you guessed wrong, you'd pay with your life? I'd like to see that. However, before she could finish her sentence, Hugh directly pulled out a surgical knife from his pocket. He pointed straight at his own forehead. With a slight smile, he said,
Don't worry. I'll do as I promised.
The next second, the scalpel went straight into his own forehead. Then, let's meet in the morning. Hugh fell down under the shocked gaze of the three of them. A person who is truthful, trustworthy, and decisive. They have never seen anyone like him in their lifetime. The man simply wrote down a few numbers casually. He said that these are the lottery numbers for tonight. He even boasted that he could win 220 million. But by nightfall, Sarah found that she didn't match a single number. To confirm his precognitive abilities, Hugh calmly pulled out a sharp surgical knife. He stabbed himself in the head and killed himself. Then Hugh lost consciousness. After being reborn, he followed Sarah. The two of them arrived at the investigation bureau. This time loop, he completely repeated what he did last time, to avoid causing the butterfly effect. Coming here again, Hugh smiled slightly in his heart. It's time to show true foresight of the future. 3 people entered the main body of the investigation bureau. Hugh stopped in his tracks. He said casually,
There will be a male staff member answering a phone call around the corner ahead.
Just then, a male staff member suddenly appeared ahead, coincidentally with a phone ringing. As the staff member approached, Sarah and the others were very surprised. Someone really answered the phone. Brian didn't react immediately. Subconsciously, he asked,
Did he predict all this just now?
And Hugh seemed to be back home. He came to an office area as if he were on familiar ground. He said lightly,
A man will stretch in a moment. He will bump into a female employee.
The next second, accompanied by a scream, the female employee holding a water cup was knocked down. Brian explained incredulously, He seemed like a deity whose words were followed as law. The arrogant Sarah retorted, saying it was just a reasonable speculation. Hugh glanced at the 2 people standing still in surprise. Let's go. The lounge is this way. While Sarah and Brian were dumbfounded, Hugh took the lead as if he were the host. He accurately took out green tea and coffee from the drawer, which they usually drink. He carefully brewed coffee for Sarah and made tea for Brian. Looking at the coffee in her hand, both of them appeared confused. As if they were the guests instead, Sarah asked.
When did you visit the investigation bureau?
However, Hugh just kindly added some sugar to Sarah's coffee. Brian was even more surprised. You even knew that she wanted to add 5 sugars. Hugh poured himself a glass of plain water and said lightly,
I have mentioned that my eyes can see the future. And you should go report to Jose. He has some free time right now.
The two fell into silence once again. If there were doubts before, most of them have been dispelled by now. They believe that Hugh really has the ability to foresee the future. Meanwhile, a white car sped through the outskirts. This is Joseph, who is on a mission outside to find the ghost's whereabouts. Suddenly, the phone rang. Joseph answered without thinking. After all, very few people had his phone number.
Hello, who is this?
Joseph's carefree voice rang out. It was a stark contrast to his demeanor after Bruce's death. Just then, a calm voice came from the phone. Half an hour later, Bruce will die. Joseph suddenly stepped on the brake. His careless expression immediately turned serious. Who are you? My name is Hugh. I am a person who can predict the future. Currently a guest at the Investigation Bureau. I foresee that Bruce will be killed by a ghost in half an hour. You can still make it to save him now. Joseph replied sternly.
I don't care who you are. Do you know that making jokes recklessly can lead to deaths?
A calm voice was heard on the other end of the phone. The team captain suspected that you had secretly given Bruce a laxative before the competition, causing him to underperform. However, due to your lucky ability, no one doubted you. Joseph was shocked and blurted out in an instant. How did you know? I have never told anyone this secret before. Bruce is chasing after the target ghost in the unfinished building. But there is another shadow ghost lurking there. It will ambush Bruce at a critical moment, causing him serious injury. He is ultimately surrounded and killed by the ghosts. After saying that, Hugh hung up the phone. Joseph couldn't calm down in the car for a long time. His face was dark and uncertain. He carefully pondered the previous conversation. Immediately, he quickly turned the steering wheel and made a U-turn. He stepped on the gas pedal wildly, heading towards the location that Hugh mentioned. Although he did not believe in precognition, he preferred to believe there was rather than not, especially when the other party had revealed the secret of the laxative. Inside the lounge, Hugh hung up the phone. The next step is to rely on Joseph to save Bruce. Just then, Sarah walked in holding the lie detector test for spirituality. She looked at Hugh with ill intentions. In front of the lie detector test. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Hugh picked up the lie detector test on his own. In Sarah's shocked gaze, he skillfully placed his hand on top. Ask away. Sarah was stunned for 2.5 seconds. Then she reacted. The first question. If. Unexpectedly, Hugh interrupted directly. I choose one. He then ignored the stunned Sarah. He answered the questions Sarah prepared one after another, and his answers were all perfect. The lie detector has never gone off. After speaking, Hugh stood up. He calmly said to the petrified Sarah, the test is over. Let's go. We should go see Jose. Sarah unwillingly checked the lie detector. Is it broken? The two of them arrived at the director's office. Jose first scrutinized the young man in front of him. To be honest, Hugh, as a newly promoted spirit master, your abilities far surpass those of others. It's hard for me to believe that you can predict the future. Hugh calmly responded.
Jose, have you ever considered that maybe I am simply on a different level than them?
Upon seeing Hugh acting so pretentiously, Jose restrained himself from the impulse to punch him.
Sarah, he gave me his polluted spirituality test report.
Sarah has not yet recovered from the shock just now. She stammered and said,
I didn't write the report.
Hugh already knew all the questions before they were asked. Moreover, he answered them perfectly. At this moment, Hugh thought he should find a weakness for his ability to foresee the future. Otherwise, it would give the impression that it could be used at will, reducing the bargaining power. He immediately responded,
The cost of foreseeing the future is not high, but it comes with a great price.
that is the risk of losing control easily in spirituality and turning toward evil. In order to prevent this situation from happening, I publicly use my precognitive abilities to attract the attention of the Investigation Bureau and join them in order to stabilize my spirituality with spirit incense. This will enable me to use my precognitive abilities frequently. Upon hearing this, Jose became solemn. This reasonable explanation sheds light on Hugh's actions. It turns out his goal was to obtain spirit incense. If I may ask, what salary range would you expect if Hugh invited you to join the Investigation Bureau? I request to enjoy the salary of a second-stage spirit master. Additionally, an extra piece of spirit incense will be added every month. In addition, an extra fee must be paid if you want to use my abilities. Jose is speechless. If it's confirmed that you can foresee the future, I might agree to your request. But as for the additional fee, I'm afraid not. Hugh interrupted Jose directly. It seems you haven't realized the value of foreseeing the future. But you will soon know. I have prepared a big gift for the Investigation Bureau. Jose frowned. Have a bad premonition. I wonder what the big gift is. Hugh smiled wickedly. Vice Captain Bruce of the Investigation Bureau sighed. The man simply said,
Just a little gift for the Investigation Bureau.
He was then pinned to the ground by a top-level spirit master, unable to move. Just because this sentence is too easy to be misunderstood. Jose slammed his hand down on the table. He glared at Hugh with towering rage. Are you threatening me with Bruce's life? However, Hugh remained unfazed. It's not a threat. It's a gift. If you don't believe me, you can call Bruce. Jose did not rush to make the call. Instead, he gave Sarah a wink. Sarah immediately understood and went to Hugh's side, restraining him. Once she realized that something was wrong with the other party, she could immediately subdue him. Just as Jose was about to make a phone call, the office's door was suddenly opened. The series of sudden events made Jose unable to bear it. How many times do I have to say it? Knock on the door before entering. Knock on the door, do you understand? The person who came is none other than Joseph, the captain of the Investigation Bureau. He asked anxiously. Is there anyone named Hugh in our office? Seeing Joseph Jose made me worry. Why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be chasing after the ghost with Bruce? Joseph is very anxious. Bruce is seriously injured and in the hospital. But that's not important. Where is Hugh? I heard that Bruce was seriously injured. Sarah immediately released 3,000 exotic flames. Hugh, what have you done to Bruce? Hugh looked grave. He unexpectedly suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, his life was spared. He is right here. He just mentioned that he wanted to give a big gift to the Investigation Bureau. You rushed in to report that Bruce was seriously injured. That is indeed a big gift. Joseph's expression changed 180 degrees. He even raised his thumbs up. Ah yes, indeed a big gift. Sarah was momentarily stunned. She looked at Joseph's gift in disbelief. Joseph rushed over.
You're the youngster, Hugh, right?
Thanks to you calling ahead this time, I was able to save Bruce in time, otherwise he would have been in real danger. Everything that happened at the scene was exactly as you described. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jose and the others were dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Hugh smiled faintly. Are you satisfied with the gift I have prepared for you, Jose? And Sarah, accept your exotic flame. I can't handle your enthusiasm. Proud Sarah was so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. Unexpectedly, Hugh saved the situation with just one phone call. The Life and Time City's first spirit master's reputation is indeed formidable. If Bruce's incident was not man-made, then your abilities do possess extremely high strategic value. I can agree to your request. But we'll have to wait until after the draw before deciding. Sarah, you take Hugh back to the resting room to wait. Joseph, you stay. I have something to ask you. Joseph regained a serious expression and nodded in agreement. He then whispered a sentence in Hugh's ear. "I will come find you later." The two people in the lounge were silent. Sarah was very unwilling to be with Hugh, because Hugh not only knows her preferences, even the tattoo in her hidden place has been seen by him. Thinking of this, Sarah blushed. She always felt like a transparent person in front of Hugh. There was no privacy to speak of. And Hugh stared at Sarah without any scruples. He seemed to be plotting something. Her neck turns out to be very white and slender, extremely smooth. There are also two large peaks in front. She's very much like the wife at home. The hand in the pocket couldn't help but fidget. I really want to stab her in the neck with a scalpel. Unfortunately, human blood is warm, unlike my wife. But does my wife bleed too? If her blood splattered on my body, it would be very refreshing and pleasant, right? 2.5 minutes later, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Joseph cleared his throat. "Sarah, can you step out for a moment? I need to talk to Hugh alone." Sarah tugged at her clothes. She had wanted to leave a long time ago. Joseph was curious. A man and a woman alone in a room together. Could it be that they... He quickly sat down in his seat, putting on the appearance of an elder. He asked with a smile,
"Hugh, you didn't tell anyone else about me drugging Bruce, did you?"
Hugh found the captain's focus rather strange. Even when facing Director Jose, who has the ability to foresee the future, they were extremely cautious. I didn't expect this to be Joseph's biggest concern. It turns out to be the incident of drugging Bruce. Hugh thought for a moment and said,
"Currently, no one else besides me knows about it.
But in the future, it's hard to say." Joseph suddenly looked nervous. "What do you mean by that?" "My idea is, a silencing fee is needed." Joseph instantly felt depressed. Then he played the emotional card. "You must be wanting to join the investigation bureau, right? I am your team leader. I can cover for you in the future. And the investigation bureau is very deep. You are also a newcomer." Hugh interrupted him directly. "You don't want the fact that you drug people to be known, right?" Joseph was obviously a little anxious. "You haven't joined the investigation bureau yet. Believe me or not. 200 spirit coins. I only get 10 spirit coins a month. You go ahead. I'd rather be beaten to death by Bruce." Joseph gives. Don't. Just kidding, Hugh. How about 100? Joseph gives. Joseph quickly agreed. All right, 200. I will give you 200. 2.5 hours later. It's almost time for the lottery draw. Everyone was chatting in the director's office. Only Joseph was squatting sadly in the corner. "Sarah, can you lend me some spirit coins?" Sarah angrily replied,
"The captain has 20 spirit coins a month, and I only have 5 spirit coins. Do you want to borrow money from me?"
After hearing their conversation, Hugh felt he was too hasty. He realized he would have to extort Joseph again in the future. Just at that moment, the computer displayed the lottery results. Today's winning lottery numbers are 0, 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. As one number after another is called out, all eyes were fixed on the numbers. All the numbers matched exactly what Hugh had written down. We won! We won! The numbers match exactly. Joseph suddenly hugged Hugh with excitement.
"From today on, you are my real brother. Can you help me predict the numbers for the next draw?"
Jose quickly rebuked.
"Using your predictive abilities too much can deepen your spirituality and lead to losing control. How could you use it for such trivial matters?"
The confirmation of Hugh's ability to predict the future is now established. It must be kept absolutely confidential to the outside. Just refer to it as a sensing ability. I am now inviting you to join the Investigation Bureau. The benefits mentioned before will all be implemented. Hugh nodded in agreement. He is also quite satisfied with this outcome. It wasn't in vain for him to commit suicide once. Joseph suddenly asked,
"Jose, how do you plan to communicate with those above?"
Report to the Investigation Bureau headquarters. Recommend listing it in the Global Spirit Master Talent Archives. Relevant information should be included in the top secret files. Hugh. Rated S. Codename, Prophet. Ability. Precognition of the future. Joseph is astonished. Hugh's ability is of extremely high value. Are you not worried that once reported, people will come after him? And why haven't I been included in the Global Spirit Master Talent Database? How come he can be listed as an S-level personnel? There must be some shady dealings going on. It is precisely because the strategic value of foreseeing the future is extremely high that one should develop on a higher platform. Hugh going to headquarters is definitely better than staying in LT City. That's right, Hugh. The information shows that you and Dennis are best friends who share life and death. He awakened as a spirit master in the mysterious realm just like you. I think he can also join the investigation bureau. This will not only help strengthen Hugh's relationship with the investigation bureau, but also create a connection for him here after he goes to headquarters. It's a perfect decision to assist with LT City's missions. At this time, Sarah countered.
But Jose, his ability is just his performance. Do we still want someone like that?
No problem. With the improvement of spirituality, his abilities will also undergo a qualitative change. Let him join, and do no harm to Bally. Hugh didn't care at all about this. He said lightly,
As you wish.
Hugh's situation has been confirmed. Jose immediately said,
Now Hugh is one of us.
Joseph, can you talk about the situation where the Shadow Ghost ambushed Bruce? Speaking of the Shadow Ghost, Joseph became serious and earnest. Although there is no evidence, I speculate that it is highly likely to be a human act. When dealing with the Shadow Ghost, even though his whole body was surrounded by shadows like the ghost, it made me feel like I was fighting against a human. If I had not been lucky enough to cut off the head of the humanoid ghost first and break through to the third stage on the spot, I'm afraid I would not have been its match at all. And it seems like the opponent has been holding back all along. The moment they saw me break through, they immediately slipped into the shadows and disappeared. Then Joseph took out a playing card from his pocket. And I also discovered this at the scene. Ace of Spades. This is a playing card made by the Steel of Spirituality. Hugh couldn't help but be curious. Do ghosts use things like this as well? Jose said solemnly.
If this was left behind by Shadow Ghost, it indicates that he is very likely a spirit master. And there is also a huge organization behind him.
The matter of Shadow Ghost is not simple. We need to plan for the long term. Sarah, please take Hugh to go through the admission process first. After completing the formalities, he returned home. His wife was always around him. Honey, I miss you so much. But Hugh ignored her. He was looking at the investigator's badge in his hand. He finally succeeded in joining the Investigation Bureau. Now with the resources of the Investigation Bureau, revenge is even closer. Darling, look forward to it. He hired a killer to murder the people at Light Club. The table was now filled with spirit coins delivered by Hugh. The waitress said,
Since you've already placed the order, I'll tell you. Tyler's ability is perception type with low positive combat power. Therefore, the price is not high. Besides, he is also the cousin of the Light Club chief.
Hugh was taken aback at the words and asked,
Cousin again?
The waitress looked unhappy. She thought Hugh wanted to cancel the order. May I ask if you need to cancel the order? The deposit is non-refundable. Hugh, on the other hand, said indifferently,
When will my cousin make a move? What should we do if the operation fails?
At this point, the waitress displayed the specifics of the killing application, but the details of the event are industry secrets and cannot be disclosed. However, we will give you a response within a week. You can also download the killing application to keep track of real-time updates for order tracking. After the assassination is completed, you will have a month to confirm their death and make the final payment. At this moment, Killing received an order notification. The waitress checked the order. Sorry for the interruption. We have a high volume of business. At this time, the waitress stood up. She said, There are two options for the failed assassination for you to choose from. The first is a half refund of the mission fee. The second is to pay more to find a stronger killer. He accepted the order, and then she handed the contract to Hugh. All these after-sales guarantees are written in the contract. You can rest assured. Hugh placed the contract on the table. At this moment, fluctuations in spirituality appeared on the contract. Hugh thought to himself that there is a power of the mystic artifact on this contract. The waitress noticed Hugh's expression and thought to herself that being able to accurately detect the aura of the mystic artifact shows that he also possesses the mystic artifact or has at least come into contact with it personally. The waitress then spoke up, saying,
"You have a keen eye. This is used to ensure the effectiveness of the contract in case the customer fails to pay the final installment on time, making it easier for us to find them."
"So you mean signing a pseudonym won't affect anything?" Hugh only wrote a 6 in the name column. Hugh signed his name. The waitress bid Hugh farewell and welcomed him to come again. Hugh walked out of the Black Rose bar and suddenly stopped. Hugh opened his blood eye and saw that he was not being followed. Safe. Hugh walked and thought,
Poking out one eye of the light club costs 200 spirit coins. It's worth it. If I had the money, I could directly buy Chief's life. Looks like I still need to earn some money first.
The next day, Hugh brought Dennis to the investigation bureau. Dennis asked Hugh directly,
"So you really joined the investigation bureau?"
The scene shifted to the director's office. The director's voice was heard saying,
"Now the bizarreness is invading the whole country. The situation is deteriorating. Headquarters is facing internal and external troubles. The situation is turbulent. Some groups and families are secretly cultivating their own spirit masters, and some even collude with foreign spirit master forces."
"So, Hugh, the meaning of the above is, for now, we will arrange for you to be trained in our bureau." Dennis is very happy to hear that. "Great, Hugh, you don't need to be transferred anymore." Joseph patted Hugh on the shoulder and said,
"From now on, we are comrades. Feel free to make any requests. I will try my best to meet them."
At this time, the director asked Joseph,
"How is the investigation of Ace of Spades going? And how is Bruce's injury?"
"I have only found out so far that behind Ace of Spades, there is a large organization called Playing Cards, which is deeply hidden. It is likely not a local force, and its roots are highly likely to be on the headquarters side. As for Bruce, his mental state is still okay, but he is still not able to move freely." "Okay, you continue to investigate Playing Cards to help Bruce recover with peace of mind. Don't worry about the bureau. Hugh, Dennis, you are still newcomers. Spirit Master should attend training first. After passing, then missions will be assigned." Dennis nodded foolishly in agreement. While Hugh was pondering, he started an organization called Playing Cards. Disguised as the Ace of Spades, he came to know about the interesting King of Spades organization with their mysterious methods. "I wonder who else is out there. I must find a chance to get in touch in the future." The sexy and beautiful lady in front of you is a killer, and she has set her sights on Hugh. Just now, Hugh hired a killer to kill the cousin of the Light Club chief through the Black Rose bar. The next day, Hugh joined the investigation bureau with Dennis. The two who joined the investigation bureau started their training. Only saw the beautiful female teacher on the big screen, talking about 108 ways to deal with bizarreness. However, the two of them did not pay attention. Hugh fell asleep, while Dennis was staring at the beautiful teacher with a silly smile. The teacher's teaching style was quite intriguing. In the practical training class, Dennis had a watermelon on his head. Terrified, he begged for mercy and surrendered. "I surrender, spare Hugh's life, please." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a bullet was fired. The watermelon on Dennis's head instantly exploded. Hugh's marksmanship is extremely accurate. That's how they train for a week. Hugh wants to take on a mission after resting from training for a week. He's getting bored from waiting and the weirdness. It's almost time to hear back from Black Rose, isn't it? Hugh took out his phone to check. Meanwhile, Dennis held a watermelon and muttered to himself,
"This watermelon is not as big as FaZe."
At this moment, Hugh saw a message on the killing application and couldn't help but smile. This is going to be interesting. Only to see the killing application display. Your order has been completed. Please check carefully. The picture now moves to another building. A group of people sits in the meeting room. Everyone looks bad. There is dead silence. At this moment, a man mentioned that Lennox has gone missing. A woman dressed in a ninja outfit mentioned that the mystic artifact bronze candle holder is also missing. Chief raised his glass. Muttering under his breath, he said,
My cousin was also killed.
Then he threw his head back and took a big gulp of the wine. He grew angrier and angrier. He smashed the glass in his hand directly. His face looked very ugly. He said angrily,
Who did this after all? Someone is definitely targeting me. Targeting Light Club.
The members next to him were so scared that they dared not speak. You all go and investigate for me. Investigate thoroughly. At this moment, a charming figure appeared. She directly sat on Chief's lap. The woman has a hot figure. She sat on the man's lap while holding a wine glass and said,
Okay, calm down.
Then the woman handed the wine in her hand to the man. The man drank the wine in his hand without saying a word. Suddenly, the man frowned and stared at the wine in his hand. He asked,
What does this taste?
The woman blushed and made a circular gesture near her mouth, saying,
Yes.
Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned ugly immediately. He directly swung his hand towards the woman.
You, a woman who has used your tongue on others, dared to touch me.
The woman said to the man, with a playful smile on her face,
Don't be so harsh with your words. You scared me. After all, it's just an act for both of us. My feelings for you are genuine.
Then, the woman smiled and said,
Darling, let me take care of this task. I promise to satisfy you within a week.
This is a village of bizarreness called Dark Water Village. Just because there is a river that is black in color, people often die. Hence the name Dark Water. Even if the villager sleeps in their own home, they would wake up and find themselves dragged into the river. Many days have passed. Bruce's injuries have gradually improved a lot. At this point, Bruce reported to the director via video call. The doctor said, I have basically regained my mobility, but I am still unable to engage in combat. Joseph is also watching Bruce's video. The director said,
Bruce, you should continue to rest and recover.
Therefore, we will have to send someone else to the Qinshan Mental Hospital Mysterious Realm. How about sending the Jeremy team? At this point, Joseph heard about the director's arrangement. He said,
Jeremy is also considered a seasoned spirit master. Leading a team to handle a level C mysterious realm should not be a problem.
But what about Hugh? After all, he has been to Qinshan Mental Hospital. Shouldn't he go together? The director explained that Hugh is too important, and he is still a novice spirit master. I will first arrange for him to handle the level D bizarreness incident. After accumulating experience and improving his spirituality, then he will be assigned level C tasks. Joseph looked at the director speechlessly and said,
Is your protection too much? What is the difference between level C and level D?
The director got angry and said,
Damn it! For a third stage spirit master like you, there is naturally no difference between level C and level D.
If it were you or Bruce leading the team, then he could go. Or even to the more dangerous mysterious realm. But for now, you are investigating playing cards and Bruce is still injured. I naturally need to prioritize safety. Do you not understand this logic? At this moment, Bruce said to Joseph,
Your ability is luck. No matter who dies, it won't be you. You wouldn't care, of course.
Upon hearing this, Joseph became displeased. A man should go through trials of blood and fire. Hothouse flowers won't do. That's it. The director's voice cursing Joseph came through the phone. Bruce, helpless, rubbed his forehead in silence. At this time, Hugh arrived at Joseph's office. Jose looked at Hugh with a serious expression. I called you here this time. There is a difficult task I need to assign to you. I decline anything unrelated to bizarreness, Jose said directly. This time, I want to send you to investigate and solve the bizarre events in Darkwater Village. Hugh took the report given by Jose. Darkwater Village? I haven't heard of that village before. Darkwater Village is a remote mountain village in the mountainous area of our LT city. Due to the road conditions, this village has very few inhabitants, so not many people are familiar with it. There is a Darkwater River in the village, and Darkwater Village is named after the river. In recent years, many villagers have drowned in the Darkwater River, and everyone initially thought it was just ordinary drowning incidents. According to the villagers, there is a water phantom in the Darkwater River. They specifically grab people's feet while they are swimming in the river. Later, even more bizarre things happened. A villager was originally sleeping at home. He woke up later only to find himself by the riverside. If he hadn't woken up in time, he might have been drowned. There are many similar eerie legends, like Darkwater Village. Investigation Bureau conducted field visits and investigations. It is preliminarily determined that there are bizarre events. The mission codenamed Water Phantom has been preliminarily classified as Level C. He looked at the report in his hand, deep in thought. This Darkwater Village seems to be quite interesting. The adorable Loli in front of him is the assistant provided to Hugh by the Investigation Bureau. However, she is not the type Hugh likes. He doesn't even look at her and leaves directly. Just now, the director assigned a task to Hugh. His task is to investigate the Darkwater Village Water Phantom incident. The level is Level C. Hugh started to contemplate. He felt that this incident was somewhat intriguing. The Investigation Bureau solved a Level D bizarre event. An additional reward of 10 spirit coins is given. Level C events reward 100 spirit coins. Level B events reward 1,000 coins. And so forth. In other words, by solving this Water Phantom event, I can buy an extra life for Light Club. At this moment, the director said that since this is your first mission and your ability is classified as top secret, Sarah will lead the team. You, Dennis, and a spirit master who recently joined the Investigation Bureau will carry out the mission together. Upon hearing this, Hugh's face lit up with excitement. It's been a week since he last encountered bizarreness. Such a nostalgic feeling. The pleasure of inserting the scalpel into the body of bizarreness. Although during these days, he attempted revenge on his wife a few more times. But the gap between us is so big that before I had a chance to take action, I was counterkilled by her. Experiencing a death rollback was truly devoid of any sense of satisfaction. Director saw the terrifying fluctuation of Hugh's spirituality and became afraid. The heavy intent to kill. This young spirit master indeed bears the same contamination as indicated in the spirituality pollution report. Envy breeds hostility like bizarreness. At this moment, Jose suddenly remembered something. That's right, the Bureau has assigned you a partner. They are an ordinary person who can assist you with handling some trivial matters, like Sarah and assistant Brian. This is standard equipment for the Investigation Bureau. Jose immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Olive, come to my office. A voice came through the phone, indicating that she's on her way. At this moment, Hugh's 5 senses spread out. He heard Olive's voice. Come on, Olive, you can do it. No matter how difficult it is to get along with the Spirit Master, as long as you work hard, you will definitely be recognized. Keep it up. The office door was opened by Olive. I saw the cute Olive standing nervously at the door. Jose said directly, This is Hugh, Olive. You will be responsible for working with him in the future. However, Hugh thought to himself, as a graduate of a prestigious university who has been trained by the Investigation Bureau, Olive cannot be unaware that the Spirit Master's 5 senses far surpass those of ordinary people. Hugh stood up. Olive immediately bowed and said, Hello, Hugh. My name is Olive, and my number is 1327. However, Hugh directly walked away coldly without saying much. Add me as a friend later. Send me your phone number. Unless it's something important, Don't message me unless I contact you first. Olive looked at Hugh in surprise. Hugh said directly,
Your acting skills are good. Don't act next time.
Upon hearing this, Olive became even more puzzled. Hugh walked to the door and received Olive's friend request. Olive is like the lollipop girl at the entrance of the community gate. She looks harmless, but in fact, she is very scheming. Hugh looks at the message sent by Olive. At this time, Dennis shouted that Hugh should wait for him alone. Only saw Sarah and a few others waiting on the side for Hugh. Sarah, with a displeased face, said to Hugh,
You have a big attitude. Even snails are faster than you.
After getting in the car, the red-haired fat man said,
Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself.
I am Lucas. I am also an old member of the Investigation Bureau. I am a space-type spirit master. My ability is teleportation. Dennis excitedly exclaimed,
Lucas, can you really teleportation? I thought my ability was strong enough, but it seems like yours is even stronger.
Lucas then asked Dennis,
What is your ability?
Dennis seemed hesitant to speak. Sarah snorted and said,
If you can awake that kind of ability, then don't feel embarrassed to say it.
At this moment, Sarah said,
Since I am the team leader, let me give everyone a brief introduction.
My ability is flame, Hugh's is perception, and Fatty's is. We've already mentioned it just now. As for Dennis, the ability he's too embarrassed to mention is sex ability. Upon hearing this, Lucas burst into laughter. Brother, you are truly talented. What are you thinking with sex ability? How do you deal with bizarreness? Do you plan to?
It?
Lucas was laughing wildly. At this point, Sarah said,
Fatty, do you have the nerve to laugh at others? What's there to boast about when your teleportation ability can only move 10 centimeters in an hour?
Dennis chuckled mockingly.
Teleportation 10 centimeters? That distance isn't even half of my length.
Lucas replied.
That was before. I have improved now. I can teleport 20 centimeters in half an hour.
Listening to the two of them arguing incessantly, Sarah became angry straight away. She directly threw a big flame ball towards the two behind her. The two were instantly burnt to charcoal. Enough. Whoever dares to speak another word, I will throw them down. You just run to Dark Water Village. The two immediately apologized upon hearing this. They have become much more honest. At this moment, Hugh thought of the Level C bizarre incident. Only one senior spirit master from the first stage was assigned, along with 3 cheerleaders who lacked any combat ability. The dungeon is too simple, or the Investigation Bureau is so short-handed to this extent. I don't think it matters that much. It will be clear once we see the situation in the village. After a while, everyone arrived at Dark Water Village. Dark Water Village at the foot of the mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In this horror world filled with bizarreness, this haunted Dark Water Village doesn't even have a hint of weirdness. It's truly strange. Just now, Hugh received the task of investigating the bizarreness incidents in Dark Water Village. Just like that, Hugh followed Sarah and the others to carry out this task together. The group arrived at Dark Water Village by car. At this time, a glow appeared in front of the crowd. As they got closer, glow became brighter and brighter. At this time, Hugh said,
Someone is coming ahead.
Dennis, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Just then, a foot appeared in front of Hugh and the others. An elder was holding a lantern, accompanied by another person. The elder asked,
Is it Sarah from the TV station?
Sarah walked up to them and said,
It's me. You must be Aiden, the village chief.
The person who came is Dark Water Village Chief Aiden and his grandson Zane. Aiden nodded and said,
That's right. It's been hard on Zane and Sarah all the way. Are you hungry? Go back, and I'll have my daughter-in-law prepare some food for you.
Everyone followed Aiden into his house. Sarah said,
Village chief, no need to trouble yourself. We ate in the car earlier. We're not hungry now, and we're all tired from a day of travel. We just need to rest early.
Aiden replied.
Alright, I didn't consider that. Zane, go heat up some water. I'll take Sarah and them to the rooms.
Sarah, who returned to the room, started to take a shower. Sarah touched the fox pattern on her body. However, Sarah suddenly froze. Then Sarah became flustered. She quickly put on her clothes, thinking it's better to be cautious outside. Sarah wiped the water off her hair and walked to the hall. She asked everyone if they had noticed anything unusual. Lucas responded,
So far, we haven't found anything unusual.
Since you haven't found anything, let's take a rest. We'll head to Darkwater River early tomorrow morning. From the information, the bizarreness is highly likely related to Darkwater River. At this moment, Hugh suddenly brought up hair. Sarah was startled at the words and turned to look at Hugh. Hugh continued, Everyone's hair quality is too good. Especially the village chief, who is in his 70s or 80s. He doesn't even have a single strand of white hair. Lucas said he dyed and treated his hair. However, Hugh said there was no need for them to do so. Upon hearing this, Sarah fell into contemplation. Hugh makes sense. Darkwater Village is small. Everyone knows each other. The village chief, an old man, doesn't need to do this. Besides, hair dye is needed from a town far away. It's too troublesome. The three newcomers should sleep in the same room. It's best to take turns staying up at night. At this point, Hugh stood up directly. He walked straight outside. Dennis spoke out.
Hugh, where are you going? Are you going to sleep with us? What will you do if you encounter weirdness alone?
Hugh walked out alone like this. He thought that what worried him more than encountering weirdness alone was that gathering people together would prevent weirdness from happening. And the most critical point that really makes me suspicious. Since we arrived at Darkwater Village, I found that there is not a single bit of bizarreness here. Immediately, Hugh used the Blood Eye's ability to observe his surroundings. Late at night, he returned to his room to rest. I have only encountered this situation once before. It was at the mysterious realm in Qishan Mental Hospital, where the bizarreness integrated into reality. The bizarreness also transitioned from illusion to reality. Is Darkwater Village also a mysterious realm where the bizarreness hasn't left? However, there is no signal in the mental hospital. And even though this is a mountainous area, the signal is weak but still present. Hugh fell asleep gradually while thinking like this. At this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the early morning. Hugh's legs suddenly emitted a burst of black mysterious aura. Countless black mysterious auras surrounded Hugh. Sleeping Hugh feels cold and hears the sound of water. Hugh suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly. Has it finally appeared? In the dead of night. This man actually sneaked up on this woman at night and even crawled into her bed. Just now, the crowd arrived at the home of the village chief of Darkwater Village. Hugh fell asleep deeply in the night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, numerous mysterious auras surrounded Hugh. Hugh, asleep, felt a chill and heard the sound of water. Hugh woke up suddenly. He looked around at his surroundings. The bed was shaking, and there was the sound of water. Could it be that I am on the Darkwater River? Hugh immediately picked up the phone by the bed. He directly turned on the phone's flashlight and shined it ahead, only to see the icy river water rippling with waves. Hugh was completely astonished. This is Darkwater River. The strong light shone on Sarah. Obviously, it woke the other person up. Sarah suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up immediately, blocking the light with her hand. She asked,
Who is it?
I heard someone say,
It's me.
Sarah blushed instantly. Sarah looked at Hugh in shock, who was holding a phone in front of her. The next second, she covered her body and said in embarrassment,
When did you come into my room? What do you want?
Hugh immediately pointed the phone in another direction and said,
Take a good look at the surroundings before you speak.
Only to see Dennis and Lucas still fast asleep. Hugh shouted loudly to wake them up. At this moment, Sarah picked up her phone and shone the light over. She looks terrified. Only to see everyone on the mattress. They were floating above the dark water river. Sarah exclaimed,
Where are we? What happened?
Dennis woke up. What's wrong with you? A dark shadow suddenly rushed over and Dennis screamed in fear. The dark shadow turned out to be Lucas. He anxiously held onto Dennis and said,
Where are we? Weren't we sleeping? Why are we suddenly in the river? This doesn't make any sense.
Dennis panicked.
Don't move around. You might overturn the bed. Hugh, help me.
Hugh calmly said,
This is Dark Water River, and the strangeness has begun to appear.
And we are moving towards the center of Dark Water River, only to see a vortex appearing at the center of the river. Dennis and Lucas hugged each other in panic. It's a vortex. Where should we run? It's all water. Listening to their noise, Sarah supported her forehead in silence. Sarah angrily said,
Shut up. Everyone is not allowed to get in the water.
The two of them instantly became much more obedient. They said,
Okay.
Hugh looked towards the two of them. It's foolish. How could I easily let you leave when you can bring such bizarre things to Dark Water River without a sound? Lucas started to paddle with his hands. However, Lucas was speechless in an instant. He quietly said to Dennis,
It's useless. I've been rowing for a long time and haven't seen any movement. Maybe there's something pulling us underwater.
Dennis quietly suggested.
Why don't we swim?
However, Sarah had already overheard their conversation. This bizarreness can control the river water. The river is its domain. We must not go into the water under any circumstances. Moreover, even though I am the strongest force in the team, Flame happens to be weak against water. I am greatly restricted. Therefore, I am afraid I can only look out for myself. At this time, Hugh is alone, and we don't know what he is up to. Dennis looked at Hugh and said,
Hugh, what should we do? The vortex is getting closer.
Dennis noticed that Hugh was tinkering with something, only to see that Hugh's previous bag was emptied. There were items like hammer, scissors, and rope on the mattress. At this point, Hugh has already tied the rope to the shovel. Hugh swung the shovel directly. He swung the shovel in his hand at high speed. The shovel's appearance was no longer visible. At this moment, Hugh stopped spinning. He was ready to throw the shovel out. Hugh directly activated Blood Eye's ability and forcefully threw out the shovel. The shovel landed perfectly on the tree by the shore. Hugh tightly gripped the shovel in his hand. He looked towards the crowd. Everyone moved closer. Grab my bed. The woman fell into the water. She is completely soaked. Her figure is partly visible. And the man unabashedly turned around. He stared straight at the woman. The woman blushed all over from being looked at. She covered her body. Just now, everyone was trapped on the dark water river by the bizarreness. Hugh used the tools in his bag to make a rope. He hooked a tree on the shore and had everyone grab onto his mattress. That's how everyone's mattress floated over. Everyone grabbed onto the rope in Hugh's hand. Hugh alone pulled the rope in front, leading everyone to the shore. Sarah watched Hugh. She thought to herself, in such a dangerous situation, he could still make such accurate judgments calmly. Soon everyone gradually approached the shore. Dennis exclaimed excitedly,
Hugh, it's you?
At this moment, Sarah looked back and was shocked. The vortex behind them had disappeared. Everyone looked back and gasped. They found that the vortex was indeed gone. Hugh looked at the missing vortex, but remained very calm. It is highly likely that the vortex is the source of bizarreness. But now the vortex is gone. This might indicate that it may have spared us. However, this possibility is slim. Only one other possibility remains. Hugh spoke directly, saying,
Bizarreness has come knocking.
Dennis was directly scared silly at the words. Just as he finished speaking, everyone felt like they were sinking. Sarah, who hadn't stood firmly, fell on the mattress. She looked extremely terrified. Something was pulling the mattress. Sarah picked up the phone directly. The light shone towards the bottom of the water. Hugh also looked over with Sarah's light, only to see something like tree roots swimming at the bottom of the water. At this moment, the river seemed to come alive, crawling towards Sarah's mattress. After seeing this situation, Sarah couldn't help but look serious. She directly condensed purple flame in her hands and threw it towards the strangeness at the bottom of the water. The flame was extremely powerful. When it hit the strangeness, it instantly rose into the sky. However, the strangeness was unharmed. But the previous flame clearly angered the bizarreness, as it directly dragged up the mattress. The mattress of everyone was directly dragged into the water. Everyone fell into the river. Dennis and Lucas kept struggling in the water. Lucas is afraid. He clung tightly to Dennis, telling Fatty not to pull him. They kept choking on water. At this time, a knife hand strike came over. The arrival was Hugh. At this moment, Fatty passed out. Dennis held up Lucas and said,
"He almost killed me. Thanks a lot, Hugh."
Then everyone held a rope and moved towards the shore. Fatty, who had passed out, was tied to the rope, held up by Dennis. Suddenly, Dennis spoke up.
"Hugh, aren't we getting ashore?"
Sarah asked in confusion.
"Why not? We've already fallen into the water."
Bizarreness, however, did not make a move. Upon hearing this, Hugh remained silent. He abruptly turned his head to look directly at Sarah. At this moment, Sarah, drenched from head to toe, was momentarily stunned by the gaze. Suddenly, Sarah's face turned red with embarrassment. She covered her impressive figure with her hands and said indignantly,
"What are you looking at?"
Hugh coldly said,
"Sarah, water and fire are antagonistic. This water phantom fears your ability. It will only appear when your spirituality is exhausted. Only then we will have a chance to deal with it."
"What should we do when the bizarreness appears after my spirituality is exhausted? None of you have the ability to fight it directly." "It doesn't matter, I will take action. I have already seen vitality." Upon hearing this, Sarah ignited the flame in her hand. Dennis had a comfortable expression on his face, feeling warm. It's as cozy as soaking in a hot spring. Flame gradually began to diminish, until the last glimmer of glow extinguished in the darkness. Sarah was very exhausted. My spirituality dried up. At this time, ripples began to appear on the water surface. Immediately, Hugh's expression turned solemn. The water phantom finally revealed its true form. Hugh directly activates the blood eye to dive into the water. He and the other person fought fiercely in the water. Just now, Hugh let Sarah deplete his own spirituality because the water phantom is afraid of fire. Sarah chooses to believe Hugh. She starts releasing flame. Gradually, her spirituality drained away. The last bit of flame disappeared too. Ripples started to appear on the surface of the water. At this moment, a sudden loud shout caught Hugh's attention. Just saw Dennis yelling that there's something in the water. The water phantom is coming. Countless dark, snake-like creatures are coming towards Hugh. Sarah is very nervous when she sees this because her spirituality is depleted, leaving her with no fighting ability. The hope of survival now rests entirely on Hugh. Sarah asked what to do now. Dennis said Hugh has always been very calm, but I feel like he's really excited now. It's like he's a person who has been abstaining for a long time and finally sees a coquettish beauty. Hugh excitedly curled up the corners of his mouth. The next second, he dived directly into the water. Hugh, who was submerged underwater, directly opened his blood eye. The next second, Hugh was startled. Those dark water serpents turned out to be hair. And this is similar to the hair we saw on Village Chief before. At this moment, countless strands of hair were tightly wrapped around Hugh's arms. Hugh's expression turned cold. He directly picked up the scalpel and cut off all those black hairs. Those black hairs were obviously scared. They all shrank back. Hugh looked towards the black hair. He hated this kind of bizarreness the most. Not only did it play tricks, but it also ran away when hit. Hugh couldn't enjoy the thrill of killing bizarreness at all. He headed straight towards the true form of black hair. Hugh picked up the scalpel, thinking,
Finally found you.
Only to see that the true form of black hair is a female corpse. The other party is wearing white clothes. Her face is already swollen. The decay makes her facial features unclear. She is screaming loudly. Hugh didn't say a word and chopped towards the other party. His blow obviously angered the other party. Female corpse let out a deep, muffled roar. Countless black hair attacked Hugh. Obviously being in the water for a long time, Hugh began to suffocate. But the bizarre thing here is that Hugh must kill her. Suddenly, the female corpse reached out her hands and tightly choked Hugh's neck. The strength of this bizarre force was as strong as a pair of iron tongs. He felt even more suffocated. But this is so stimulating. Hugh directly used the power of pain and chopped towards the female corpse. Feel my pain. Everything is done. Hugh looked at the other party with a face full of enjoyment. Only to see the female corpse affected by the power of pain, screaming frantically. She died without any struggle. Hugh was puzzled. How did she die with just 2 blows before I fully unleashed the power of pain? Can the bizarre ability to manipulate river water be so fragile? Suddenly, the head of the female corpse separated. The head detached from her body. Her head abandoned her body and ran away directly. Hugh looked at the body in front of him in silence. Interesting. So this is her true form hair wraith. Here they come. Hugh and the others are ready to capture the hair wraith and dry up the dark water river. Just now, Hugh used the power of pain underwater to strike at the water phantom. The water phantom died instantly in pain. Just as Hugh was in doubt, the water phantom actually abandoned its own body and escaped. Hugh couldn't help but laugh at the sight. It turns out that the true form of the water phantom is a hair wraith. Witnessing the bizarreness, it escaped. Hugh emerged from the water. Hugh said to everyone,
It's a pity that we let the bizarreness escape. Let's go ashore first and then discuss.
The group pulled the rope and headed towards the shore. Dennis and Sarah dragged the unconscious Lucas to the shore. Sarah kept pressing Lucas's chest, trying to wake him up. Lucas needs artificial respiration. Who can do it? Upon hearing this, Dennis immediately retreated in fear. He turned to Sarah and said,
Why don't you come?
Upon hearing this, Sarah instantly became angry. At this moment, Hugh walked over to Sarah. Sarah looked at Hugh shyly, thinking he was going to give Lucas artificial respiration. Who knew Hugh gave Lucas a big punch directly? Sarah was shocked instantly. Lucas kept spitting out the water in his mouth. He still hasn't woken up. Hugh directly used the power of pain to stimulate Lucas's heart. Lucas woke up instantly in pain. He covered his face and asked,
Who hit me?
It hurt so much. Lucas woke up and saw Sarah was angry.
Were you pretending to be unconscious just now?
Dennis asked.
Tried to deceive Sarah into kissing you, huh?
Lucas, looking puzzled, replied,
What pretending? I really was unconscious.
At this moment, Hugh spoke to everyone.
I saw a female corpse underwater just now. Her hair detached and fled on its own after I attacked it. So I speculate that the hair is the true form of the bizarreness, and the female corpse is just being controlled by it.
The village chief, their hair is exactly the same as the female corpse. We can't go back tonight, Sarah said.
Then let's camp here tonight. I will come back to deal with it after my spirituality restores tomorrow. It can be repelled by a new spirit master like you, showing its weak combat power. As long as you find a way to lure it to the shore, I can use flame to resolve it.
Hugh was speechless at her words. He picked up his phone directly and called his assistant Olive. Hugh said to Sarah,
Your arrangement makes it hard for me to believe that you are a senior spirit master.
At this time, Olive's voice came from the phone.
Hugh, is that you? What's the matter calling so late?
Sarah heard what Hugh had just said and immediately responded.
What do you mean? Do you look down on me?
However, Hugh ignored Sarah and said to Olive,
Immediately inform the superiors and send a special operations team to Dark Water Village with the most powerful water pump. The more the better?
Olive asked in confusion.
Hugh, why do you need a water pump for the mission?
You don't need to know the reason. Just do as I say immediately. If there are any issues, find Jose. Tell him it's coming from me. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. He turned to the crowd and said,
with the support of the Investigation Bureau behind us, this tree that can mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources. Of course, I have to make good use of it. Darkwater River only has deep water in the central part. It's hard to hide people in other areas. So we just need to block the upstream and downstream. Draining the river water will be enough.
The crowd looked speechless. They couldn't help but exclaim,
I can't believe it can be done this way.
Sarah awkwardly said,
because of ingrained thinking habits, I subconsciously believe that only spirit masters could deal with the bizarreness. Modern technological methods are truly more cost-effective and efficient than taking risks like spirit masters.
Hugh, however, thought to himself,
I don't care about being a spirit master at all. As long as an ordinary person can make the bizarreness feel pain, I will go to any lengths.
The time came to the second day. Hugh said to the 3 people who were still half asleep,
Get up. The Special Operations team has arrived.
Hugh put on his sunglasses. He said to everyone,
Let's go! To Darkwater River.
Hugh and everyone were walking in the village. The villager looked at the group and asked,
Are they from the city?
2 village women looked at Sarah and commented on how nice her clothes were.
Her hair is so beautiful. Look at mine. It's like a bunch of dry grass,
one of them said. Sarah felt a little embarrassed after being talked about. Just saw those villagers' hair shining brightly. Dennis and Lucas were so scared that they were shivering. Their hair was as shiny as the village chief's. Could it be that everyone in this village is bizarre? Here it comes. The Investigation Bureau's Special Operations team drained the river water. The hair wraith appeared. Sarah directly used flame to attack the bizarreness. The fire-fearing hair wraith instantly let out a painful roar. Just now, everyone who spent the night in the wilderness received a notification from the Investigation Bureau. They geared up and headed towards the Darkwater River. A team of fully armed personnel was seen setting up a perimeter around the Darkwater River. One team of people is digging trenches preparing to use water pumps, while another team is setting up a perimeter around the area. A large group of people is busy working on draining the river. Hugh, who arrived then, heard a commotion. Why do you drive us away? This place is not your home. Can you control our tourism? Yeah, this is not a scenic area. If it were, we could buy tickets too. It's a pair of tourists. They are arguing with the staff. The staff said directly,
We are carrying out a special task. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Please leave quickly.
At this moment, Hugh took out his own identification. Bureau Investigator Hugh. The team member said to Hugh, The 10th Special Operations Team is reporting to you. 2 tourists saw this. They accused Hugh directly, saying,
Are you their leader? What gives you the right?
However, Hugh directly crossed the cordon, causing them to be driven away. The woman pointed at Hugh and said,
You wait for me. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Do you know who I am? My father is...
However, before she could finish her sentence, she was taken away by the staff. The staff explained to Hugh,
These 2 individuals claim to be tourists who enjoy going to remote, uninhabited mountains and wilderness areas. We had just arrived not long ago when these 2 showed up.
Hugh looked at everyone and asked,
Is everything ready?
The other party responded that everything was prepared. Then you can start pumping water directly. The water pump started running immediately, drawing water from the river. Dennis couldn't help but sigh. Is this what professionals are like, so efficient? Hugh replied,
If it weren't for the limited effect of conventional weapons on bizarreness, spirit masters would have been obsolete long ago.
An hour later, all the water in the Darkwater River was drained away. In the center of the river, a female corpse that Hugh had dealt with appeared. Hugh directly used the ability of Blood Eye to search for Hair Wraith, only to see a place emitting waves of mysterious aura, which was exactly where Hair Wraith was hiding. Hugh said directly to Sarah. Sarah used Flame to blast that puddle of water. Sarah directly used Flame as she thought to herself. It seems that Hugh predicted the location of the weirdness. A flame ball flew straight towards the location of the weirdness. The blazing flame landed on the puddle of water. The water in the puddle was instantly evaporated by the flame. A Hair Wraith, injured by the flame, appeared and wailed in agony. In an instant, the Hair Wraith flew directly from the river into the air. Hugh calmly watched the bizarre scene flying into the air. At this moment, Hair Wraith's hair began to spread out like a spreading cobweb. Sarah took action immediately. She was seeking revenge for being soaked in cold lake water all night. Just at that moment, Hugh suddenly heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. Hugh frowned and looked towards the Special Operations team, only to see a dark black gun barrel pointing at Hugh. Everyone on the Special Operations team is holding a gun. They all aimed at Hugh. Dennis saw this and panicked, saying,
"What are you guys trying to do? We are all on the same side."
At this moment, Sarah hurried over. She said to the Special Operations team,
"You don't want to die. Drop your weapons. I'm warning you."
The members of the Special Operations team looked terrified.
"Get out of the way. We can't control our bodies anymore."
They directly pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out continuously. Sparks flew. Hugh and his companions fell directly into a pool of blood. This man is insane. He actually killed 2 ordinary people without saying a word. Just now, the special team drained the river. Sarah directly used Flame to attack the hiding place of Bizarreness. Bizarreness couldn't stand it and directly fled from the river with Flame. Bizarreness's hair spread in the air like a spider web. At this time, all members of the special team were under control. They pointed their guns at Hugh and his team. A gunshot rang out. Flames lit up the area. Hugh and everyone fell into a pool of blood. Hugh was reborn without any surprises. He saw a tourist woman pointing at him, starting to blame him. Hugh looked at the 2 people in front of him and thought to himself that they both seemed like ordinary people with no abnormalities. But just in case, the woman didn't finish speaking. The 2 of them were directly slashed in the neck by Hugh. Sarah and Dennis saw Hugh commit murder. They were all shocked. The man's neck was bleeding, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't speak clearly. Hugh's scalpel was inserted directly into the woman's neck. The woman fell directly to the ground. Hugh took out the scalpel, thinking to himself that he acted too quickly without realizing it. Or was it a misjudgment on his part? Are they just ordinary people? But their timing of appearance was too coincidental. Everyone watching Hugh commit murder couldn't believe it. They questioned Hugh why he killed. Hugh stood up and said that the 2 of them had a problem. The Special Operations team immediately disarmed and withdrew. At this moment, Sarah directly said,
"Don't disarm yet. Hugh, I strongly suspect that you have lost control of spirituality. You had better give me an explanation."
However, Hugh calmly said,
"If I say they have a problem, then they definitely have a problem."
Dennis was surprised to hear Hugh.
"Could it be that you have noticed it?"
The members of the Special Operations team have disarmed. Anyway, with Sarah here, it should be fine. All of a sudden, all the weapons were thrown on the ground. Hugh directed Sarah to attack the water puddle to quickly deal with the Hair Wraith. Sarah directly used Flame to attack the water puddle. The Hair Wraith instantly pounced out from the water puddle. Sarah looked at the bizarre scene in front of her. She got angry immediately. She conjured a flame ball as energetic as a spirit bomb. She attacked Bizarreness directly with a swing of her hand. Smoke billowed up instantly. The trace of the Hair Wraith was gone. At this moment, a scream rang out. Sarah was stunned. It turned out to be the special team members. They were once again being restrained. Hugh picked up the scalpel and used spirituality. the hair wraith died. However, the control over the team members was not lifted. It seems that this particular bizarreness is not the one controlling them, or the other bizarre entities have not been completely killed. Hugh immediately picked up the scalpel and waved it towards the members of the special team. In an instant, all the members of the special team fell to the ground. Hugh did not kill them. Instead, he used the power of pain to temporarily incapacitate them. Members of the special team reached out to Hugh in pain. However, Hugh directly knocked the other person unconscious and instructed Dennis and others to knock out the members of the special team. Tie them all up. Upon receiving the order, Dennis and the others immediately sprang into action. They rushed towards the members of the special team. This man is extremely sinister. He kills on sight. He directly chopped off the head of the village chief with one stroke. Who knew that this village chief turned out to be a bizarreness? Even the whole village's people are transformed into bizarreness. Just now, the second reincarnation of Hugh directly disarmed the special team. Not surprisingly, the special team is controlled and mutinied again. They aimed their guns at Sarah and the others. Hugh directly uses the power of pain to slash at the special team. All members of the special team have lost their ability to move. Hugh ordered Dennis and two others to tie up the members of the special team. All members of the special team have been tied up. Lucas and Dennis were panting heavily from exhaustion. Thankfully, Hugh had them unload their gear ahead of time. Otherwise, we would have been riddled with bullets. Dennis said,
"Indeed, we should still listen to Hugh."
At this time, Hugh is on the phone. It's best if the Bureau can arrange for a dedicated person to conduct a comprehensive check on the members participating in this operation. Hugh looked at the people in front of the special team and thought to himself, why is the special operations team still under control? Are there others involved besides the tourist team and the hair wraith in the Darkwater River team? Hugh said to everyone,
"Let's go! Let's go back to Darkwater Village first and take a look."
The crowd arrived outside Darkwater Village. According to common sense, the oddity has been resolved. The villagers' hair should return to its original state. Dennis, with a terrified expression, said,
"The more I look at these villagers, the more scared I become."
Hugh said in the face of anomaly,
"The best way is to kill all anomalies until normal comes."
Before he could finish his sentence, the village chief walked over. Hugh walked towards the village chief. "Village chief, may I ask how you take care of your hair? You're of such an age, yet your hair is so black and shiny, even more so than young people. You city youngsters sure know how to crack jokes. My hair has been white for over 10 years. Upon hearing what the village chief said, Hugh burst into laughter. He took out the scalpel directly and said,
"Feel the pain."
Hugh slashed directly with a knife. His speed was so fast that Sarah couldn't stop him in time. The village chief's head was directly severed by Hugh. Sarah is angry. She is ready to question Hugh, who knew that the next second Sarah was shocked directly, only to see hair connected to the head at the neck of the village chief, only to see dense hair extending from the neck. The crowd looked at the scene in front of them in utter shock. Unbelievable. At this moment, the village chief has turned into a bizarre figure floating in the air, only to see that all the people in the village have turned into bizarre figures, and they approached angrily. Those villagers growled low in their mouths, like wild beasts. Sarah, seeing the situation, exclaimed in terror,
"Damn it! These villagers are all wicked slaves. Being able to control so many wicked slaves' odd behaviors is at least at level C+, or even level B. The intelligence is wrong. Everyone be careful."
As soon as she finished speaking, those wicked slaves rushed towards the crowd. Hugh dealt with it while thinking to himself, no wonder Darkwater Village doesn't have a trace of weirdness. Because the entire village, there isn't a single living person left. At this moment, Sarah said,
"If my intuition is correct, Hugh, your scalpel is a mystic artifact. I will use flame to clear a path. You take care of the scattered wicked slave Lucas. Dennis, follow us closely."
In this way, Sarah and Hugh cleared the way ahead. Dennis and Lucas were fleeing in a sorry state. However, wicked slaves seemed endless. Lucas got entangled in his hair. Lucas died directly in terror. Sarah's spirituality is exhausted. Her hair is like tentacles. She was tied up until death. Dennis is engulfed and killed by endless hair. Hugh helplessly watched everyone die. Although I still have a trump card, I haven't figured out the true mastermind behind this. Now is not the time for me to reveal my card. Moreover, with only 5% of my spirituality activated, I was defeated after losing the support of my teammates. It's just a matter of time. Their deaths were too gruesome. Hugh directly took out a scalpel and aimed it at his own head. As long as I commit suicide quickly enough, no bizarreness can kill me. Hugh rolled back to life again. He called Olive and said,
Olive, inform the Special Operations team to buy all the gasoline and diesel from the nearby gas station. Drop it off at the village entrance, then return to the Investigation Bureau.
Find out the truth. That's the detective's job. As for the bizarreness, I'll handle the killing, not the burying. At this point, everyone was puzzled. What does Hugh need gasoline for? Only to see Hugh looking darkly at everyone with a smile. Of course, we are going to set fire to the village. The crowd set fire to the entire Darkwater village. The angry hair wraith finally revealed its true form. Just now, Hugh discovered that everyone in the village is a wicked slave. The crowd is surrounded by endless wicked slaves. Due to too many wicked slaves, the crowd perished at the hands of the wicked slave. Just like that, reborn again, Hugh asked the Special Operations team to buy gasoline and then return. He is preparing to set fire to the entire Darkwater village. At the same time, it was discovered here that the two tourists from before were actually slaves of the Light Club killer. The killer lifted the man's head with his foot and said,
It was not easy to plant the seeds in both of you puppets on the Special Operations team. I almost had control over them. I took the opportunity to kill those spirit masters during the chaos.
I didn't expect a guy called Hugh actually let them go back directly. Now I have to find another opportunity to strike. I don't know how much longer I have to stay in this deep mountain forest. I am really angry. With that, she kicked the man away. The woman said to the man,
Come here and help me cool off.
The man walked over as if he were a puppet. The woman joyfully said,
Why can't they just obediently go die?
At this moment, all the gasoline has been transported to Darkwater Village. Hugh turned to Sarah and said,
I have sensed it. All the villagers in Darkwater Village are wicked slaves of the Hair Wraith, not a single living person. We must find the source of this bizarreness to completely solve this incident.
Sarah responded,
If what you said is true, the level of this bizarreness is likely level B. We should report to the Investigation Bureau and wait for assistance.
Upon hearing this, Hugh fell silent. Sarah asked nervously,
What's wrong?
I'm asking you how many spirit masters are there in total at the Investigation Bureau? How many beginners do you think they have? And how long do you think it will take for them to send someone over? Furthermore, have I ever made a mistake with my abilities? There is only one life. If I'm not completely confident, I won't take any risks. He reached out and grabbed the gasoline barrel. Hugh said, as he poured the gasoline,
Darkwater Village no longer has a reason to exist.
Everyone kept pouring gasoline until 10 p.m. At this time, Dennis said,
Hugh, we have also finished pouring gasoline on our side.
Hugh asked Sarah to start the fire, only to see a flame shoot out from Sarah's hand. Gasoline was ignited instantly. A roaring fire broke out directly. Hugh just watched the glowing flames everywhere like this. Before long, the flames directly engulfed the entire Darkwater village. At this moment, Dennis asked Hugh,
Are all the villagers really wicked slaves? If we are mistaken, we will commit a great sin.
Lucas said,
Don't you think it's too quiet? Such a big fire, yet there are no screams or people running out.
Hugh stood with his hands in his pockets in front of flame. He looked at the blazing flame in front of him and thought,
Come on! Show yourself. It's time.
The next second, everyone was shocked, only to see a figure of bizarreness appearing in the flame. It cursed loudly.
You guys really deserve to die.
A powerful roar. It made Dennis and the other person cover their ears in pain. Hugh directly activated Blood Eye and smiled.
Are you finally willing to show yourself?
Herr Wraith emerged from the flames. I didn't intend to kill you all, but you dared to destroy my home. Herr Wraith swung out energy from his hand, saying,
You really deserve to die.
Hugh and the others encountered a difficult problem. The woman in front of them is a second-stage spirit master. Her hair is still of the possession type. The bizarreness can also control the wicked slave. Just now, Hugh and the others set fire to Darkwater Village. Bizarreness walked out angrily from flame. The woman waved towards the direction of Darkwater River. A powerful wave of spirituality emerged. The next second, the river water of Darkwater River instantly arrived by the woman's side. Just then, a giant wave over 10 meters high was being dragged towards Darkwater Village. Hugh stood in front of the giant wave. He appeared very small. At this moment, the giant wave fiercely crashed down, like a huge slap, instantly extinguishing the surging flames of Darkwater Village. Sarah, who witnessed this scene, was shocked because she sensed the spirituality fluctuations emanating from the other side. She shouted that the person was not weirdness, but a second-stage spirit master. Their ability is water control. But her hair should be a possession-type weirdness. These wicked slaves are all controlled by her. Countless wicked slaves can be seen rallying around that woman. Hugh thought to himself when he saw this. At this time, the woman waved to the wicked slaves and ordered them to kill Hugh and his companions. At that moment, hundreds of wicked slaves roared and rushed towards the crowd. Sarah anxiously asked Hugh,
A second-stage spirit master plus 100 wicked slaves, and you actually said we can win?
Facing the countless wicked slaves charging at him, Hugh remained calm and even smiled confidently, saying,
The odds are in our favor.
Hugh looked at the woman in front of him and thought to himself,
Since she is a spirit master,
he chooses death. The best solution is to mobilize heavy weapons after the rollback. But that is just uninteresting. I want to defeat her when the bizarreness is at its peak. Erode spirituality with a powerful, mysterious aura. Refine more spirituality with light up. Enhance strength. Only then can I make the bizarreness of the whole world feel pain. Hugh drew out a scalpel and made a cut towards Lucas. Lucas immediately covered his bloody palm and started yelling, What are you doing? Hugh directly threw the bronze candle holder to Lucas to distract the wicked slave, allowing me a chance to get close to her. Lucas instinctively caught it. Is this another mystic artifact? Hugh said to Fatty.
The bronze candle holder uses blood imbued with spirituality as fuel. The candlelight can defend against bizarreness.
Fatty, you have a lot of blood, so you should use it. Fatty couldn't help but complain.
Are you treating me like a blood bag?
He had just finished speaking when the bronze candle holder emitted a powerful energy. Dennis said,
We're counting on you, Fatty.
The wicked slave was instantly corroded upon coming into contact with the bronze candle holder. Lucas couldn't help but say,
This bronze candle holder is just too useful.
Lucas and the other two broke through the defenses of the wicked slave in one go. However, as time passed, Lucas felt drained as if all his energy had been emptied. He said,
I can barely hold on any longer. It's like I've donated blood 3 times in a row. How much farther do we have to go?
At this moment, Dennis reached out and grabbed the bronze candle holder, almost there. Fatty, hold on. I'll help you together. The two held onto the candle holder. Following Hugh, they broke through the encirclement of the wicked slave. Hugh let Sarah lead the way. Sarah's hand began to gather flame. She directly tapped into all of her spirituality, converging it into a flame ball. She said,
This is all I can do. The rest is up to you, Hugh.
Midnight has arrived. Ability activated. Dennis transforms into a super male model. Just now, The crowd gradually broke through the encirclement of the wicked slave by relying on the mystic artifact bronze candle holder. Hugh is fighting fiercely against the wicked slave and clearing the way for Sarah. Sarah conjures a sun-like flame ball and says, "You damned creatures, all of your bizarreness can go to hell." She didn't finish her sentence before a ton of cold water suddenly fell from the sky, extinguishing Sarah's small sun. It also sent a chill straight to her heart. Unexpectedly, Sarah's delicate body was violently knocked to the ground. Her fluttering hair was messed up, and her exquisite makeup was ruined. The worst part was that her face hit the ground and got smeared with dirt. There were traces of Sarah on the ground. It may be because Sarah is prettier than the silver-haired woman. She seems to be targeting Sarah at this moment. The silver-haired woman's gloomy voice sounded damned. "Do you think I don't exist?" For the first time, Sarah looked so embarrassed and anxious. "How dare you, you foul woman!" The flame ball in her hand slowly started to condense. However, another ton of water fell from the sky and slammed Sarah fiercely to the ground. The silver-haired woman looked at the disheveled Sarah and immediately began to smile joyfully. "Why are you so clean and white? How dare you flaunt the Savior's demeanor in front of me? Go play with mud." Dennis, holding the bronze candle holder, is now with another person. Their health points are running low. Hugh is frantically slashing at the wicked slave, thinking too far ahead. Blood Eye is at close range. Only then can its powerful effect be unleashed. At this moment, Hugh stopped slashing. He held the scalpel facing himself, contemplating either simply dying and starting over with rollback, or using the scalpel's trump card as a last resort. At this moment, behind Hugh, a magnetic voice suddenly rang out, saying, "Excuse me, Hugh." Hugh frowned slightly. He didn't expect a stranger to appear behind him. He hadn't even noticed. He turned around to see a man who was 1.85 meters tall, with a large flat-top hairstyle and a body like a model. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Hugh thought to himself that this person looked so much like Dennis, calling him Hugh. Before, Dennis mentioned that his ability was to grow taller, become more handsome, strengthen his body, and mainly enhance his sexual ability after 11 p.m. every day. This person is Dennis, right? Dennis, a sunny and cheerful big boy, with a slight smile on his lips. "Yes, that's right, it's Hugh himself, Dennis." Lucas looked confused at this moment. He said, "Who are you?" Dennis then said, "I know you're surprised right now. But please don't be surprised yet. Because an even more surprising situation is yet to come. Only to see Dennis with his hands in his pockets, looking proud and confident, walking alone towards the wicked slaves. The wicked slaves immediately rushed forward. Dennis looked calmly at the oncoming wicked slaves. Dennis clasped his hands together and said, "The time has come." Suddenly, Dennis's figure disappeared as if he were a ghost. He rushed into the wicked slave group. 1 punch per wicked slave. He was like a heavy tank effortlessly crushing everything. Half of the bizarreness instantly died at the hands of Dennis. Dennis at this moment is like a super scion. He presents an invincible posture. During the day, he is meek and submissive. Extremely weak. At night, he is confident and powerful. Tall, handsome, and charismatic. Just a moment ago, Sarah was knocked down by the silver-haired woman in a flash. The endless wicked slave once again prevented Hugh from easily breaking through. Hugh, who is gradually falling into a weaker position, is preparing to take out the scalpel to commit suicide. Rollback. However, midnight has arrived. Dennis transforms. He turns into a handsome and tall male model. Dennis rushes into the crowd of wicked slaves alone. 1 punch at a time. After transforming, Dennis possesses enormous strength. With ease, he lifts the wicked slave over his head. He suddenly exerts force with his hand, tearing the wicked slave into 2 halves. Lucas saw this. Somewhat absent-mindedly remarked, "Dennis's ability is so powerful." Hugh asked, "Did you see Dennis transform?" "Just now, he still looked weak, fearfully leaning on me." Who would have known that as soon as it hit 11 o'clock, a golden light shone from his body. In an instant, this kid seemed to have changed completely. He became full of confidence. Hugh asked at this moment whether it's about ability that makes one taller or more handsome. But what's up with Dennis's new hairstyle? Could his ability also create hair gel out of thin air? Lucas awkwardly said that it's actually not hair gel. I personally saw him spit 2 mouthfuls of saliva onto his hands, and then rubbed it onto his head. Hugh was speechless after hearing this. Not far away, Dennis, who was engaged in battle, seemed to have heard something. His originally handsome figure almost stumbled and fell to the ground. But he quickly put on a pretense as if nothing had happened and continued the battle. Dennis was full of momentum, crushing Wicked Slave all the way and rushing towards the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman, seeing this, began to use her ability. Countless hairs turned into a web, covering towards Dennis. However, Dennis was extremely relaxed. He even struck a pose. Do you think you can control me with such simple tricks? It seems like you haven't realized the difference between us yet. Just as the words were spoken, Dennis suddenly exerted force. Under his terrifying strength, the black spider web was torn open with a large hole. Suddenly a mutation occurred. The broken hair unexpectedly wrapped around Dennis' hand. In an instant, the hair bound Dennis' hands. Dennis' face looked terrible. This is so embarrassing. The next second, the hair bound Dennis' neck. Dennis panicked and shouted, "Hugh, save me!" Hugh quickly flashed over and cut off all those strands of hair. Dennis, who had escaped from the trap, immediately protected the back of his head. He arrogantly sneered, "You actually managed to push me to this extent. You can be proud of yourself. But it ends here." Dennis quickly rushed towards the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman was angry when she saw this. She directly manipulated her hair to attack Dennis. Just one glance, and Dennis was sent flying out. The smoke cleared. Dennis lay on the ground and passed out. At this moment, the silver-haired woman scolded angrily, "I can't stand people like you the most." However, just as the silver-haired woman's attention was drawn to Dennis, Hugh successfully made his way behind her. Hugh directly activated Blood Eye and used Power of Pain to chop towards the silver-haired woman. The mastermind behind the scenes, Light Club Killer, appeared. She directly used the power of spirituality to control the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman became the slave of the female assassin. Just now, Dennis and the silver-haired woman were playing games against each other. Dennis was no match for the silver-haired woman. He was instantly knocked unconscious. Hugh took advantage of the silver-haired woman being distracted. In an instant, he appeared next to her. He directly used the ability of Blood Eye to slash towards the opponent. However, the silver-haired woman instantly reacted. She controlled her hair and attacked back. Hugh held the scalpel's hand. It was as if he was firmly gripped by a pair of iron tongs, completely unable to move. Hugh was directly hung in the air by those silver hair. The strength of these silver hair is far superior to black hair. The silver-haired woman immediately showed a confident smile of holding the winning ticket. "Are you very scared?" However, Hugh was not afraid at all. He smiled. The Blood Eye appeared. "Look into my eyes." In an instant, Hugh activated the ability of Blood Eye. The silver-haired woman was instantly corroded by the power of Blood Eye. The silver-haired woman's brain was instantly struck as if by a heavy blow. A buzzing sound. She actually rolled her eyes and fainted. With the silver-haired woman fainting, the silver hair on Hugh's body was unbound. The restraints were loosened. Hugh fell from the air, and the scalpel in his hand viciously stabbed towards the silver-haired woman again. Just then, several breaking sounds came from the distance. 3 shining silver flying daggers attacked. Faced with the sudden hidden weapons, Hugh showed no panic at all. A faint smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Has he finally decided to reveal himself? Only to see Hugh's scalpel immediately change direction, blocking the hidden weapon with lightning speed. The fiercely shod hidden weapon immediately broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, only to see the visitor. It is the 2 tourists from before, the female assassin from the light club, and a man in a black robe. The female assassin directly gave orders to her subordinates to kill Hugh. Hugh directly dodged behind a giant rock, avoiding the bullets shot by the opponent. After a burst of gunfire, Hugh slightly peeked his head out from behind the giant rock and looked towards the opponent, only to see that the silver-haired woman had already been carried away by the black-robed man. In the alluring gaze of the female assassin, there surged an uncontrollable excitement. She said to the black-robed man,
"Quick! Hand her over to me."
The female assassin placed her hand on the silver-haired woman's forehead. A wave of spirituality emerged. It burrowed into the silver-haired woman's brain like a parasite. The next moment, the previously unconscious silver-haired woman actually stood up by herself. However, her eyes were lifeless, and her body was stiff, like a puppet. The silver-haired woman directly said,
"Jane, please see the master."
After speaking, she pouted and moved her face closer on her own. The female assassin laughed excitedly. "Both the second stage spirit master and level B oddity are mine. It feels so good. When I go back, I'll be Chief's master. This time, he will be the dog." At this time, he walked out and asked,
"Have you laughed enough, Juliet?"
"You call yourself Hugh, right? Do you know me? Could it be that you also admire me? Speaking of which, thanks to you all. You give me the chance to control Jane and Herr Wraith as a gratitude. I will bestow upon you the highest honor. Come over and kiss my feet. Be a good puppet, and you will live." Hugh directly responded that he waited for you for so long to come out. So much nonsense. Are you getting cold feet? At Juliet's words, her face instantly turned ugly. I thought you were someone who knew the score. I didn't expect that you couldn't tell the situation at all. After saying that, she ordered her subordinates to kill Hugh. The black-robed man exploded in anger instantly. He roared out. His clothes burst open directly, revealing a strong muscular body. At the same time, he rushed towards Hugh together with the silver-haired woman. Hugh revealed a long-lost excited smile. "Is that all?" Hugh, who was in a desperate situation, directly triggered the eerie power and scalpel, causing his entire body to darkening into a frenzy. In an instant, he slashed off the heads of over a dozen wicked slaves with a single strike. Just now, Hugh used Blood Eye to make Jane faint. He didn't expect Juliet to lead her followers to rush out halfway. She directly used the puppet ability to control Jane. Juliet directly controlled her puppet to attack Hugh. Upon seeing this, Hugh not only did not feel afraid but also smiled calmly. Hugh then triggered the eerie power contained in Scalpel. Suddenly, numerous eerie powers transformed into dark energy and appeared. Hugh directly absorbed all the eerie power into his body. He suppressed a horrifying laughter that squeezed out from his throat. At this moment, he seemed to have completely transformed, covered in dark energy all over his body. Within the dark energy, countless bizarre shadows faintly coalesced. His right eye gleamed with a crimson radiance. The former calmness has turned into complete madness today. Hugh burst into a wild laughter, saying,
"How can I lose like this?"
Witnessing this scene, Juliet was instantly shocked and turned pale. He actually allowed such a huge, chaotic eerie power to enter his body. Is he planning on self-destruction? He is just a madman. Quickly, go and get him. Kill him. However, it was already too late. Accompanied by terrifying laughter, Hugh grasped the shiny scalpel, ready to strike. The next second, Hugh disappeared from the spot like a ghost, leaving behind only a bloody silhouette of the knife. When Hugh arrived on the other side of the battlefield, dozens of wicked slaves died instantly. Heads rolled to the ground one after another. Immediately, Hugh used his foot to hook up 2 pieces of gravel. He forcefully kicked the gravel forward with one swift motion. The 2 tourists were directly kicked in the head and exploded by Hugh's immense strength. At this moment, the black-robed man has already arrived by Hugh's side, preparing to launch an attack. Hugh reacted instantly. He directly slashed with his knife. At that moment, the black-robed man was directly killed by Hugh's slash. Juliet was shocked to see this, her face looking very unpleasant. Metal Slave's spirit was lit up 15% by the Spirit Master ability. I spent a lot of effort on him for the metal skin. Hugh casually killed him with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Hugh was like a lightning bolt. He quickly rushed towards Juliet's direction. Just then, Jane joined the battlefield. In an instant, millions of silver hairs converged into a conical silver spike and thrust towards Hugh. Suddenly, Hugh's right eye shone brightly with blood. He swept out with a single stroke. Surprisingly easily, he blocked the huge silver conical spike tens of meters long. Juliet was completely stunned, with an incredulous look on her face. This is impossible. Just a mere first-stage spirit master. Shouldn't he have distorted immediately when he can trigger such a powerful eerie power? Why hasn't he distorted yet? At this moment, Hugh made a move. He fiercely waved the scalpel in his hand and chopped off all of the silver hair. In no time, the silver strands scattered all over the ground. At this moment, Hugh had a twisted and excited grin on his face. Too weak, all too weak. Why can't they let me have more pleasure? Faced with the terrifying strength of Hugh, Juliet actually kneeled down and seduced Hugh to beg him to spare her. Just because Hugh solved Metal Slave with one slash. He also killed second-stage Spirit Master Jane, who possessed bizarre power. Just now, Hugh triggered the eerie power within the scalpel. Hugh absorbs countless eerie power, causing a rampage of darkening. He directly kills Juliet's puppet Metal Slave with a single strike of his sword. Juliet is extremely frightened upon seeing this situation. Hugh faces the second-stage Spirit Master's attack with Jane's silver hair. He skillfully cuts them all off at once. Hugh is even more excited and ecstatic. He laughs out loud, saying,
"Why not make me even happier?"
Jane is provoked. Suddenly, her body bursts with intense spiritual fluctuations. She directly mobilizes all the water from the Dark Water River. The next second, countless river waters converge. Stretching nearly 100 meters, it resembles an angry roaring water dragon. It rushes towards Hugh. However, Hugh, upon seeing this, not only is not afraid but instead joyfully laughs out loud. The next moment, his figure turned into a ghostly one, and he dashed towards the water dragon. Hugh dodged the impact of the water dragon with his agility. He kept moving forward without stopping, launching a relentless attack all the way and overcoming all obstacles as he rushed towards Jane. Since Jane had turned into a puppet at this point, there was no hint of expression on her face. However, Juliet in the distance was almost scared silly. Metal Slave was taken down by him in one swipe. Not to mention, if the physical body of Jane dies, I am also in danger. Just as Hugh was closing in frantically, Juliet made her move. Countless silver threads flew towards Hugh. Hugh dodged all the flying daggers that Juliet shot, which landed on the ground. Seeing this, Hugh couldn't help but mock.
"Is this the best a second-stage Spirit Master can do? It seems like the 200 spirit coins I spent on that killer were in vain."
As Hugh continued to move, dodging countless flying daggers, they all missed and landed on the ground. The battlefield, originally extremely dangerous, at this moment, seemed to have transformed into a stage for Hugh's personal solo dance. At this moment, Hugh made an abrupt break and adjusted direction. In the moonlight, Hugh, holding the scalpel, directly arrived above Jane. Unable to resist, Hugh mocked,
"Too slow. Your attacks are just too slow."
Juliet was shocked when she saw the scene and exclaimed,
"No."
However, Hugh appeared behind Jane like a ghost. A scalpel was held against her neck. The next second, Hugh cut through the other person's neck with one stroke. Countless blood gushed out instantly. Jane spat out blood from her mouth. Her body collapsed with a bang. At this moment, Hugh became confused. Why didn't Jane scream in pain or agony? The next second, Hugh seemed to think of something. He turned his head and looked at Juliet, staring at her with his eerie blood eye. "I got it." because you turned her into a puppet. So, you will have to experience the pain for her. At this moment, Juliet had already been scared back repeatedly. It turned out that Hugh had been waiting for me to show up. Then he caught us all in one fell swoop. Only, why can he absorb such a large amount of eerie power and still remain rational without any distortion happening? Hugh at this time is like an evil spirit returned from hell. Looking at Juliet, he said,
"Aren't you going to run?"
Juliet's face was pale at this time. She said,
"With your speed, I wouldn't be able to escape at all."
But Juliet was thinking at this moment, no man can resist a charming beauty's submission and vulnerability. With a thud, Juliet's slender and fair legs folded in an instant, and she knelt directly on the ground. Her charming face was filled with a pitiful fear, with eyes reddened and glistening tears falling. She said pleadingly,
"Please don't kill me."
But in her heart, she wondered,
will this man be different from all the men I've encountered before? Will he spare me?
This woman actually tried to seduce the man before she died, begging him to spare her. However, the man felt that this woman's eyes looked too much like his own wife's. Without hesitation, he decisively cut off the woman's neck with one stroke. Just now, Hugh absorbed all the eerie power darkening rampage. Just one glance. He killed Juliet's strongest puppet, Jane. Jane died. Hugh then began to have ideas about Juliet. Juliet was so scared that she immediately knelt down to Hugh. She put on a pitiful look, indicating that as long as he spared her, she was willing to be Hugh's slave and do anything. I also came here on Chief's orders. If I didn't come, he would. However, before she could finish speaking, Hugh interrupted her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to transfer my pain into your body. That's all. Upon hearing this, Juliet was slightly taken aback. Pain transferred into my body. Is this some new online jargon? A new way of playing? Looks interesting. Juliet immediately raised her head high, revealing a fair neck. She sexily said,
"As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want to me."
Hugh, upon hearing this, took out a scalpel. The smile on his face became even more sinister.
"This is what you said,"
he said. Juliet was suddenly scared and cried. She realized she had misunderstood. The pain she injected was not the kind of meaning she had in mind. At this moment, Hugh's scalpel had already reached her neck. Juliet was suddenly horrified.
"No, please. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt you. I'm willing to be your slave. Please spare me. I promise to make you feel unprecedented joy. I'll do anything. I will definitely satisfy you."
You can try me first if you don't believe it. You can kill me anytime if you're not satisfied.
As she spoke, Juliet even stuck out her tongue to lick Hugh's hand.
She locked eyes with Hugh with her autumn-like gaze, filled with tenderness and charm. Many men have said,
"The most enchanting part of me is my eyes."
Not a single one of them could resist it. I believe Hugh is no exception. However, at this moment, Hugh remembered his own wife. Hugh stared straight at Juliet. At this moment, Hugh reached out and gently caressed Juliet's cheek. Eyes like, just two alike. Juliet's heart leaped with joy in an instant. She continued to launch an eye attack. Do my eyes resemble someone? However, she thought to herself whether she was his childhood sweetheart, ex-girlfriend, or wife. Indeed, no matter how special a man may be, it all boils down to this. Hugh said,
"Your eyes really resemble my wife's."
Juliet continued,
"Then I can be her stand-in. You can do all the things that husbands and wives do with me. I can even satisfy your desires better than she can."
The next second, Hugh showed a grim and terrifying expression full of hatred. He said,
"So you should die."
He then forcefully stabbed the scalpel into Juliet's neck. Juliet's pupils involuntarily contracted. Her mind became instantly disoriented. Juliet, who was lying on the ground, couldn't figure it out. Why did her eyes look like Hugh's wife's, and cause so much hatred between them? Why couldn't they let go of each other despite their animosity? Indeed, not a single man is a good thing. At this moment, countless powers of pain surged into Juliet's body. In the end, Juliet was tortured to death by the power of pain. Hugh looked at Juliet with a smile on his face.
You seem to have remembered something painful, but your misery has nothing to do with me.
Because the one who kills shall be killed, meeting a brutal end. You just enjoy my pain. At this moment, Hugh looks at the scalpel in his hand. She's really dirty, or the killing bizarreness is clean. Suddenly, Hugh heard a strange noise. Jane's silver hair suddenly fell off on its own. It then swiftly crawled on the ground like a spider, getting ready to escape. Sarah's hair was shaved into a crew cut by Hugh. Hugh got a new skin for Hair Wraith, white-haired psychopath. Just now, Juliet seduced Hugh in order to survive, willing to be Hugh's slave. Hugh stared straight at Juliet. He felt that her eyes were too much like his wife's. He then directly killed Juliet the next second. Juliet never figured it out until she died. Why did she, whose eyes resembled his wife's, get killed? Just after Hugh solved Juliet's problem, he suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. It turned out to be the Hair Wraith detaching from Jane's body, getting ready to escape. Hugh suddenly rushed out. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, Hugh was like a hunter who had found his prey. Who would have expected that Silver Hair would charge straight towards Sarah lying in the mud pit? With a whoosh, Silver Hair came directly above Sarah's head. The next second, it directly possessed Sarah's original hair. Hugh instinctively became alert when he saw this. Silver Hair attached to Sarah's hair. Like dying, her original hair unexpectedly turned silver. The originally unconscious Sarah actually opened her eyes strangely. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Then her gaze became filled with killing intent, hatred, and anger. However, Hugh took advantage of Sarah's possession. He instantly appeared behind her like a ghost. Hugh slapped Sarah across the face, interrupting her spell casting directly. The slap he just delivered was infused with the power of pain, causing Sarah's eyes to roll back as she once again slumped unconscious. Hugh was using a scalpel to cut off those silver hairs, thinking to himself that only the roots had not been infected. A while later, Sarah was shaved bald by Hugh. The original silver hair was nowhere to be seen. Silver Hair was in action. It wriggled crazily like a living octopus, its strands continuously wrapping around Hugh's arms. Hugh couldn't help but laugh.
Do you want to take refuge in me?
He asked.
Then as you wish.
The next moment, those silver hair strands began to crawl up onto Hugh's head. Before long, Hugh's original black hair disappeared. In its place was a head of silver white hair. Soon after, Hugh felt a strange evil aura. It began to invade his spirituality, seemingly trying to distort it. Immediately, Hugh took control of his spirituality, counter-infecting the silver hair that had come into contact with his spirituality. Instantly, it felt scared. It sensed the power of pain within, like a great terror. Accompanied by a cold snort from Hugh, the silver hair instantly receded, rapidly shortening and fitting incredibly well. It eventually turned into Hugh's original hairstyle. He finally dealt with all the enemies. Hugh stood with his hands in his pockets. The next second, blood vessels on his face suddenly burst. Hugh's entire body skin suddenly burst with bright red blood, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. However, this kind of pain could not make any difference to Hugh at all. He remained as calm as water, as if nothing had happened. Hugh's body could no longer support him, and he fell straight to the ground. But just as his body was only 10 centimeters from the ground, Hugh's body unexpectedly stopped. Hugh's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome.
Get up,
Hugh ordered directly. After the big battle, Sarah woke up to find that her long hair had been cut short. She completely fell apart. She couldn't face anyone. Just now, Hair Wraith possessed Sarah, trying to control her. Hugh directly slapped Sarah unconscious, interrupted the spell. Afterwards, Hugh voluntarily allowed the Hair Wraith to parasitize on himself. Hugh successfully got a new skin. White-haired psychopath. Just then, Hugh's blood vessels burst all over his body. He was covered in blood. He was about to collapse. At that moment, when his face was only a few centimeters away from the ground, Hugh stopped. He said directly, "Get up." Hugh's body stood up straight unexpectedly. Countless delicate strands of hair were wrapped around his body. It turns out that Hugh controlled his body through the ability called silver hair. Hugh controlled those silver hairs to pierce fiercely into his body. Then he started to repair the wounds and damaged blood vessels. While repairing his heart, Hugh thought to himself,
"The eerie power within the scalpel is too powerful. It has caused great harm to my spirituality and body."
After retracting the power, he could clearly feel that he was now completely devoid of combat power. At this point, the injuries that were originally bleeding all over his body stopped. Some small wounds also began to heal slowly. Obviously, Hugh's decision was right. Waiting for Juliet to appear and revealing the trump card only to be possessed by the hair wraith. It can help Hugh control and repair his body. Hugh, who is fully recovered, looks at the aftermath of the great battle. The bodies left on the ground are a mess. Hugh couldn't help but click his tongue. He is ready to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. He is controlling silver hair to go to Juliet and search the bodies. He directly took away the flying dagger made for her by Heart of Steel. Then he controlled silver hair to go over to those two tourists. Took the bag away. Hugh took away all the usable loot. Countless silver hairs danced around him. Mission accomplished. Send someone to Darkwater Village to pick us up. Also need to bring medical personnel. First, find Dennis. Where did that kid get beaten up to? Probably not seriously injured. With his physical abilities when transforming, Sarah might not even be able to beat him. He has a chance to challenge opponents above his level. He quickly found Dennis and controlled silver hair to move the trees that were pressing on him away. Dennis was so moved that he was in tears and snot. "Hugh, you're amazing. I knew you would come to rescue me. Hugh, I'm just..." He was cut off by Hugh before he could finish speaking. Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. Looking at the Dennis in front of him, Hugh couldn't help but think how he had called for Hugh to save him during the day. As soon as midnight arrived, is this really the same person? Then Hugh raised his hand to slap Sarah, but she was already knocked unconscious by the pain of my painful ability. She won't die. Lucas lost too much blood. It can be considered as losing weight. Then he slapped the other person awake. The two people who were slapped awake couldn't help but touch their faces. Sarah, who felt pain, instantly became angry. She said,
"Blame you. Can't you be more gentle when you act?"
At this moment, Lucas and the other person looked at Sarah with incredulity and said,
"Your hair."
"What's wrong with my hair? It's just a bit dirty." But in her heart she thought,
"I must look very disheveled now. Who asked you to say it out loud?"
When Sarah touched her hair, her face instantly looked unpleasant. She looked devastated as she hugged her head and loudly exclaimed,
"Where is my hair?"
Hugh immediately blamed silver hair, saying,
"It ain't your hair."
Sarah covered her face with both hands and started to cry in sadness. At this moment, Fatty comforted Sarah, saying,
"You still look great without hair. Many people with hair are not as pretty as you without it. And it's a good thing not to have hair anyway. It saves you from having to wash it every day."
Sarah threw a flame ball backhandedly to shut the other party up. Fatty remained speechless, saying,
"I was just trying to comfort you, and you hit me."
At this moment, Hugh chimed in and asked,
"Fatty, how far did you teleport just now?"
Upon hearing this, Fatty was taken aback. "I just teleported 1 meter. Spirituality light up by 5%. Level B's bizarreness turns out to be so good." Then he asked Hugh about their light up situation. Hugh directly said 5%. Increased by 5%. In other words, my spirituality has now light up 10%. The current Hugh is also a senior spirit master. Hugh gained powerful strength in the battle this time. He returned home to test his wife's power once again. As expected, Hugh was defeated by his own wife again. Just after the battle ended, Hugh reaped numerous spoils of war. Waking up, Sarah found that her hair had become very short. She instantly felt devastated. Lucas made a surprising discovery. His spirituality had been elevated. Hugh has already lit up 10%. Now he is a senior spirit master. Hugh immediately activated the ability of silver hair. He could clearly feel it. The potential of his body has been further developed. His 5 senses are also more acute. But more importantly, he has a greater reserve of spirituality. This is used to sustain the durability of his abilities. Hugh is exploring his own spirituality. In this battle, he actually lit up 5% of his spirituality. Thaddy and Dennis contributed as well, increasing their spirituality by 3% and 4% respectively. But when I used the eerie power in Scalpel, I gained the possession of Level B Hair Wraith. Hugh is observing his own spirituality. He frowned. He discovered that with the blessing of the two, it only increased by 5%. This means that the same amount of mysterious aura erodes spirituality. Only I obtained the smallest percentage. Perhaps it's because I have experienced countless deaths that have transformed my spirituality. It has surpassed the realm of ordinary people. However, all this is thanks to my wife. At the thought of this, Hugh couldn't help but unleash the ability of silver hair. Is he going to use the power of bizarreness to deal with bizarreness? What will happen when his spirituality light up 100% as his strength grows? Is the end of a spirit master bizarre? If this is the truth about spirit masters, it's just too despairing for humans. Hugh returned home. His wife started welcoming him, but Hugh thought to himself,
"The first person I saw after crossing over into this world was you."
Then Hugh couldn't help but smile and said,
"Some things just have to be tried, right, my dear?"
Then his wife couldn't help but smile too. "You can see me, right?" I only saw the wife transform into a bizarre look, opening a huge bloody mouth. Immediately, Hugh's full ability was activated. He used all his spirituality, saying the first bizarre one to kill me is you. And I will become the way I am now, all thanks to you. After saying that, Hugh rushed towards his wife. Hugh stabbed directly at his wife's chest. Hugh saw the attack was effective. He couldn't help but smile with excitement. The injured wife staggered back slightly. Hugh couldn't help but laugh even more excitedly when he saw this. He said,
"Go to hell."
The next second, Hugh suddenly froze. All of a sudden, a strong and eerie power burst out from his wife's body. Hugh's hand was directly swallowed into his wife's body. He is almost completely swallowed by his wife, merging into her body. Hugh couldn't help but curse.
"Damn it! I don't care what bizarreness is. I don't care who bizarreness is. I only know that between me and bizarreness, only one of us can survive."
At this moment, the wife laughed excitedly and said,
"Honey, merge into my body."
As expected, Hugh died and was reborn again. Hugh once again saw his wife, thinking to himself, "I, who have traveled through time, possess the death rollback ability, so I will never die. It will only be you who die, my dear wife." Hugh, back at home, eats his meal while thinking to himself,
"Even if the Spirit Master's ultimate goal is bizarreness, even if I can't kill you now,
but one day I will make you kneel at my feet, wail, and beg for mercy." Immediately, his gaze gradually drifted towards the window. Outside the window, there were still countless bizarreness roaming the streets. Hugh swears to make his wife experience all the pains that all the bizarreness in the world has brought to him. After a great war, Hugh successfully tamed the Hair Wraith. Lucas excitedly discovered that his spirituality increased by 5%. Hugh's spirituality, combined with what he gained after the great battle, has reached 10%, propelling him into the ranks of senior spirit masters. Dennis excitedly discovered that his spirituality has reached 5%. Thaddy was slightly surprised. Soon after, he quickly became relieved. After all, Dennis transformed at that time and battled head-on for a long time. So it's normal for him to only increase from 1% to 5%. Later, Dennis and Lucas started bragging. Dennis bragged that he was unbeatable at midnight. Lucas boasted about having unlimited teleportation ability. The more they bragged, the more excited they became. In the end, they even disregarded their captain, Joseph. Dennis is shamelessly boasting, "It's not me bragging. When it really gets to midnight, I'll be invincible." However, Hugh looked at the two boasting in front of him, feeling speechless. Next, Hugh slowly communicated about the time when he controlled the hair wraith he had subdued before. He faintly sensed some vague memory fragments from within the hair wraith's body, but he didn't have time back then, so he never looked into it. The memory fragments were then absorbed into Hugh's own heart. Hugh saw Jane during the black hair period, and saw her playing and frolicking with a beautiful woman. In the end, he saw this beautiful woman being forced by the villagers to jump into the river and commit suicide. At that time, Jane's parents had passed away, and she also had a large birthmark on her face, making her unattractive. As a result, she had been discriminated against since childhood, with hardly any peers willing to play with her. Until a beautiful woman arrived. Jane gradually opened up her heart. The beautiful woman is the female corpse at the bottom of the river named Nina. Nina at the time was kidnapped and given to Zane, the grandson of the village chief, as a wife. After she arrived at Darkwater Village, she suffered a lot. She tried to escape many times, but was always caught and abused when brought back. However, she never gave up. It was because she never gave up that she was ostracized by others. By a fortunate coincidence, Nina and Jane became good friends. One day, Nina suddenly told Jane that she had figured out the escape route and asked Jane to set fire while she escaped in order to attract the villagers' attention. Jane asked why she had to escape. Nina just talked about the outside of the mountain. There are her family and friends. So she wants to escape. However, just before she escaped, Jane changed her mind. She told the village chief about the escape plan. Jane's idea was simple. She didn't want to lose Nina as a friend. She only wanted to keep Nina by her side forever. Soon after, a group of villagers quickly found Nina. Nina was very desperate. She knew that it was her friend Jane who had betrayed her. So she couldn't hold on any longer. She chose to jump into the Darkwater River to end her life. When Jane learned the news of Nina's suicide, tears streamed down her face. She couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard she tried. Jane's distorted spirituality successfully caught the attention of the hair wraith, and she became its host. Afterward, Jane slaughtered all the villagers in Darkwater Village because she believed they were the ones who killed her friend. In the end, feeling lonely, she turned those villagers into wicked slaves to accompany herself. Hugh saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. He found it very interesting. Hugh accesses the memories of the hair wraith. He learned about Jane's memories before she became a spirit master. At the same time, he also learned the identity of the female corpse from the river, which was Nina. Hugh and the others waited for the rescue team from the Investigation Bureau. They successfully left Darkwater Village. At the Investigation Bureau, Jose heard the report from his subordinates and was visibly shocked.
What? You're saying they are all seriously injured?
What about Hugh? Is he okay? After hearing that Hugh was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked directly what was going on. Led by Sarah, a senior spirit master, the team executed a level D mission, yet everyone got injured. His subordinates looked embarrassed. The specific situation is still under investigation. They are receiving treatment. The only one who suffered minor injuries is Sarah. She is physically fine. But it seems that her spirituality has been significantly affected. She hurried home. Jose's expression turned serious after hearing that. Sarah is a senior investigator who has experienced multiple bizarre incidents. Even she has suffered a spiritual trauma. This incident is probably very serious. The subordinate hesitantly said,
This may not be related to the bizarre incidents. The main issue is that Sarah's hair seems to be missing.
Jose was instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean Sarah is bald? How could she suddenly be bald out of nowhere? The next day arrived. Hugh came to Jose's office. He talked about Jane, Herr Wraith, and the puppeteer Juliet. Jose's face showed a touch of anger after hearing this. People from the Light Club. How dare they openly target the Investigation Bureau? What are they up to? Are they trying to rebel? However, Hugh continued,
It was me who first robbed them of their mystic artifact and killed one of their core members.
And during the battle at that time, I wielded the power of the mystic artifact. Jose looked worried after hearing that. He promised to give Hugh 2 sticks of spirit incense. In no time, Hugh received 2 sticks of spirit incense, along with 3,000 spirit coins. Hugh looked at the rewards, pondering. With this money, he can buy Chief's Light Club, plus 3,000 spirit coins. Hugh looked at the reward, pondering. With this money, he could buy Chief's life from the Light Club. But I have already killed the 2nd stage Spirit Master. Why can't I kill the Chief of Light Club, who is also a 2nd stage Spirit Master? In fact, Hugh has no interest in killing. He is only interested in bizarreness. But he has no choice. He is forced to do so. Dennis, with a lecherous look on his face, came over.
Hugh, you didn't see that, did you? The nurse who just gave me N4 was so beautiful. It's a pity she wasn't wearing white stockings. Her hands were so soft and smooth. I purposely fidgeted several times to let her touch me more.
Hugh looked at Dennis speechlessly. The old Dennis, although perverted, was not this perverted. Subsequently, Dennis lit the spirit incense. The smoke entered his body. However, Dennis had a look of despair on his face. It felt like he had kicked a bad habit. Hugh could feel it. It was as if more than 20 old monks were surrounding him, chanting scriptures to persuade him to let go. The hatred made him increasingly agitated. He directly asked Dennis to put out the spirit incense. Dennis directly said,
How about it, Hugh? I didn't lie to you, did I? This really isn't something good. After lighting it, I feel like life has lost its joy.
Hugh nodded in agreement. Spirit incense is not something good for him. He actually attempted to pollute his own spirituality. This looks like an ordinary building. In fact, it hides numerous bizarre things. Chishan Mental Hospital. This place once filled this man with fear. Just after the Great Battle of Hugh, during his time of recuperation at home, he remembered something left by the director of Chishan Mental Hospital, which had been weighing on his mind. He wanted to know the truth of this world. He didn't even know who wrote the bloody words on the ceiling when he first arrived in this ice-sky world. Hugh used to be weak, but now he has the power to protect himself. He is qualified to know these secrets. On the other side, Jose is roaring madly in the office. What are you saying? Jeremy is losing control of his spirituality. What on earth is going on? Chishan Mental Hospital rates Jeremy as level C in terms of his strength. How could he have ended up in this situation himself? That day, Jose issued a total of 2 tasks. One is Dark Water Village, and the other is Chishan Mental Hospital. On the day he issued the tasks, Jeremy led the team to set off. Hugh and the others went to Dark Water Village the next day. The Jeremy team came out of Chishan Mental Hospital on the 2nd day. However, only Jeremy came out. He has been unconscious until today. His subordinates were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Killian said that the intelligence was incorrect according to Jeremy. In the mental hospital mysterious realm, in addition to Dr. Wraith and Nightmare Wraith, he has at least seen another 3 wandering bizarreness. What's another 3 bizarreness? Jose broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that, because he remembered what Hugh had said before. In the Chishan Mental Hospital, there are at least dozens of bizarreness locked in the ward. But at that time, based on past experience, he and Sarah judged that this was fundamentally impossible. Subsequently, Jose prepared to invite Bruce and Hugh to go see Jeremy together. Later, Hugh arrived at Jose's office. Bruce followed closely behind. Jose said,
You were supposed to be recuperating. I shouldn't have called you here. But this is an urgent situation, and you are one of the parties involved. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Bruce, the Vice Captain of the Investigation Bureau.
Bruce spoke up.
I don't like owing favors to others. If you need help in the future, you can come to me.
Hugh then nodded slightly. At this moment, Jose said that there is an emergency. Before that, I sent the Jeremy team to the mental hospital mysterious realm. This mysterious realm was previously categorized as Level C. Hugh was taken aback when he heard that it was categorized as Level C. The Investigation Bureau actually defined the mental hospital as Level C. Chishan Mental Hospital Mysterious Realm is at least Level A, or even Level S. Seeing Hugh's expression, Jose looked extremely embarrassed and guilty. Later, Jose said,
Come over here.
He wanted you to come over together to meet Jeremy and understand what happened. In the interrogation room, several sticks of spirit incense were lit in front. A man kept shaking his head down in fear. The man had a pale face and bloodshot eyes, looking very terrifying. Bruce's expression turned even colder. In his current state, once the spirit incense is extinguished, he may directly distortion director. If you have any questions, ask them quickly. I will take action later. Jose wakes up Jeremy. Jeremy's face showed excitement. Jose, please help me quickly. I have shed blood and made contributions to the Investigation Bureau. I don't want to become a monster like Distortion. Jose said,
Jeremy, don't get too excited. Tell me first what you saw at the mental hospital. Then I can help you better.
Jeremy said,
The mental hospital is full of bizarreness. They are everywhere.
We met Dr. Wraith. She is quite powerful. It took some effort to deal with her. As we continued deeper, I saw many hospital wards. The seals on the wards are weakening. Inside, there is a faceless girl who has killed more than half of my team members. We followed the route provided by Hugh and arrived at the safe passage. There, we saw the Nightmare Wraith. The Nightmare Wraith is not at level C at all. It is at level A. Any attack is ineffective against it. We are trapped in a dream realm and unable to overcome that kind of fear. Hugh asked at this moment,
If you didn't overcome the fear, how did you manage to escape?
Jeremy's face immediately turned ferocious.
Yeah, how did I get out? Why was I able to get out? Didn't I die?
Jeremy burst into laughter and said,
I remember now. You no longer need to worry about me distorting because I died a long time ago.
The next moment, Bruce swung his knife directly at Jeremy's head, instantly severing it. Watching Bruce's actions, Hugh couldn't help but exclaim,
Truly deserving of being the #1 spirit master in LT City.
Bruce is most likely already at the peak of the second stage, and is just one step away from reaching the third stage. This is a Nightmare Wraith with level A strength. He is actually possessing a spirit master. Just as Nightmare Wraith was unleashing his eerie power, the man directly wielded his ability to strike Nightmare Wraith with a slash. Just now, Hugh held a scalpel and kept staring at Jeremy's body. When Jose saw this, he was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Hugh said with a serious look on his face.
Something is not right. Jeremy never clearly explained how he managed to escape from Nightmare. He was clearly in fear, but managed to come out alive. There must be something wrong here.
Apparently, Jose also realized something was wrong. He asked what the issue was. Hugh said directly,
It's highly likely that Nightmare Wraith intentionally let him out.
Upon hearing this, Jose was horrified. Why would Nightmare do such a thing? Hugh did not answer. Instead, he took out the scalpel. The Mystic Artifact Investigation Bureau already knows about this. It was taken from the mental hospital. They don't usually hand over their weapons to the Spirit Master. Hugh slowly approached Jeremy's body with a scalpel in hand, wanting to verify his own thoughts. Nightmare couldn't leave the mental hospital before, but he has an ability to enter other people's dreams. Now Jeremy is alive, but carrying fear with him. After saying that, Hugh swung the knife directly. At this moment, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. It was Nightmare. He moved swiftly, dodging Hugh's strike. Bruce took action at this moment. He quickly attacked Nightmare, but all of his strikes were dodged by Nightmare. It's useless. Any attack is ineffective against me, Hugh said calmly.
Is that so?
He then brandished the scalpel and attacked Nightmare. Nightmare was immediately panicked. The walls of the interrogation room could not stop him. He ran directly through the wall. Bruce's figure quickly vanished in the interrogation room. He chased after Nightmare. Hugh didn't move, because he knew he couldn't catch up with Nightmare now. The reason Jeremy could come out alive is that Nightmare wanted to use him as a vessel to escape from the mental hospital. When he and Dennis escaped from the mental hospital, Nightmare probably had the same plan in mind. I just happened to have shattered the dream back then. And Dennis really fucked the Nightmare. Think about it now. Dennis was able to escape the dream not just because of lust, but because he made Nightmare feel fear. Hugh noticed one thing. That is, Nightmare seems to be intentionally avoiding its attacks. If Nightmare could truly ignore any attack, it wouldn't dodge at all. This means that he has the ability to intimidate Nightmare. Is it power of pain or scalpel? Bruce's figure appeared shortly after. Jose anxiously asked,
What happened?
Bruce shook his head expressionlessly. He failed to capture the entity. Jose's face instantly turned ugly. An unexpected bizarreness actually escaped right under his nose. This was a great shame for him. Jose looked at Hugh, hoping that he could also contribute to this task. Facing Nightmare's escape, Hugh did not choose death. He didn't actually want Nightmare to escape. He couldn't wait for Nightmare to be trapped in the mental hospital, waiting for him to kill. Mainly, Jeremy's actions occurred even earlier than when he went to Darkwater Village. Even if he rollbacks now, he can't stop the other party from entering. After many days, Hugh once again came to the investigation bureau and asked if there was any news about Nightmare. Jose said that the Yuan neighborhood on U West Road has completely fallen. Everyone is in a deep sleep and cannot wake up. Deaths have already occurred. Jose handed a report to Hugh while speaking. Hugh took a look. There are several photos inside. They look extremely tragic. Fear is etched on their faces. It is quite apparent that this is Nightmare's usual modus operandi of murder, using fear to kill in dreams. Hugh directly stated that he speculated Nightmare wants to absorb the fear of those people to enhance its own power. This matter must be suppressed. We cannot let the outside world know. Once ordinary people become panicked because of this, Nightmare might grow to a point where it becomes difficult to deal with. Jose nodded solemnly. You judged correctly. Nightmare does indeed grow stronger by feeding on fear. His dream range is expanding gradually. At present, we don't have a good way to deal with Nightmare. Those who are unconscious cannot be awakened by any means at all. I sent Bruce to stay in the neighborhood for several days, but he couldn't enter the dream at all. At the mention of Hugh, his heart fluttered. Nightmare fears Bruce for a reason. He clearly can't harm him, but still won't let him enter the dream. Hugh said directly,
It seems that Nightmare's weakness is inside the dream.
Jose said directly,
Are you saying that to defeat Nightmare, we must do it inside the dream?
Nightmare has no entity, so the majority of attacks cannot harm him. But it's different inside a dream, because when we enter a dream, it's like we also have no entity. Then this mission is probably tailor-made for you. You have defeated Nightmare before. Not long ago, Sarah, wearing a wig, came over angrily. Chishan Mental Hospital has dozens of bizarre creatures. Why didn't you make it clear in the beginning? She is followed by her partner Brian. Arrogant Sarah was slapped in the face by Hugh brutally. Just now, Sarah came over angrily to question Hugh. Why didn't you clarify that there are dozens of bizarreness at Chishan Mental Hospital in the first place? Do you know? It's because of you that Jeremy's team was wiped out. Now, everyone in the Yuan neighborhood is in a coma. They might all die.
Do you know?
Hugh calmly said.
So are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said before?
You did say it, but you didn't make it clear at that time. Who knows if you were saying bizarreness or
wicked slave.
Brian advised Sarah not to speak any more on the side. However, Sarah continued to be insistent. Hugh, you knew I didn't believe you at that time. Why didn't you advise me? She didn't finish her sentence. Hugh gave her a slap directly. Sarah immediately became very angry. She was prepared to question Hugh. However, the response she received was a slap from Hugh. She was knocked down by Hugh, her whole body falling to the ground. Even her wig fell off, revealing a buzz cut. Hugh said coldly with indifferent eyes. Do you have any misunderstanding about me? I am trying to talk to you nicely, but you think I am trying to argue with you. Brian quickly said to Hugh,
Hugh, please don't get angry. It's just that her one and only younger brother lives in the Yuan neighborhood, so she is concerned and a bit anxious.
Upon hearing this, Hugh smiled. In fact, I have long predicted the future of the Yuan neighborhood. But I didn't mention it. If I had said it in advance, your younger brother would not have fallen into the dream. But many other innocent people would have fallen into it instead. As a kind person, how would you choose? Upon hearing this, Sarah became anxious. She directly used spirituality to ignite a flame ball. Hugh directly revealed the scalpel and stabbed forward. Accompanied by the outbreak of the power of pain, Sarah's flame extinguished. Her face also contorted. Brian urgently explained that it was only because after returning from Darkwater Village, her spirituality grew too quickly, causing it to become unstable. Coupled with some stimulation, a bit of spirituality went out of control, leading to this. Hugh asked,
Is everything now blamed on spirituality going out of control?
In my opinion, spirituality being out of control is like drinking alcohol. Alcohol is an amplifier, not a creator. But rest assured, I will not kill her. Because if I killed her, she would never realize her own mistakes. It would make her wish she were dead. Hugh then grabbed Sarah directly and said,
Look into my eyes.
The ability of blood I was instantly activated. The fluctuations of bizarreness's spirituality passed through Sarah's eyes, entering her spirituality. From today onwards, I want you to see me as you would see a god. I only saw Sarah's eyes gradually losing their luster, as if her soul had been sucked away, leaving behind only endless pain. Sarah's delicate body fell to the ground. Hugh created a beautiful illusory realm for her. In the illusory realm, everything she did was wrong. No matter what she did, countless people would criticize her. The previous Hugh was unable to achieve this level with Blood Eye. But now, his spirituality has reached 10%. With his greatly increased power, he is able to unleash the true power of Blood Eye. In the illusory realm, Sarah dreamt of her younger brother's death. If she chooses to save her younger brother, numerous civilians will die. The death will be tragic. If she saves the civilians, her younger brother will blame her for not saving him. After countless times of being destroyed in the illusory realm, Sarah is like a bullied little girl, silently crying. Hugh then left, because he knew. The top priority now is the Light Club, not the nightmare. Hugh soon arrived at the Black Rose Bar Killing Branch. Hugh once again saw Layla dressed in a suit. Layla smiled and said,
Welcome to the Black Rose Bar Killing Branch. How can I assist you?
Hugh calmly said,
I want to pick up all orders related to the Light Club.
Layla was taken aback at the words. There are indeed several orders related to the Light Club. However, because the prices are too low, nobody is willing to take them. It doesn't matter. I plan to erase the Light Club and make some extra money on the side. Upon hearing this, Layla was instantly shocked. If I remember correctly, last time the customer spent 200 spirit coins. Let's solve Chief's cousin's request. I didn't expect you to take action personally this time. The Light Club is quite influential in LT City. If it is really erased, it may cause quite a stir. Layla paused for a while and said,
Customer, I'm not questioning you. It would be best if you could provide something to prove your strength.
Hugh directly threw the bronze candle holder onto the table. Layla's pupils shrank instantly. This is the mystic artifact of the Light Club chief, and they have also offered a reward for information on the weeping ghost. Hugh went straight to the point and said, "You can tell them. The item is in my hands. I will leave this mystic artifact with you for now. Consider it as evidence of my involvement with the Light Club. By the way, my name is Hugh. I am currently an investigator at the Investigation Bureau. You can share all this information with them." Layla is stunned. A newcomer spirit master. Actually, she shamelessly says she wants to deal with the Light Club. This is spiritualism out of control, isn't it? Layla immediately started sending orders to Hugh. "Ding! You have a new killing order. Please check it carefully." This is the mystic artifact that makes every spirit master's heart race when they see it. It was actually given to the beautiful female manager by a man. Just now, Hugh opened killing and looked at the orders inside. Most of them are from members of Light Club. However, the prices are really too low, so no one takes the orders. At this moment, he saw a familiar name, Juliet, offering 5 spirit coins as a reward. He directly submitted the order. Layla was surprised to see this. "Hugh, why did you submit Juliet's order?" Hugh remained calm and took out an identification badge from his pocket. Juliet's name was written on it. "Because I have already taken care of Juliet." Layla's pupil shrank when she saw this. "Hugh, once we confirm that Juliet is indeed deceased, we will give you the reward." Hugh said again,
"I have also submitted Lennox's order. I killed him too."
Layla subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. She dared not look directly into Hugh's eyes. After the discussion, Hugh left directly. Layla immediately made a phone call. "Contact Chief Noel of Light Club quickly. I have some important news to sell to him. If it's too late, he might miss out." That night, the entire Spirit Master Circle in LT City was in turmoil. They might not be clear about who Hugh is, but the Investigation Bureau behind him is an undeniable presence. In the building of Light Club, Chief Noel, who got the news, is crazily smashing things. "What's going on with Hugh? Why did the Investigation Bureau come after us? Is it you guys who caused trouble for me outside?" The people in the meeting room looked at each other in bewilderment. They shared their grievances with each other, saying they haven't offended anyone recently. The next day, Hugh was called to Jose's office. He thought it was about Sarah, but it turned out to be about Light Club. Jose directly said that Light Club sent 20,000 coins. "I've transferred them to your account, Hugh." Noel said that taking action against the staff of the Investigation Bureau was completely the private behavior of his subordinates. "It has nothing to do with Light Club. I've heard about your situation. I hope you can accept this settlement. Because LT City is currently in a crisis of survival. We should unite all our efforts to resolve the nightmare." Jose's expression became serious when he said this. Latest news. The entire west side of the city has fallen. We have evacuated most of the civilians, but there are still some who haven't had the chance to evacuate. The whole LT City is in panic. I have requested support from headquarters. But headquarters is also short-handed. The quickest support will take 2 days. Hugh said directly,
"Do you think the people of Light Club can be relied on in front of Nightmare? Instead of leaving them as food for Nightmare, it's better to deal with them in advance."
At this time, the office door was pushed open. A worried-looking staff member rushed in. "Director Bruce. He has entered the dream." Jose stood up anxiously. "When did this happen?" "Bruce has been asleep since yesterday. He hasn't woken up until now. No matter how we call him, he doesn't respond. I don't know when he entered the dream last night." Jose looks upset because, according to Hugh's speculation, Nightmare is very cunning. It will only pull him into the dream when it considers him powerful. "Where is Bruce now? Take me to see him quickly." After saying this, he followed along. Hugh watched the 2 men leave. His heart stirred slightly. There must be something that Nightmare fears on him. It should be the power of pain. Night fell. Hugh was shrouded in a black hood. He is prepared to eradicate the entire Light Club. Hugh arrived at the entrance. He saw 2 security guards standing there. They were all tall and burly in stature. Hugh ignored the security guards and walked straight towards the building. He was quickly stopped. "Sir, this is private property. No entry allowed." A silver light flashed. The 2 were taken out directly by Hugh. The alarm sounded at this time. A group of mercenaries rushed over with weapons. Hugh stood in place with a scalpel in his hand. The next moment, his hair turned directly into silver-white color. Noel looked at the monitor screen. Hugh is so bold. He actually dared to go find Zyma alone. Chief's data shows that Hugh is a perception-type ability user. How can he manipulate hair to attack people? In just a moment, all the mercenaries were defeated on the ground. Noel saw the situation and went downstairs with a few people to find Hugh directly. "This is our territory. We only have a chance to win together." This man was surrounded by the members of the Light Club. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Just now, Hugh led a group of wicked slaves to resist the invading mercenaries. At this moment, a sudden wave of white fog surged in the hallway, shrouding the entire corridor in just a moment. Hugh could only see a vast expanse of white before his eyes. He couldn't see anything clearly. As a spirit master, his sensitive 5 senses were greatly suppressed. In the depths of the white fog, Noel and the others were staring intently at Hugh. At this moment, a man showed a cold smile. "He really is bold, stepping directly into my domain of mist. It seems, Chief, there's no need for you to take action. Just leave it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out a dagger and vanished into the white fog. At this time, a man with a gun said,
"Chief, is he going alone?"
"This Hugh doesn't look as simple as he seems on the surface," Noel said coldly.
"Let him make the first move. You wait for an opportunity to find a flaw. Then kill him directly."
You too quickly cast a curse of weakness on Hugh. Then he reached out his palm towards white fog. A subtle wave of spirituality hit Hugh. Hugh instantly felt his body being drained. He felt as if he had a severe cold, unable to muster any strength throughout his entire body. In an instant, Fogman moved. His figure, like a ghost, lunged towards Hugh. A metallic sound rang out. Hugh blocked the attack. The attack missed. Fogman instantly retreated back into the white fog. "He's quite skilled. Managed to block my attack. But he won't be so lucky with the next strike." He talked as he swiftly moved, making his voice sound like it was coming from all directions. Fogman, who was running, suddenly fell to the ground. Silver hair was wrapped around his feet. Following the hair, he found that Hugh was surrounded by silver hair. As the hair continued to entangle, Fogman was on the verge of death. At that moment, gunshots rang out. A bullet infused with spirituality was fired towards Hugh. Hugh, as if forewarned, casually dodged the spirituality bullet by slightly tilting his head. The weak man, seeing this scene, was instantly shocked. He exclaimed it was impossible. He was clearly affected by weaken, as well as the resistance from white fog. How could he possibly dodge the bullet? If he observed closely, he would discover that Hugh's entire body was actually connected with numerous thin, silver hairs. It was Hugh who was weakened, not the hair wraith. Immediately, countless hairs surged into his body and drained his spirituality completely. At this moment, Hugh's hair became even more silver, and he could clearly sense the hair wraith's pleasure. When the Fogman died, the white fog that filled the corridor instantly dissipated. Hugh's gaze fell on Noel and 2 others. Seeing this, Hugh made a direct mockery. "Didn't expect the famous Light Club. There are only 3 of you here. You've killed all the people." Noel also didn't mince words. He ordered directly to take out Hugh. The scarred man immediately started pulling the trigger frantically towards Hugh. Hugh ignored those bullets directly and continued walking towards them step by step. Hugh directly controlled a dozen flying daggers to fly out from his waist. The sound of metal kept ringing. Those flying daggers blocked the bullets. The scarred man looked astonished. Can your flying dagger also turn corners? However, Noel saw through it. It's his silver hair that links to each flying dagger handle. The scarred man cursed directly. What kind of ability does his hair possess to control people, attack, defend, and manipulate flying daggers? Noel is indeed a reputable spirit master. He could see that Hugh's hair is bizarre with just one look. However, Hugh had already wielded a scalpel and charged forward. His target was weak man, because his weakened ability was just too disgusting. At this moment, Noel took action directly. His fresh blood turned into a blood arrow and shot towards Hugh. Hugh's silver hair surged. He directly met the blood arrow, and silver hair felt like it encountered sulfuric acid, starting to corrode. The next moment, Hugh's silver hair bristled like a hedgehog. Countless steel needle-like silver hair shot towards the three individuals. Noel's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that one day he would experience the feeling of being besieged. He immediately released a crimson hood of spirituality, firmly covering three people and blocking countless attacks. Noel's laughter came from within the crimson hood. "Hugh, if this is all you've got, you can't do anything to me," Hugh said calmly.
"How long do you think you can protect those two useless individuals?"
At the mention of this, Noel's face instantly turned ugly because Hugh spoke the truth. Silver hair relentlessly attacks the blood-red shield. Give up those two useless people. You still have a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two subordinates changed drastically in an instant. "Chief, please do not listen to him. We are your most loyal subordinates. Do not abandon us," Hugh continued.
"My target is only Noel. If you betray him now and help me take him down, I will let you go. I can even recommend you to the Investigation Bureau."
This man is the chief of the Light Club. In order to survive, he has actually turned against his own people and hired assassins. Just now, Hugh tried to persuade Noel's men to defect through words. Noel roared at Hugh. "Do you think we will believe your scheme of sowing discord?" Then he said to the two of them,
"Rest assured, I will never give up on you. Do you still remember the oath we made when we joined the club? Only with you two can Light Club exist."
However, the next moment, Noel pierced through the bodies of the two with a blood arrow. The blood of the two then all flowed into Noel. Noel laughed and said,
"You can't blame me. Blame Hugh instead. As he said, if I keep protecting you two useless people, it would be me who dies. So, it's better to give me your blood. Let me avenge you."
Suddenly, the blood-colored light shield disappeared, revealing Noel drenched in blood. There was almost no gap. The moment Noel appeared, countless silver hairs shot out. As soon as they touched the blood on his body, those silver hairs were all corroded. Noel did not lie. With his strength, if he were not protecting these two burdens, he would have retaliated long ago, because Hugh's silver hair cannot penetrate the layer of blood on his surface. At this moment, Hugh unleashed his silver hair, which surged violently and attacked the bodies of the members behind him. Noel sensed the strangeness emanating from Hugh's silver hair. He suddenly realized,
"You are actually devouring their spirituality."
Hugh looked calmly at Noel.
"Aren't you also devouring their blood?"
For a moment, the scene was somewhat bizarre. The two of them were like conduits, crazily absorbing the blood and spirituality of the members. Hugh controls silver hair to continuously attack Noel. Noel's entire body is gushing blood from every pore, transforming into blood arrows. And just as the two are battling fiercely on the outskirts of the outside world LT City, two figures are leisurely standing on a high place, overlooking the entire LT City. At this moment, Ace of Spades said,
"The people from the Investigation Bureau headquarters are on their way to LT City. Go stop them."
King of Spades nodded and said,
"It's okay to delay them for a moment. I just don't know who the person sent by the Investigation Bureau headquarters is. If it's one of those few people, I won't be able to stop them."
Ace of Spades coldly said.
Headquarters is currently preoccupied, and the internal factions are in constant conflict. Those top combatants won't easily leave headquarters. If that's the case, then I have no issues. It's just that people from LT City are constantly fleeing. Nightmare is getting less and less fear. In this situation, how can we test Joseph's capabilities?
Ace of Spades sneered and said casually,
I will make a move to block off the entire LT City. No one will be able to escape.
The King of Spades seemed somewhat surprised. Are you not afraid that Joseph will die in LT City if you do this? The director never mentioned killing Joseph. Joseph is someone the director values. If he dies so easily, it means the director has misjudged him. When that happens, I will accept the director's gifts in Joseph's place. Are you crazy? Do you want to disobey the director's orders? I have no intention of disobeying the director's orders. I just want to see if Joseph is qualified to accept the director's gift. Why is he the one chosen by the director? What does he have? Isn't it just luck? King of Spades shook his head, saying that he has already advanced to the third stage awakening. Now his ability is not luck, but destiny. Ace of Spades made a move at once. The entire LT City was surrounded and blocked by endless shadows. In Light Club, Hugh and Noel have reached a white-hot stage in their battle. The entire corridor is already in ruins. There are bloodstains and silver hair everywhere. At this moment, Hugh's right eye has already turned into the blood eye state. He attempts to launch a sneak attack on Noel using the blood eye. Noel, the chief of the Light Club, certainly lives up to his title, as he is fearless in the face of the blood eye's attack. He is completely shrouded in blood, even his eyes are obscured. The situation has reached a stalemate. Until Noel's blood is almost exhausted, Hugh has no way to defeat him. They can only rely on depletion to prevail. Noel is consuming blood. He knows that if they continue like this, he will undoubtedly lose. He then said, Hugh, there's no point in continuing this stalemate. It's better to stop here. Hugh ignored him. He chose to continue attacking. Why do you have to fight to the death with my spirit coin and mystic artifact? Hugh said directly.
What do you mean? Your spirit coin and mystic artifact.
Clearly, they are mine. Noel was so angry that he almost spat blood at these words. You're talking nonsense. Let's forget about the spirit coin. But on the base of the bronze candle holder, my name is clearly engraved. Hugh directly asked.
So why did you engrave your name on my mystic artifact?
The mysterious realm is descending, and the entire city will be in crisis. You took my spirit coin and mystic artifact to gain an advantage. Why do we have to fight to the death? Hugh calmly said something. Your spirit coin, mystic artifact clearly belongs to me. Noel cursed directly. But on the base of the bronze candle holder, my name is clearly engraved. Why did you carve your name on my mystic artifact? Noel exploded with anger. He had never seen such shameless person before. Although Noel was angry, he did not lose his rationality. Because if this went on, his blood would dry up. He suppressed his anger and said,
Hugh, do you have any grievances with Club? Clearly, you were the one who killed my man first. We didn't come looking for trouble with you. Yet you come to us and act unreasonably.
Hugh calmly said,
Your cousin was also killed by a hitman I hired. And I'm trying to prevent you from seeking revenge on me. That's why I have to take you all out.
Upon hearing this, Noel felt that Hugh's words were ridiculous. Hugh, do you even know what you're talking about? You're distorted. If you make a sound, I have spirit incense. Upon hearing the two words, spirit incense, Hugh suddenly remembered the scene where he was contaminated by spirit incense, affecting his spirituality. He became even more ruthless in his actions. Just at that moment, the illusory bizarreness that roamed the building suddenly vanished into thin air. Noel was shocked and exclaimed,
This is the mysterious realm.
As a second-stage spirit master, his perception is much sharper than Hugh's. At this moment, Hugh sensed a familiar strangeness in the air. It was the aura of the nightmare. How did they enter the nightmare's dream realm? Could it be that the nightmare has become powerful enough to influence reality? At this moment, Noel anxiously said,
"You, the fact that he quietly pulled us in represents the immense power of this strangeness. Now is not the time for us to fight. Let's just stop here."
However, the only response to him was Hugh's silver hair attack. Noel blocked the attack, looking grim. "Hugh, don't be so stubborn. Must we risk our lives in this crisis?" In the dim corridor, footsteps suddenly approached. A bizarre sight emerged. A 3-meter-tall, 2.5-meter-wide, 500-pound fatty. Noel's face drastically changed. He hurriedly said,
"Hugh, a bizarre creature has appeared. Whatever grievances exist between us, we'd better join forces to deal with this bizarre threat."
Hugh calmly said,
"Indeed, we should join forces. However, it is me who will join forces with the bizarreness."
Only Hugh's silver hair directly wrapped around himself. The human aura was completely isolated inside. The exposed aura was that of the hair race bizarreness aura. Noel, helpless, could only attack the bizarreness. He directly threw a punch, striking towards the bizarreness's chest. With one punch, the flesh and blood of the bizarreness's chest was directly blasted open with a big hole. Noel's face lit up with joy at the sight. He knew he had bet right this bizarreness was not strong. However, he didn't stay happy for long. Those flesh and blood bizarreness creatures began to regenerate. Before long, they filled the entire hallway. He punched at the bizarreness once again. However, this time a shocking change occurred. The bizarreness exploded like a bomb. After receiving this punch, some kind of chemical reaction seemed to have taken place inside the body. It burst open directly. Suddenly, the whole corridor was filled with blood and flesh and blood. Noel didn't have time to think too much either. Seeing that the obstacles in front of him were gone, he just wanted to escape. However, at that moment, those scattered flesh and blood unexpectedly formed a wall. Countless tentacles suddenly grew out and fiercely attacked Noel. Hugh was not subjected to a direct attack, but he was corroded by a significant amount of silver hair. Not long after, Noel's entire body of blood was sucked dry and died. At this moment, Hugh made his move. Silver hair directly stabbed into Noel's heart, absorbing all of his spirituality. After Hugh finished absorbing it, he directly used the power of pain. He pulled out the scalpel and stabbed towards the flesh and blood. Immediately, those flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. The corridor returned to its original state. After solving the light club, Hugh felt slightly relieved. He also had a few less enemies. After Hair Race swallowed Noel and other spirituality, Hugh felt that his hair would eventually become level S bizarre. This man was originally a member of the Investigation Bureau. Now he is actually killing his own people. Just now, Hugh received a call from his assistant, Olive. The phone was connected. Olive's soft and anxious voice came directly.
"Are you okay? If you are, Jose wants all the investigators to come to headquarters right away."
LT City has changed. Nightmares are suspected to have evolved into a mysterious realm that can influence reality. Hugh calmly replied,
"Understood,"
and then hung up the phone. The Investigation Bureau called. Hugh was not surprised. Such a big event happened, the Investigation Bureau would definitely take action. However, Hugh did not easily believe the contents of the phone call, because he had encountered a similar situation in the nightmare's dream. Everything in the dream could be false. Shortly after, Hugh left the light club, and the moment he stepped into the street, he was shocked to discover that the entire LT City was inexplicably shrouded in darkness. The shadow acted like a cage, enclosing the entire LT City. The moon in the sky is no longer visible. In its place, there are a pair of immense, blood-red eyes. Those are the eyes of Nightmare. Hugh walked calmly. Suddenly, at the end of the street in his sight, an old-fashioned rocking cart appeared. It swayed back and forth. On the cart, a cheerful nursery rhyme sung by a child kept playing. The scene was very eerie. As Hugh continued walking, unexpectedly, an amusement park appeared before his eyes. However, the scene seemed somewhat surreal. Hugh speculated that this must be Nightmare's mysterious realm gradually being invaded by dreams into reality. Hugh walked straight through the amusement park, paying no attention to the abnormalities around him, heading directly to the investigation bureau. At some point, Hugh noticed a girl in a white dress giggling incessantly and continuously inviting Hugh to play. Hugh stopped in his tracks and calmly gazed at the innocent and naive girl. The next second, he directly controlled Silver Hair to tie up the flying dagger and shot it straight out. It pierced through the girl's body, just like piercing through a mass of air. After Hugh withdrew the knife, he looked at the girl and said,
"When you fully come to this world, Uncle will play with you properly."
Later, Hugh arrived at the investigation bureau. Olive was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Hugh's arrival, she immediately said,
"Investigator, you're finally here. Please go to the conference room. Jose and the others are all waiting for you there."
Hugh calmly looked at her and said,
"Come with me for a moment."
Olive stood against the wall. She looked up at Hugh somewhat bewildered, unsure of what he wanted to do. Just as she was confused, Hugh approached closer. His eyes stared at her intently. She retreated in a bit of panic. As a result, her smaller body pressed directly against the wall. She had nowhere to retreat. "Investigator, do you need anything? Jose is still waiting for you." She felt nervous because Hugh now looked like he was going to do something to her. Hugh calmly said,
"Lift your head up."
The next second, Hugh grabbed the scalpel and struck directly. Blood splattered everywhere. Olive died. Hugh, holding the scalpel, murmured,
"Is this a real person? Not a dream, right? Not enough information. Need to probe further."
Hugh entered the meeting room directly. He saw everyone sitting in the meeting room. Joseph walked over and said,
"Hugh, you finally made it. Where were you earlier? Why are you so late?"
Hugh looked at the spirituality lie detector on the table and said,
"I was delayed on the way here. Also, what does this mean?"
Joseph directly said to Hugh,
"You have experienced the dreams of Nightmare. You should be very clear. Anything in a dream could be false."
Hugh said very reasonably, "But I have a better way." Hugh picked up the scalpel and stabbed directly towards Joseph's neck. Although Joseph usually appears nonchalant, he is a genuine third-stage spirit master. Joseph easily dodged the attack. Joseph questioned whether you were really Hugh. Hugh did not answer. Instead, he directly detonated the eerie power within Scalpel. Instantly, his hair turned silver, and his right eye transformed into a crimson blood eye. He directly attacked Jose. Joseph immediately stepped in to protect Jose. Hugh directly used Blood Eye to attack Joseph. However, there was a significant difference in spirituality between the two sides. Joseph recovered in a moment. Joseph was angry. He directly used the mystic artifact, embroidered shoes. Hugh didn't expect it either. This Joseph's enchanting mystic artifact turned out to be embroidered shoes. In an instant, Joseph appeared directly in front of Hugh. Just as Joseph was about to make a move, Hugh raised the scalpel and stabbed it into his own forehead. He committed suicide. This is a pen with a bizarre and terrifying aura. Only a spirit master can summon the pen spirit from within it. Just now, Hugh attacked the people from the investigation bureau. He wanted to know if he was in a nightmare dream. When Joseph attacked, Hugh committed suicide without hesitation. Hugh was reborn and came to the investigation bureau again. Olive saw Hugh and said anxiously,
"You're finally here. Quickly go to the meeting room. Jose and the others are waiting for you there."
Hugh calmly agreed, and there was no trace of emotion in his expression. It was as if he had just killed Olive. This was not his usual self. This time, he walked straight to the meeting room without killing Olive. Because he has already figured it out. The people from the investigation bureau are not Nightmare in disguise. This place should be real. In the investigation bureau conference room. It's the same as before. Have Hugh test the spirituality lie detector. This time, Hugh did not refuse. He calmly accepted the test. After passing the test, Jose officially held the meeting. Everyone, you are currently the largest manpower that can be mobilized in the Bureau. The Spirit Masters, who cannot come, are probably already trapped in the dream world. Vice Captain Bruce is the same. You are the last hope of LT City. At this time, someone said,
Jose, there's no need for these empty words. If it weren't for LT City being blocked by shadows and Nightmare trying to pull everyone into dreams, I would have left a long time ago. Now that I can't escape, I can only fight with all I have. Just tell me the strategy directly.
Jose said directly.
Now, Nightmare's mysterious realm has already invaded. The entire LT City is currently shrouded by it. If this situation continues to develop, once LT City falls, the surrounding cities will also face complete destruction.
Now, the level of Nightmare has been redefined. Due to its terrifying growth potential and wide-reaching impact, Nightmare's level is designated as S level. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned serious, as if a huge pressure was spreading throughout the meeting room. Someone said anxiously,
What about the level S incident? It's even difficult to handle at headquarters. Can just a few of us really handle it? Where are the people from headquarters? Didn't we ask for their help? Why haven't they arrived?
Jose said solemnly.
The people from headquarters encountered an attack by unknown individuals on the way. They are currently unable to arrive for the time being.
What the hell is going on? Why were the people from headquarters intercepted? At this point, Joseph said it was Ace of Spades. I have fought him before. I know his ability is Shadow Street Lockdown. He intercepted the people from headquarters. It has been found that behind Spades is an organization called Playing Cards. None of them are weak individuals. After listening, everyone's faces look even worse. Facing Nightmare was already desperate enough, and now there is another organization, Playing Cards, hiding in the dark. How can we continue to fight this? Even some spirit masters are starting to wonder, why is the threshold for joining the bizarreness so high? Why are the racial restrictions so rigid? At this point, Jose mentioned that Nightmare does not have an entity in reality, but now his bizarreness covers the entire LT City. This is equivalent to all of us entering a dream. Only in a dream can harm come to a dream. This is our chance. As long as we find Nightmare's true form and defeat him, we will naturally be able to overcome the crisis. At this time, someone said,
Jose, you make it sound so easy.
Not to mention defeating Nightmare. Just finding Nightmare is difficult. The city is so big, and it's enveloped by his bizarreness. Where do we go to find Nightmare? Jose was not angry. He just asked Joseph to go get something. When Joseph came back, there was an additional dark gold box. This is a box completely made by heart of steel. It has no seams on it. It appears to be welded shut. The next second, Joseph opened the box. Inside was a pen. Someone exclaimed,
This is a mystic artifact.
Jose said,
Not bad. This pen was named Pen Spirit by the Investigation Bureau. By using this pen, as long as you pay a certain price, you can know the answer you want.
Upon hearing this, Hugh's heart was moved. Paying a price to know the answer. Isn't this exactly what he needs? If this pen is really so magical, then he can completely use it to understand the truth of bizarreness. At this time, someone spoke up and said,
Killian, are you implying that through the Pen Spirit, we can find out the whereabouts of Nightmare's true identity?
Jose said,
Yes, but the more important the question asked, the higher the price the Pen Spirit will demand. The cost is random and could be a finger, a pair of eyes, or even a heart.
Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated to use the Pen Spirit. At this time, someone suggested that it's simple. We can just bring a condemned prisoner over to ask, isn't that okay? However, Jose shook his head and said,
Pen Spirit. Only a spirit master can use it.
The scene fell silent once again. Joseph looked at the silent crowd. He said,
Look at you bunch of cowards. No need for you to ask. I'll ask the questions.
Jose showed a worried expression. Jose, don't forget my ability is luck. If I were to ask, it might just cost me a hair. At this moment, Hugh spoke up and said,
I'll ask instead.
Joseph said to Hugh,
What are you trying to steal my thunder? Such a great opportunity to shine. I can't let you have it.
Jose worriedly said to Hugh,
Let Joseph do it. His ability is luck. Plus, this guy has a lot of trump cards. I'm not sure if Pen Spirit can kill him.
However, Hugh calmly said,
Everything will be fine.
Jose thought,
Could it be that Hugh saw the future? He knew that he would be fine.
Then, he asked Hugh to summon the Pen Spirit. Hugh immediately began to summon the Pen Spirit. In an instant, Hugh felt a cold hand grip his hand. It was a woman's hand, very cold, like a corpse. And he couldn't see it in his line of sight, as if it were a ghost. Hugh directly asked the Pen Spirit,
What is the truth behind the bizarreness of this world?
When these words were spoken, Joseph's face changed dramatically. Hugh, what are you asking? Are you crazy? You cannot afford the cost of such questions. Obviously, Pen Spirit couldn't answer. The price for Hugh was to explode in place. Nightmare is everyone's nightmare. However, this man is Nightmare's nightmare. After all, this man once did unspeakable things to Nightmare. Just now, Hugh asked what the truth is behind the bizarreness of the Pen Spirit world. However, Pen Spirit also couldn't provide an answer. Hugh then exploded on the spot. Hugh asked countless questions during that time. However, the Pen Spirit couldn't provide any answers. Hugh also remained in a state of death. Hugh, who has died countless times, has already figured it out. The Pen Spirit is so terrifying that it simply cannot answer those secrets. Or rather, it dares not answer. Forcing questions upon the Pen Spirit will result in it falling into madness. It will die on its own as well. This also indirectly indicates that the questions he asked were too profound. Currently, there is no way to grasp them at all. At this time, Hugh asked the Pen Spirit,
Where can we find the true form of Nightmare?
The Pen Spirit quickly wrote down, Temple, on the white paper. Joseph saw this and cursed the Pen Spirit, mentioning dozens of temples throughout LT City. Who knows which one it was talking about? Hugh frowned slightly. He didn't expect that. This Pen Spirit turned out to be a damn Riddler. Hugh found his organs turning into nothingness. This was the price of the Pen Spirit. Hugh, who rolled back once more, asked directly which temple, and this time finally got the most accurate answer, Putua Temple. And the cost this time was that his head disappeared. This time, Hugh was reborn as Joseph. He actively used Pen Spirit. Hugh directly said,
No need to ask.
The true form of Nightmare is in Putua Temple. Joseph paused.
How did you know that Nightmare is in Putua Temple?
Hugh calmly said,
Don't forget. My ability is perception, and I have already sensed it.
Upon hearing this, Joseph secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though his ability is luck, and he had many trump cards to rely on, no one wanted to bet their life on the Pen Spirit. At this moment, Jose said,
Since you have already perceived it, Joseph, you don't need to ask any more.
Those who did not know Hugh felt incredulous. Someone asked,
Jose, do you know how far Putua Temple is from here?
He, a first-stage spirit master, suddenly perceived a nightmare. Jose said in a deep voice,
Hugh is a special perception-type spirit master. His perception is different from the traditional sense. Since he perceived it, it must be true.
Just as the spirit master was about to say something, Joseph interrupted directly.
What you need to do now is not to question, but to unconditionally believe in the Investigation Bureau and trust Hugh. We are not joking around with our lives or yours.
Continuing, Joseph said,
Since you have perceived the nightmare, and its true form is at Putua Temple, what should our next course of action be?
Hugh said first,
Everyone, please report your abilities. I want to understand the roles each of you can play.
Everyone present fell into silence. They were all reluctant to expose their abilities. Hugh said lightly,
Based on your abilities, is there a need to hide your abilities?
At this time, an irritable older brother cursed and said,
What did you say? What are you? Just a mere support class.
He didn't finish his sentence. Hugh's right eye, with its distinct black and white colors, instantly transformed into blood eye. The irritable old man let out a scream and fell to the ground. At this point, Hugh said directly that now is the time to show his own abilities in facing the nightmare. Some dead weight will only hold him back, and can only serve as nourishment for him. They are not suitable for participating in the upcoming actions. Some spirit masters with relatively weak abilities dare to be angry, but dare not speak out. Those with strength do not dare to make trouble because Joseph is present. At this moment, a red-haired man said,
My ability is singing. My singing voice can influence others' emotions and even make them lose their rationality.
Hugh nodded and said,
Next one.
At this time, a slender man said,
My ability is stasis. I can immobilize people or things in a short period of time, or create bizarre effects.
As everyone revealed their abilities one by one, Hugh had already formed a judgment in his mind. Immediately, Hugh asked the red-haired man from earlier to step forward. The red-haired man asked in confusion,
Are you referring to me?
Hugh nodded and said,
Exactly. Sing a song for us to listen to.
The red-haired man suspected that Hugh was mocking him. He felt helpless as he was no match for him. What song would you like to hear? Hugh directly said that good luck is on its way. A spirit master directly questioned Hugh. What are you up to? It's a matter of life and death right now. How can you still have the mood to listen to music? Hugh simply replied,
It's beyond your comprehension. It's hard for me to explain to you.
That spirit master was about to make a move. When he saw Joseph, he backed down instantly. At that moment, the red-haired man took out a microphone and started singing. Everyone who heard the sound had a look on their faces, as if they had eaten shit. The key point is that the red-haired man is extremely intoxicated, very engaged. At this point, Hugh interrupted and said,
Stop singing.
Hugh looked directly at Dennis and asked,
How do you feel?
Dennis was taken aback. He didn't expect Hugh to cue him. It's too harsh. I feel like even my farts sound better than him. The red-haired man instantly looked dark and said,
Do you even understand music?
Hugh then said,
I'm not talking about the singing. It's about whether fear decreases after listening to his songs.
Dennis said,
Hugh, the way you put it, it seems like I'm really not afraid anymore. When I was listening to the songs just now, my mind was full of those unpleasant voices. I almost forgot about the nightmare for a while.
Hugh nodded and said,
Very good. It seems that the key to this operation lies with him.
The red-haired man never thought that he would become the center of attention. Clearly, his own ability is the weakest. Hugh then instructed Joseph to take the red-haired man to the broadcasting station. Start the citywide broadcast. Sing to dilute the fear in the city and weaken the power of the nightmare. Joseph's eyes lit up as he took charge of this matter. Once I have sorted this out, I will immediately go to P1 Temple to meet up with you. Completely resolve the nightmare. LT City does not allow such bizarreness to exist. Then Hugh instructed Joseph to put on embroidered shoes and run at full speed. The longer the delay, the stronger the power of nightmare will become. Seize the opportunity to weaken the power of nightmare before the entire city is completely submerged. Joseph said with an unpleasant expression,
How did you know I have embroidered shoes?
Hugh said lightly,
I perceived it. Remember, you must put on the embroidered shoes as soon as possible. If you find it embarrassing, you can wear them after leaving the investigation bureau.
Joseph immediately felt that he had given Hugh another handle. Jose immediately instructed,
I authorize Hugh as the temporary team leader with decision-making power.
Jose asked Hugh again,
Have you perceived Bruce's whereabouts?
Hugh shook his head and said no. However, I speculate that if Bruce is not dead, he is most likely at P1 Temple. His ordinary bizarreness would not be able to confine him. Therefore, it is only possible that Nightmare intervened personally. Immediately, Hugh asked Dennis, Fatty Sarah, and Layla to follow him in a car. At such a crucial moment, no one opposed the decision. Soon, Everyone got into the car and headed towards the outside world. At this moment, LT's city looks completely different. Thick fog is rising. All roads and buildings are shrouded in thick mist. Only a faint outline can be seen, resembling a scene from a horror movie. At that moment, Dennis said,
"Hugh, I feel like I've been transported to a horror movie iSky world. Do you think we can successfully resolve the nightmare event this time?"
Upon hearing this, Hugh replied,
"Whether we can resolve it or not depends on you."
Dennis looked at me blankly.
"Hugh, stop joking around. Even if it's 11 o'clock, I still find it challenging. I can't defeat Nightmare. I couldn't even beat the level B Hair Wraith from last time, let alone level S Nightmare."
Hugh said,
"I didn't ask you to do anything, just like what you did in the dream last time."
Dennis blushed at the words.
"Come on, Hugh, it's not the time for jokes," he said.
Hugh said,
"I'm not joking. Haven't you noticed? Nightmare has never pulled you into a dream. The reason you are in a dream now is that Nightmare's mysterious realm has enveloped the entire LT city. Otherwise, you might not have been pulled into a dream at all."
"If Nightmare is the nightmare of everyone, then you are the nightmare of Nightmare." Fatty beside you exclaimed upon hearing your words. "When did you become so amazing?" Dennis just smiled awkwardly without explaining. LT City is surprised to see numerous human head lanterns spread throughout the entire city. Just now, the crowd set out from the investigation bureau by car. Hugh said to Layla,
"Bring out the thing."
Layla was taken aback and asked,
"What thing?"
"Do you think changing your outfit makes me not recognize you, Layla?" Layla pretended to be foolish and said,
"I don't understand what you're talking about."
"Is my hint not obvious enough?" Killing a division of Layla. Upon hearing this, Layla said,
"How did you recognize me?"
"You forgot that my ability is perception. Even though you've transformed into a slim figure, you can't hide it from my perception." Layla smiled and said,
"Your perception ability is so strong. No wonder both Jose and Joseph trust you so much."
Hugh said,
"Since you admitted it, please hand over my bronze candle holder."
Layla's face looked a bit unsightly. To be honest, she doesn't want to hand it over because in Nightmare's mysterious realm, the bronze candle holder is definitely a life-saving artifact. Handing over the bronze candle holder now means giving up hope for survival. But if she doesn't hand it over, she will be considered an enemy of Hugh. After some thought, Layla ultimately chose to hand over the bronze candle holder. Hugh directly handed the bronze candle holder to Fatty. Fatty saw the bronze candle holder and said,
"Make me bleed again. I haven't recovered from the last time. Can I switch to someone else?"
Hugh ignored it. He said to Layla,
"If I'm not mistaken, your ability should not be strength either."
Layla said somewhat numbly,
"You're right. My ability is not strength. My ability is to control the power of the dragon and tiger on my body. Strength is just a byproduct they give me."
Suddenly, countless wicked slaves rushed out onto the street, all transformed from deceased LT City citizens. At this moment, Hugh answered the phone. Another spirit master's voice came from the other end, asking what to do. Hugh simply said to charge ahead. He stepped on the gas fiercely and charged ahead. At this moment, Hugh ordered Sarah and Layla to take action. Sarah formed a bright flame ball in her hand and threw it towards Wicked Slave. Layla unleashed the power of Dragon and Tiger, charging towards the group of wicked slaves. Just a moment. Hugh and the others rushed out of the group of wicked slaves. At this moment, the order to stop the car was issued by Hugh. Although the crowd did not understand, they still stopped the car. And Hugh's words blew everyone's mind. Human head lantern will appear ahead momentarily, and their eyes will emit red light. Once illuminated by the red light, the head will immediately detach. Stick close to me if you don't want to die. Do not attack the human head lantern. Once you attack one, you will break the killing rule of the human head lantern. They will swarm in. The crowd was shocked and some even questioned.
"Are you sure this is a perception? If there really are the human head lantern ahead as you said, why don't we take a detour?"
Hugh calmly replied,
It's no use. There are human head lanterns everywhere. The only way forward is to go through them.
Of course, these are the results after Hugh died and rolled back multiple times. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but also chose to believe. Hugh walked about a few hundred meters. Suddenly, everyone noticed that lanterns were lit up ahead. Surprisingly, they were all transformed into human heads. At this moment, Hugh said,
"Everyone, move to the right."
They saw him swiftly dart to the right side of the street. Dennis, Sarah, and the others did not hesitate at all. They followed closely behind. The others were first stunned when they saw the situation. Then they followed suit. Just as the crowd shifted their attention, the closest human head lantern swiftly turned its head. In his black and white distinct eyes, emitting a bizarre red light, as if two flashlights were shining on the ground, creating two rays of light, quickly sweeping towards the crowd's location. Not everyone reacted quickly. Two spirit masters were not quick enough to react and were shone upon by the red light. Immediately, their heads separated from their bodies and turned into two human head lanterns. At Hugh's command, everyone quickly ran. The crowd followed Hugh's footsteps in a frenzy, scrambling to keep up with him. Even in such a perilous scene, Hugh seemed to foresee it as if in advance. He managed to escape in the midst of danger before the encirclement of red light fully formed. While Hugh was moving swiftly, he said,
"The final wave is up ahead. Follow me closely, Fatty. Quickly light the bronze candle holder."
Fatty, upon hearing this, hesitated not in the least. He directly cut his palm and lit the candle holder. And so everyone ran desperately under the green light. The eerie green light brought them an unparalleled sense of security. However, Fatty did not have this feeling. His face was pale, and he felt like his body had been emptied out. Relying on numerous deaths, Rollback Hugh had already figured out the most blood-saving route. Under the protection of the bronze candle holder, everyone is about to leave this terrifying lantern ocean. One woman in the team suddenly covered her chest. Her body involuntarily fell to the ground. She doesn't have a heart condition, but rather poor mental resilience, which led to her spirituality suddenly losing control. She watched as the light from the candlestick grew further and further away from her. She screamed in terror,
"Stop quickly! Save me!"
As the red light shone on her, a look of madness appeared on her face in despair.
"Since you won't save me, then let's die together."
She raised her hand, about to use her ability to attack the human head lantern. The crowd's faces changed drastically in an instant. Hugh said,
"Under no circumstances should you attack the human head lantern."
Just as everyone was feeling desperate, Hugh inserted a flying dagger into the woman's forehead. The woman's eyes instantly widened in anger. She fell straight to the ground. The crisis was also successfully resolved. Just as everyone was catching their breath, a woman stood up. She questioned Hugh, asking if he had stopped to save her just now. She wouldn't have resorted to such extreme behavior. This woman seems to be a friend of the deceased person. Facing the woman's questioning, Hugh seemed very calm.
"Why should I save a useless person like her? She's just adding nutrients to Nightmare,"
he said. As a silver light flashed by, the young woman was killed by Hugh. Hugh calmly retracted the scalpel amid the shocked gazes of the crowd. Indeed, at times like this, one must kill the saint first. Who would have thought? This lovely girl is actually a deadly bizarreness. Just now, Hugh directly killed the team saint with a single sword. At this moment, everyone was completely speechless. No one had expected Hugh to suddenly make a move, let alone against his own teammate. Sarah saw this scene and her delicate body inexplicably trembled. The fate of the young woman reminded her of her own past. At this moment, a man in a leather jacket exclaimed,
"You actually killed him!"
Hugh turned to the man and said,
"Why? Do you want to die too?"
The man in the leather jacket ultimately did not dare to say anything more. Hugh slowly scanned the crowd, taking in their emotions. "If any of you do not agree with my approach, you can leave now." Faced with Hugh's calm and serene gaze, the crowd fell silent. No one spoke, and no one chose to leave. Seeing this, Hugh said,
Since no one is willing to leave, for the next course of action, I do not want to hear any objections. You just need to follow my command.
I'm sure you have already guessed. My ability is not perception but foresight. Everyone was shocked at the words. This is foresight. It's like touching the realm of gods. At this moment, someone exclaimed,
So, those human head lanterns that appeared just now, along with their killing patterns, and even the best escape routes were all predicted by you?
Hugh said calmly.
My ability at the Investigation Bureau is confidential. The reason I disclosed it is to ensure that all of you will follow my arrangements in the upcoming actions. Even if what I ask you to do seems unimaginable, you must do it immediately.
With Hugh's command, everyone immediately took action. Just then, someone in the team suddenly exclaimed,
The corpse moved!
The young woman who was originally dead suddenly stood up stiffly like a zombie, just as everyone thought it was a bizarreness creating chaos. Hugh directly handed the bronze candle holder from Fatty's hand to the zombie woman's hand. Hugh calmly said,
Don't worry. She is not a zombie. I control her body.
Fatty reacted and said,
Hugh, do you want her to light the bronze candle holder?
Hugh nodded and said,
No matter what, she is also a member of this team. Even if she dies, she should still give the team the final light and heat.
Along the way, in the thick fog of darkness, groups of wicked slaves would occasionally emerge. Hugh did not take action against these wicked slaves, but instead left them all to be dealt with by the others. This is also the significance of him bringing everyone along, to preserve his own spirituality. Along the way, the group found several unlocked cars on the street and decided to drive them away. They raced down the road in the stolen cars. Soon, they realized that something was not right. Because of their line of sight, right in the middle of the road ahead, a strange amusement park suddenly appeared, with the innocent children's nursery rhymes echoing from inside. Seeing this, Hugh furrowed his brows slightly. This is it. The girl from the previous amusement park has come knocking on the door. He first turned around and drove towards another road. As a result, the same amusement park appeared on that road. At this moment, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Hugh's face. He had intended to deal with Nightmare first, but he didn't expect you to be so eager to seek death. Next, Hugh stepped on the gas pedal forcefully, heading straight towards the amusement park. After entering the amusement park, everyone found that it was no different from a regular amusement park, with various amusement facilities everywhere. The only difference was that the entire amusement park was deserted, yet some of the facilities were still operating. The group drove away, and soon reached the exit of the amusement park from the entrance. However, when they left through the exit, they were horrified to find that they had returned to the entrance of the amusement park. Hugh said over the walkie-talkie,
No need to try. Everyone, get out of the car.
After that, Hugh gazed at the amusement ride and said,
Come out. Uncle is here to play with you.
Only to see on the originally empty carousel, a girl appeared out of nowhere. She wore a white dress and had an innocent smile on her face. She said,
Uncle, you came to play with me.
The next moment, a scalpel with a cold gleam flew through the air. However, when the scalpel touched the girl, it passed directly through her body in an instant, as if going through the air. Hugh immediately frowned. This girl is not an entity. He then ordered Sarah to ignite the fire. Just then, a blazing flame appeared in Sarah's hand and shot directly towards the carousel. But the next moment, something astonishing happened. The flame passed through the carousel. The girl laughed even more happily and said to the uncles and aunties,
Come and play with me. As long as you finish any one activity, you can leave. Everyone has to play, okay?
The expressions of the crowd immediately turned ugly. They couldn't win a fight, so they had to play by the other party's rules. So once again, all eyes turned to Hugh, hoping that he could foresee which project was the easiest. Hugh said to Layla,
You go sit on the carousel.
Layla was stunned for a moment and said,
What about you guys?
Hugh calmly said,
Yes, just you. Don't worry. I have seen the future.
In fact, Hugh was lying. He had not. He just wanted to use Layla as cannon fodder to test the danger level of the carousel. Layla was somewhat skeptical, but she ultimately chose to believe, because Hugh had no reason to harm her. Logically speaking, the girl is the one playing the carousel bizarrely. A normal person would definitely stay far away. But Hugh made me choose carousel, where the most dangerous place is apparently the safest place. After she got on, everything was so calm. Nothing happened at all. At this time, a spirit master asked,
Layla, how do you feel after sitting down?
Layla said she didn't feel anything. It was like sitting on a regular carousel. The carousel kept turning round and round. Layla felt tired. At this moment, someone exclaimed,
Layla, your hair is turning white.
Layla realized that she had aged over 10 years in an instant. Each turn of this carousel represents a year of life. She hurried to get up and leave, but found that there seemed to be an invisible force on the carousel that was holding her tightly, making it impossible for her to leave. Layla shouted towards Hugh.
Hugh, didn't you say you have seen the future? Quickly tell me the solution. I'm aging rapidly.
Hugh said.
You are right. I did see the future. What I saw was your future, where you have passed away.
Layla instantly became furious. She manipulated the power of dragon and tiger and pounced towards Hugh. However, Hugh's flying dagger was faster. It directly stabbed into her forehead. This man actually manipulated his teammates to probe the power of bizarreness. Just now, Layla was directly killed by Hugh with a knife. At this moment, someone in the team said,
Hugh, you must give us an explanation. Are you trying to save spirituality by intentionally not foreseeing the future and then letting us risk our lives to find out?
Hugh, however, remained unmoved. He directly pointed at the roller coaster and said,
Which one of you will go?
The crowd was suddenly filled with rage.
Since you can predict the future,
they said,
why don't you go yourself?
Hugh directly instructed Sarah.
Sarah, you go to the roller coaster.
Sarah faced Hugh's order without daring to look into his eyes, keeping her head down as she went. Soon, Sarah got on the roller coaster, although she was actually scared to death. But she didn't dare to disobey Hugh's orders, because she was even more afraid of a fate worse than death. As the roller coaster's speed increased, 1/3 of the journey was quickly completed without anything happening. At this moment, Sarah's condition was not very good. Her face was a bit pale. However, judging from her appearance, it shouldn't be that she had encountered something strange, but rather that she was just scared. Finally, the roller coaster reached the highest peak. Here, she would experience an almost vertical drop. Sarah burst out with a loud scream. But the next second, her scream abruptly stopped. It could be seen that halfway down the drop, there seemed to be invisible steel wires in the air, directly cutting off Sarah's head.
Fatty said incredulously,
Hugh, she's dead. Why would she die? Are you mistaken?
However, Hugh calmly said, Fatty, you go to the haunted house. Fatty stared closely at Hugh, trying to read something from his face. But Hugh's face remained as calm as before.
Fatty nodded shakily, agreeing to go to the haunted house. Hugh then looked at Dennis and said,
You go ride the pirate ship.
Dennis looked at Hugh with a complicated expression, then sat wordlessly on the pirate ship. Just then, Hugh made his move. His silver hair surged towards everyone like a tide. The crowd was instantly shocked and pale. Hugh, what are you trying to do? In just a moment, Hugh successfully controlled 5 people. Hugh said lightly,
I need them to probe. If you attack me, then you will have to risk your life to explore later.
When he said this, the few people who originally wanted to besiege Hugh immediately hesitated. Although Hugh's approach was very indifferent, it was undoubtedly correct. Shortly after, Hugh controlled 5 people and sent them to different amusement facilities. A few minutes later, all these people were dead. The remaining few people had run away long before. Hugh was seen heading towards the bumper car and then getting on the bumper car. The bumper car, empty on all sides, seemed to have gone mad, rushing towards Hugh's car. Hugh's car was repeatedly hit, with each impact causing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. The seemingly minor impacts felt like heavy sledgehammers viciously smashing onto Hugh's internal organs. In the end, Hugh died from internal rupture. Just like that, died once again. Reborn, Rollback Girl appeared in front of everyone. Uncles and aunties, come and play with me. As long as you complete any one project, you can leave. Hugh pointed directly at the tallest Ferris wheel and said,
5 people in a group to ride the Ferris wheel. I have already seen the future.
The crowd instinctively felt that the Ferris wheel project was very dangerous because it was too high above the ground. If there was any danger, they wouldn't even have a place to run. However, Hugh did not give the crowd much time to think. He had already started walking towards the Ferris wheel. And behind him, Dennis, Sarah, Fatty, and the controlled female corpse followed closely. When everyone saw Hugh act, they no longer hesitated. Hugh said to the others,
"You guys, a few come up with me first. The rest stay here."
The Ferris wheel was originally meant for only 4 people, but Hugh had them sit 5 people. One person stood in the middle, while the others sat in 2 rows. Their compartment, where Hugh and others were in, rose to the highest point. Hugh suddenly commanded towards the female corpse, "Light the bronze candle holder." Everyone was instantly enveloped in the cold candlelight. At this moment, several black winds emerged from all sides, as if a strong wind mixed with countless black sands. When the black winds hit the green candlelight, puffs of white smoke rose up. Hugh and the others successfully passed the danger with some difficulty. The price, however, was that the female corpse turned into a mummy. At this moment, Hugh reminded the next group that when they go up, they must remember to light the bronze candle holder at the highest point and then take turns consuming blood. After Hugh's reminder, he handed over the bronze candle holder to them. Soon everyone passed the level successfully. Their gaze towards Hugh also changed. He could accurately and flawlessly identify the safest attractions among the many dangerous amusement projects, ensuring that everyone made it through alive. This is unimaginable compared to the past bizarre events. Being a spirit master is a high-risk occupation, constantly teetering on the brink of death. With one small mistake, one could easily die. No one dares to claim that they can survive 100% of the bizarre events. At this point, someone said,
"Captain, since we have successfully cleared the level, let's go."
Unconsciously, their way of addressing Hugh has changed. However, Hugh shook his head, revealing a chilling smile.
"There is something I need to take care of first,"
he said before heading towards the carousel.
"Uncle, you have already cleared the level. Why don't you leave?"
the girl said innocently with a smile. Hugh's mouth revealed a terrifying smile as he said,
"If you don't die, how can I leave?"
Hugh's right eye instantly turned blood red, and a blood red wave shot out from his eye. Bizarreness felt as if she had been severely hit, falling straight from the white horse. The people nearby were all stunned to see this. Wasn't Bizarreness unable to be attacked before? Why is it possible now? Soon, a clever spirit master figured it out. Before completing the amusement park project, we couldn't touch the girl, but after completing the project, everyone established a connection with the amusement park. That's why we can touch her now. Hugh's face gradually twisted. He even looked somewhat excited. Ever since he was killed 18 times by his wife, he hasn't been happy anymore. Except for the bizarre pleasure of killing. 2 identical Hughs appeared at the same time. The group successfully passed the checkpoint, and amusement park Hugh launched a blood eye attack on Bizarreness Girl. At this point, the girl said,
"It's useless. Uncle, amusement park and I are bound together. You can't kill me."
Upon hearing this, Hugh's expression became more and more excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. A twisted and sinister laughter squeezed out from his throat.
"Look what I found. An indestructible Bizarreness, truly wonderful."
Everyone looked at Hugh's current state, and couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. Is Hugh really okay like this? Could it be that his spirituality is about to lose control? Then, a flash of silver light passed by. Hugh swung his knife directly. Bizarreness Girl always maintains a smiling face, as if mocking Hugh's lack of ability. However, Hugh's knife contains the power of pain. Bizarreness girl screams in pain. Hugh smiles darkly. Come, and let me please you more. Hugh's knife moves with a direct afterimage. Bizarreness girl's shrill screams continue to sound. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. It's as if a scalpel is piercing through their own bodies. Watching the girl almost unable to hang on, Hugh suddenly felt bored. Is this the best you can do? At this moment, someone said,
Shouldn't we remind the captain to leave? It's not good to stay here for too long.
The person beside suddenly changed her expression. She said,
Are you crazy? Do you dare to remind him at this moment? Aren't you afraid of ruining his mood and being killed?
At this moment, the strange girl said,
Please spare me. Uncle, spare me, please.
However, Hugh's heart was completely calm. Bizarreness girl pleaded for help from the crowd. However, the crowd ignored her. Bizarreness girl died. Hugh said to everyone,
Let's go!
Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the foot of Putua Temple. At this time, Putua Temple was shrouded in black mist, which was very eerie. I see that a creepy graveyard is ahead, and everyone is walking towards it. At this time, someone noticed a sign ahead. It reads,
Graveyard of the Dead, entry for the living.
The next second, Hugh directly chopped off the sign. Hugh was simply trying to test it out, to see if it would cause any disturbance. However, nothing happened. Hugh continued to explore forward with everyone. Soon, they reached the gate at the end of the graveyard. They were amazed to find that inside was still the graveyard, exactly the same as the one outside. Hugh said to keep walking. They shuttled back and forth several times. The result was the same. Everywhere was the same graveyard. Hugh is thinking, since they are trapped, it indicates that this place may have been tampered with by nightmares. The source of the graveyard is likely hidden within the grave. So Hugh ordered everyone to dig up all the graves. If there are bodies, destroy them completely. As each grave was dug up, inside the identical black coffins were skeletons. However, there was no sign of any resurrection of the skeletons. Just then, Dennis exclaimed in fear. The owner of this grave is also named Dennis. Suddenly, a weird change occurred. Another Dennis walked out from the coffin. The Dennis outside exclaimed in shock,
How dare the bizarreness transform into my appearance?
Dennis in the coffin hurriedly said,
You? I was walking with you just now. Suddenly everything turned dark, and I ended up in the coffin.
Dennis in the coffin directly confessed,
I have had nightmares multiple times.
Dennis outside said,
Hugh, you know, my favorite movie is the Beautiful Teacher series.
Hugh took a look at both. Dennis didn't even think about it, and directly took out the scalpel. Dennis from the outside world was directly slashed in the neck by Hugh. Dennis in the coffin cheered and exclaimed,
You deserve it.
Hugh, I knew you could recognize me. By the way, how did you recognize me? Hugh calmly said,
I didn't distinguish between real and fake. It's just that he was closer to me. So I killed him.
The crowd was stunned when they heard it. You killed him just because he was close to you. Fortunately, you killed the right person. Dennis awkwardly said,
Hugh, you are so humorous. You must be going against the tide, thinking that bizarreness is not that simple. It could be deliberately misleading.
Hugh looked at Dennis and said,
You were right about all you said.
However, the next second, Sarah's face changed because she saw everyone looking at her with vigilance. Sarah explained,
My ability is flame bizarreness. You cannot use my ability.
At this moment, Hugh directly used silver hair to flip open the coffin. Sarah in the coffin saw her reflection in the outside world. Her expression suddenly darkened. She then ignited the flame. The Sarah in the outside world also refused to back down. She gathered her own flame and clashed against it. Hugh cut directly across the neck of the Sarah outside world. At this point, everyone also noticed some clues. It seems that this time the bizarreness should be able to act imperceptibly. dragging people into the ability of coffin and then creating an identical illusion of a person to blend into the team. At this time, Hugh once again led everyone to the gate, still unable to walk out of the graveyard. Hugh had a faint guess in his heart, the reason for not being able to leave. It is very likely that the bizarreness has not been resolved yet. So he directly ordered to find the grave with his own name on it. Hugh quickly saw Lucas's grave. Seeing this, Fatty, with a pale face, said,
"Hugh, you must believe me. I am the real one. The one in the coffin is fake."
He pushed open the coffin and found that indeed, Fatty was lying inside. Hugh didn't say a word and killed the Fatty outside directly. Continuously, more tombstones with the same name were found. No matter how the people outside world argued, Hugh killed them with a single stroke. But just at this moment, someone exclaimed, because they had found Hugh's tombstone. At this time, the Hugh on the tombstone gave a direct order: kill the original Hugh. Hugh did not surrender. He directly detonated Scalpel's eerie power. And the Hugh in the tomb did the same. Detonated Scalpels for quantity. From the appearance, the two men look exactly the same. Hugh suddenly fell into the siege, facing dozens of spirit masters, plus a bizarre Hugh who looked exactly the same as himself. He died. A real versus fake Hugh battle. Both of their moves are exactly the same. Just now, Hugh was surrounded and killed by a group of spirit masters. He was reborn again. The Hugh that rolled back stood at the entrance of the graveyard. Dennis asked Hugh,
"Why haven't you left? Did you discover something?"
Hugh ignored him and fell into contemplation. Now, since nobody has entered the graveyard, it means that everyone now is real. It is known that the graveyard has the ability to pull people into coffin without anyone noticing, creating a duplicate. According to the previous test, the one inside coffin is real, while the one in the outside world is fake. This is because when people in the outside world die, they turn into white bones. Why is it that when it comes to me, it becomes the opposite? The outside world is real, and the one inside the coffin is fake. Everyone was staring intently at Hugh. No one dared to disturb his thoughts. They thought Hugh was activating his ability to predict the future. They all hoped that he would point out the way forward as he had done before. At this moment, Hugh said to everyone,
"The strangeness that exists in this graveyard can transform into the appearance of each person, identical to themselves, and even their memory abilities are the same."
The crowd was shocked and horrified. Doesn't that mean everything is the same? When everyone enters, we must not separate, not giving the strangeness a chance to take advantage of us. Hugh calmly said,
"Quiet. After everyone enters, you must fully obey my command and not act on your own."
At this time, a man said,
"Captain, you can rest assured. We will definitely follow your orders. If anyone dares to act on their own, I will be the first to disagree."
Hugh nodded and said,
"Next, I will distribute silver hair to each of you. It will be your identification. Remember, you are dead, and you must never let the silver hair fall off."
Hugh then began distributing several strands of silver hair wrapped around each person's body. That's it. Hugh led everyone back into the graveyard. Hugh said,
"Now everyone come with me to find the grave inscribed with their own name."
The first to be found at this time was Dennis.
"Hugh, I found it. Here is the grave inscribed with my name," he said.
Hugh looked at Dennis' silver hair to make sure it was intact before turning his gaze to Dennis' grave. Dennis inside the coffin was shocked to see the Dennis from the outside world. Indeed, just as you said, Hugh, the strangeness here can silently pull people into the coffin. I suddenly blacked out just now. When I came to, I found myself inside the coffin. The person next to you, Hugh, is an imposter. Dennis from the outside world smirked triumphantly. You are the imposter. Look at what I have in my hand. Dennis from the coffin was shocked. Because he didn't have silver hair on his wrist, I understand now. It must be you, the one responsible for this bizarreness. You switched our positions. So the silver hair ended up in your hands, and I was the one trapped in the coffin. Dennis from the coffin is indeed reasonable. But Hugh is not confident. Last time he killed outside world Dennis. This time he must kill Coffin Dennis at least once. The next second, Hugh directly went over and killed Coffin Dennis with one strike. Coffin Dennis's face was full of fear. He fell straight into the coffin and turned into a skeleton. Hugh frowned slightly at this. It turns out that simply killing someone does not distinguish between true and false. As long as one dies in this graveyard, they will, under the influence of eerie power, turn into a skeleton. This also means that the last time he killed were all teammates. Hugh continued to order the search for graves. Soon, Hugh found his own tombstone. Hugh looked at his tombstone with a smile. This time, everyone was linked together by my silver hair, which can prove my identity. I want to see what tricks you can come up with this time. However, the next second, Hugh found himself trapped in a small space. It was dark all around him. He couldn't even reach out his hand because the space was too narrow, as if he was lying in a coffin. Hugh instantly realized that he had been pulled into the coffin, and his silver hair was gone. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the outside world. This time, everyone was connected by my hair, enough to prove my identity. Listening to his own voice coming from the outside world, Hugh was instantly filled with anger. He never expected this bizarreness to be so cunning. Last time, the bizarreness turned into himself lying in the coffin and leading the team to kill him. This time, his teammates believed in the version of me from the outside world, and once again pulled himself into the coffin. Hugh from the outside world has already gathered the team. They are ready to take action against the coffin. The coffin has been opened. Hugh inside the coffin directly launched the ability Assault. However, no surprises. He is still surrounded and under attack. He died again. Rollback Hugh returned to the front of the graveyard. Dennis walked over and said,
Hugh, is there something wrong with this graveyard? Why aren't you leaving?
Hugh ignored him and continued to calmly stare at the graveyard. He had probably understood the purpose of this bizarreness to make himself a scapegoat and be surrounded by the group. Hugh calmly said to everyone,
Everyone stay put. I will enter the graveyard alone.
Dennis was startled and said,
Hugh, this graveyard suddenly appeared at the foot of Putua Temple. It must be haunted.
Hugh said directly,
It's okay. I have seen the future. This time's bizarreness is quite special. The more people, the harder it is to deal with. So I can handle it alone.
He entered the graveyard again, and Hugh once more saw his own grave. Hugh directly ignited the eerie power in Scalpel, and countless dark energy surged out from Scalpel. His black hair also turned into silver hair, and a glint of blood appeared in his right eye. Hugh prepared everything and waited to unleash a thunder strike by opening the coffin. Hugh found himself back in the coffin again. He had originally prepared everything to launch a surprise attack in the outside world, but now he was pulled back into the coffin, and the tables had turned in terms of offense and defense. Hugh is aware of his attacking habits and prefers to target the neck. He is also aware that his clone would know this. Therefore, he definitely won't target the neck. If it were me, I would definitely target the heart. Hugh from the outside world directly opens the coffin and picks up the scalpel to stab. However, both Hughs have the same attacking style and habitual thinking. Both of them are using their ultimate moves with full force, slashing at each other. Neither can overpower the other. In the end, both of them could not withstand it. The blood vessels throughout their bodies ruptured from the eerie power in Scalpel. Eventually, both of them fell to the ground, perishing together. Die again. Rollback Hugh found two new memories in his mind. One is the memory of outside world Hugh, and the other is the memory of Hugh in the coffin. At this moment, Hugh understood. It turns out that both Hughs are himself. This is a peach tree with a human face. Everyone is unable to resist its temptation. Just now, Hugh, who died again in the rollback, finally figured out the truth of his two selves. The first time was Hugh from the outside world. After the death rollback, he only retained memories from the outside world. The second time was Hugh in the coffin. After the death rollback, he only retained memories of entering the coffin. The third time, 2 Hues died and rolled back simultaneously. He then had both sets of memories at the same time. Hugh suddenly remembered what was written on the stone tablet in the graveyard.
Graveyard of the Dead, entry for the living.
Chose an exact copy of himself. If any one of the copies dies, it is equivalent to real death, triggering a death rollback. This reminded Hugh of Schrodinger's cat. A superposition of life and death. If one dies, the superposition collapses into the dead state. So if any Hugh dies, it will trigger a death rollback. Similarly, only when both people are alive will they be in a state of being alive. This also means that his direction was wrong from the beginning. He is supposed to walk hand in hand with someone exactly like himself to walk out of the graveyard. At this moment, Dennis said,
Hugh, why aren't you leaving? Is there something wrong with this graveyard?
Hugh turned around, calmly scanning the crowd and said,
The next words are very important. I hope all of you will listen carefully.
The crowd buckled down and listened attentively with full concentration. This graveyard is very special. It's a unique space where everyone who enters will exist in a superposition of life and death. You will split into 2 versions of yourself. Only when both versions are alive can you leave the graveyard alive. And as long as one of the versions of yourself dies, the superposition of life and death will collapse towards death. At that time, you will be forever trapped in the graveyard. This is the meaning of
Graveyard of the Dead, entry for the living.
Everyone listened with confusion, indicating that they did not quite understand. Hugh said,
You don't need to understand. Just follow my orders, and you'll be able to walk out of the graveyard alive.
After saying this, Hugh led everyone to the graveyard. Whether it was the true form or the duplicates, their memories were all the same. So, Hugh's words were essentially spoken to all the true forms and duplicates. They entered the graveyard again, and Hugh gave a direct order. Everyone should go find the grave with their own name on it and release their other self. A few minutes later, the crowd looked at their identical selves in astonishment. Unlike the previous 2 times, no one made a move to attack. They realized that the identical person in front of them was themselves. Shortly afterwards, Hugh found his own grave, and the 2 of them walked towards the team together. Both Hughs ordered the crowd to follow them to the exit leading to the graveyard. Only to see 2 Hughs emit light, overlapping with each other, and turning into one Hugh. Hugh and the others successfully left the graveyard. There was only a steep mountain path with straight stairs leading to the mountaintop. Looking towards the peak, one could faintly see a tall doorway covered in red paint, resembling an evil with a gaping mouth full of blood. Just then, everyone noticed that Layla hadn't come out. At that moment, sounds of fighting could be heard. Just saw 2 identical Laylas fighting. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly attack me? Don't you want to leave anymore? It's you who is leaving. Not me. What do you mean? Are we leaving together? I am you. I know exactly what you are thinking. So, there is no need for you to pretend to be confused with me. You are Layla of the outside world while I am inside the coffin. According to what you said before, you are in a state of the living, while I am in a state of the dead. Once you leave, only the living state remains. And I will disappear forever. I was born from the graveyard. Leaving the graveyard leads to death. Upon hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but feel frightened. They sighed that fools are indeed fortunate. They didn't consider that aspect, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to leave either. Layla, who saw the condition of the deceased, wanted to die with him. The living Layla quickly sought help from Hugh. Hugh ignored her and led everyone straight up the stone steps into the mountains. Layla, who was still alive, shouted angrily at Hugh.
You ignored me when I was dying? Just wait until I make it out alive. I will definitely not let you off the hook.
Layla, who was now dead, said,
Who gave you the idea to be so selfish? You have become so selfish that even you can't stand it anymore.
On the other side, Hugh said to everyone,
We can only step on odd-numbered stairs. Do not step on even-numbered ones.
Fatty asked,
Why can we only step on odd-numbered stairs, Hugh?
Hugh calmly replied,
This stair is the tongue of bizarreness. while the red door at the mountaintop is the mouth of bizarreness. Once you step on an even-numbered stair, it triggers its deadly rule. It will come to life, roll its tongue to capture everyone, and then devour them.
Fatty turned pale at the words, his face whitening and his legs feeling weak. He almost lost his balance, about to step on an even-numbered stair. The next moment, Fatty activated instant movement and landed on an odd-numbered stair. The crowd angrily scolded Fatty.
Be careful! Do you know you almost killed everyone?
At that moment, everyone walked even more carefully, afraid of making a misstep. Soon, they finally reached the mountaintop, passed through the red-painted gates, and entered Putua Temple. At this moment, in front of everyone, there appeared a peach tree laden with fruit. Suddenly, the peach tree emitted a bizarre laughter. Everyone found that there were faces growing on those peaches. Those peaches with human faces kept tempting everyone to eat them. Gradually, everyone was beguiled and revealed a greedy expression. They all wanted to taste the peaches. Even Hugh felt it. A strong desire arose deep within his body. A desire for the human-faced peach. It was as if his body had gone without food for 3 days and 3 nights. However, Hugh was a man who survived by restraining his instincts. No matter how much desire surged within his body, his face remained calm. But others were different. The greed on their faces had almost solidified. Some had even begun to walk step by step towards the human-faced peach tree.